the reincarnation of an ordinary person with unparalleled effort. If you work hard from the time you are a baby, before you know it, you will be carrying the future of Japan on your shoulders. Volume 1 by Cyclamen. Translated by Renkan at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Ordinary reincarnation. If I were to sum up my life in one phrase, I'd say it's been a mundane scavenger hunt. I wasn't born into wealth, nor did I come from extreme poverty. I came into this world in an average household, living an unremarkable life as an ordinary person. I progressed through elementary, middle, and high school, took out student loans to attend college. While job hunting took some effort, I eventually secured a position at a nearby printing company, conveniently close to the apartment where I lived during my college years. From there, it's been a monotonous repetition of the same routine, day in and day out, without much variation. On weekdays, I walk to work, and on weekends, I either sleep or spend time watching YouTube. While watching streams of tubers I often follow, I find myself playing mobile games, and before I know it, the weekend has come to an end. I don't have hobbies that I can proudly share with others. I do watch streams and play mobile games. However, since I don't have much money, I've never donated or made in-game purchases. So, calling that a hobby feels a bit off to me. There haven't been any significant changes in my life, and I don't actively seek out events or new experiences. So my life is just like a monotonous stamp rally, where I keep stamping the same form day after day. I wish I had a girlfriend. I don't really feel that strongly about it, but I muttered it just to add a bit of excitement to my otherwise dull life, a semblance of urgency. It's just empty words, really. I don't want to actively go to places to meet someone, nor do I want to develop hobbies outside where I might meet new people. I don't like the idea of trying something new and failing, and I have no desire to step outside the boundaries of my daily life. In the end, I guess I love this unchanging routine. I should grab some food. Taking my gaze away from my phone, I look out the window, where the evening sun is casting its warm glow. Cooking for myself is too much of a hassle. As a single guy without a girlfriend or expensive hobbies, I just grab meals from the convenience store for every meal. Convenience store meals are easy because I don't have to think about anything. The items I buy are always the same. A 550 yen ramen and a vegetable juice set, just to make it seem like I care about my health. With only my keys and phone in hand, I leave the apartment, and catching my eyes, the beautiful sunset reflecting on the opposite building. There's nothing in my life, I mutter, squinting my eyes. Having nothing is because I've chosen this kind of life, and because I think it's good. So, I should be satisfied with my life. From the bottom of my heart, stop. Thinking about that won't change anything. I shake my head and dismiss my thoughts. Taking out my phone from my pocket, I glance around, wondering if anyone saw my strange behavior. I breathe a sigh of relief as I realize there's no one around. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if I realized I am not truly satisfied with my life, would I change my current lifestyle? No, I definitely wouldn't. Escaping from this monotonous life, like lukewarm water, would be far more painful. It's cold. Perhaps winter is approaching. It's Sunday evening, yet no one is walking around, giving off a slight eerie feeling. But since the sun is still out, I don't feel the need to be too scared. Just as I was thinking of checking my SNS, that's when I saw him. Standing right in front of me was a creepy man. Despite the cold weather, he's wearing only a tank top, his skinny body resembling a withered tree. This unhealthy-looking man, breathing heavily as if he just finished intense exercise, stared at me with large, fish-like eyes. He's creepy. As if to signal that I'm not interested, I divert my gaze to my phone. Ignoring guys like him is probably the best course of action, I thought, but that turned out to be a mistake. Suddenly, a eerie breath of the creepy man reached my ears. In that moment, the man's head was in front of me, and something pierced my chest. I tried to scream, but only strange noises came out of my mouth. As I realized it was my own voice, I collapsed to the ground. Hey, it's you. Always on sale from morning till night. 50 yen per stab. 2 stabs, and it's curtains for you. The man's voice reverberated loudly in my head. I couldn't understand what he was saying. There was no way I could. The pain seared through my brain, feeling like molten iron was poured into my chest. It hurts so much I can't think. Yet the man keeps stabbing me over and over again, yelling loudly. I can't breathe. I can't remember how to do it. Inhale or exhale, I don't know. I'm dizzy. My vision is fading to black. Something unnaturally warm flows from my chest, intensifying the cold. I'm dying. I don't want to die. 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 But the bleeding from my body won't stop. No. And then, my consciousness faded away. When I woke up, there was a wooden ceiling above me. Despite the cold feeling at the tip of my nose, my body was warm, as if it were wrapped in a blanket. Is this a hospital? Did someone call an ambulance for me? No, that can't be it. If it were a hospital, there wouldn't be a wooden ceiling. Then, where am I? What happened to the man from earlier? And, what about my injuries? Various questions flooded my mind, filling it with question marks. Deciding to at least check on my injuries, I tried to sit up, but my body wouldn't budge. My head felt too heavy to lift, and the voice that came out of my throat was unusually high-pitched, unlike anything I had ever heard before. What's going on? What is this? In any case, I wanted to know the condition of my own body, so I lifted my hand. When I lifted my heavier than usual arm, there was a white, squishy arm there. Huh? I tried to say something, but my mouth wouldn't move. No, that's not entirely accurate. It's not that my mouth wouldn't move, but rather, I couldn't move my tongue as I wanted. It felt heavy, as if it was stuck in my mouth. As I struggled to move my tongue, I realized something astonishing. I had no teeth. It wasn't because I got punched by that man and lost my teeth, because there weren't any teeth in my mouth to begin with. That's impossible. So, were my teeth pulled out afterward? No, that doesn't explain this situation. I don't understand. What is this? What is happening? Unable to comprehend anything, my emotions overwhelmed me, and I burst into tears. Wah, wah. As I cried like that, a sense of relief accompanied by hurried footsteps filled the room, and a woman appeared, but she was incredibly tall, probably several times taller than me. The woman gently picked up my body and said, "Itsuki, are you hungry?" With that, she began to breastfeed. Even though I'm of a respectable age, I couldn't help but feel calm. I could feel the overflowing emotions dissipating smoothly in my chest. The tears stopped flowing, and my voice gradually calmed down. "Ah, were you feeling lonely? You're such a good child." Her voice was incredibly soothing. As I listened to the woman's voice resonating in the depths of my chest, I finally began to, somehow, understand this situation. A small, white arm, a mouth that couldn't utter words, a body so small that it could be cradled by the woman, and above all, a name Itsuki that doesn't even remotely resemble mine. Unthinkable, and yet, I didn't want to think about it, but it seemed that I had somehow become a baby. "Papa will be back soon." I tried to say papa, but the words didn't come out. I could hear Japanese, and the woman who seemed like a mother figure in front of me was Japanese. It seems like I've been reborn in Japan. If that's the case, I wonder what happened to my dead body. Surely, the news of a random attack would be broadcast nationwide. If there's a TV, I'd like to see it. I tried to move my neck, but it was too heavy and didn't budge at all. Why? I wondered. But then I remembered something I learned in home economics class and understood. That's right. Babies can't move their necks because they don't have neck control yet. Since there was no other choice, I moved only my gaze and looked around the room, but there was no TV in sight. In fact, there was only a futon in the room, seemingly for a baby to sleep on. Furthermore, the floor is tatami mats instead of doors. There are sliding paper screens. The room is divided not by doors, but by sliding paper screens. And beyond the back of the mother's figure, there are shoji screens. It gives off a distinctly Japanese-style building vibe. Maybe I was reborn into a fairly wealthy family. Thinking that, I felt relieved. Simply being reborn in Japan is fortunate enough, but being born into a wealthy family within that is a stroke of luck within misfortune. With this, after being reborn, I probably won't die right away. If I had been born in a country with poor security or in a poverty-stricken nation, it would be a different story. I may not be well educated, but even someone like me knows that babies in such countries are more likely to die. I don't want to die anymore. I really don't want to die. I still remember the pain when I was stabbed with a knife or a blade, the searing pain and the suffocating struggle for breath. It was like drowning in agony. Since then, I'd do anything to escape from it. The pain was so intense that it made me think like that. So, it's only natural. I don't want to die. Even though I've become a baby, I feel a profound sense of relief knowing that I won't die right away. The gentle feeling, as if my entire body is wrapped in a blanket, soon brings drowsiness. So babies get sleepy even without doing anything. And unlike when I was an adult, I can't resist sleepiness. So when I surrender to drowsiness and close my eyes, I realize that I'm being laid down in the futon. I'm sure the mother laid me down. It's just that. But it gives me an incredible sense of security. It's an indescribable kindness that makes me feel like she'll protect me no matter what happens. Just as I was about to surrender myself to sleep, it happened. The mother clasped her hands tightly, as if praying for something. Please, may he safely reach the age of 3. Those words, uttered as if squeezed from the depths of her heart, they lingered in my ears unpleasantly. Chapter 1, Exorcist. Several days have passed since that incident, but I remained a baby. It's unbelievable, but I truly became a baby, not in some dream I saw after being stabbed by the suspicious person and losing consciousness. Sure, there have been times I've wanted to start over in life more than once. My previous life was monotonous, and while I didn't hate it, if asked whether I truly accepted it from the bottom of my heart, the answer would be no. So, there were times I wanted to walk through life again, but what I wanted to redo was middle school, high school, not starting from being a baby. Moreover, since my name and mother have changed, it's not really starting over in life but starting as a completely different person. Isn't this a bit different? Without any way of reaching out to these vague feelings, I continued drinking milk from my mother's breast. Taste. I couldn't really tell the difference. I had read an article online before that said babies' sense of taste hasn't developed yet, so they can't distinguish between different flavors, and I think that in this newborn body, my tongue hasn't developed properly yet. I want to grow up quickly. It feels like someone else's problem. But with this body, there's nothing to do for entertainment besides sleeping. So it's incredibly boring. Even I, when I was just born, thought I could at least watch TV, but I quickly realized that was a mistake. This house seems quite large, and as a baby, I have my own room. However, there's no TV, smartphone, or tablet in that room. Whether you call it being educationally keen or excessively parental, for a modern person like me accustomed to information overload, it's just boring. Instead of providing a TV, I'm not sure if this is the reason, but my mother does read me bedtime stories before she sleeps. However, hearing stories like Cinderella, Snow White, or Hansel and Gretel now, well, I know them all already. I'd like to hear something new soon. Feeling somewhat discontented, she finally stopped nursing as my belly reached fullness. My mother lifted me and gently patted my back. Can you burp? If these words were directed at an adult male, they would be nothing but taunting. But for a baby, I can't even burp. In fact, when I drink breast milk, it seems like not only the milk but also air gets into my stomach, so my stomach quickly becomes bloated with air. If I don't burp it out, I'll feel sick and cry. Yes, I'll end up crying. Since getting this body, my personality, or rather my emotions, seem to be influenced by its age. So, with my mother patting my back, I try my best to burp for a few seconds. Burp. You did a great job burping. I was praised just for burping. It feels good. And with my mother praising me and feeling physically relieved, I couldn't help but giggle uncontrollably. And when my mother saw me laughing, she laughed too. What a happy life. In my past life, I didn't have any time to interact with anyone like this because I didn't have interactions like this with convenience store clerks or colleagues. Maybe it would be different if I had a lover, but I've never had one, so I don't really know. A life of just sleeping is certainly boring. But even so, Just burping or laughing is enough to be praised by someone, so I can't help but think it was good to be reincarnated. But still, even though I've attained such a happy life, I can't accept it wholeheartedly because of the words I heard from my mother a few days ago. Those words: "May you safely reach the age of 3." Certainly, a baby's body is fragile. They can get sick, and their life can be at risk. But this is modern Japan. That much is certain. I've seen my mother nearby, thinking I was asleep, playing with her smartphone, reading parenting books written in Japanese, and even heard what sounded like TV in Japanese from afar. That's why it's so strange. Why did she pray for things to go safely? Certainly, the infant mortality rate is higher compared to adults. It's high, but in Japan, the infant mortality rate isn't on the high end. It's actually on the lower side. As for why I know this, it's because when I worked at a printing company, my job was to print leaflets, advertisements, posters, etc. for local businesses, including work from hospitals. That's where I made posters related to sudden infant death. And that's when I came across the mortality rate. It was one of the first tasks I did after joining the company, so I still remember those numbers. I sometimes wonder if my body has some underlying illness or something. If that were the case, I would surely be hospitalized. I wouldn't be at home. Furthermore, if that prayer happened only once, I wouldn't be this worried. What concerns me is that my mother prays every time after putting me to bed. Being subjected to that kind of thing really makes me uneasy. I start to worry that maybe I'll die soon in this world too, and as that anxiety builds up, I can't help but cry. So, I really wish my mother wouldn't pray as much. Please. I hope Hitsuki can safely make it past 3 years old. I was drifting off after finishing breastfeeding when she said that, and I got scared. Whimper. As soon as I let out a cry, my mother's expression changed in an instant. Seeing her anxious face, I thought I was causing her worry, so I held back my tears as much as I could. Then, while gently stroking my head as I lay down, my mother said, "Oh, you didn't cry. Well done. You endured it well." She praised me. Well, this life isn't so bad after all. Despite everything, it's always nice to be praised. Let's go to sleep now. I closed my eyes as my mother gently stroked my head, and then I suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, I haven't seen my father. It's been a few days since I took on this form. Only my mother comes to me, and I haven't seen my father. While I hear voices other than my mother's in this house, they're all women's voices. I haven't seen a proper adult man. Though it doesn't seem like my mother is going to work, so someone must be earning money for our living. As I pondered over such thoughts, sleepiness finally crept in. With nothing else to occupy my time, I closed my eyes and tried to let go of consciousness. Intense heat surged from my lower abdomen. What's this? Abdominal pain? In that moment of contemplation, a sudden, intense pain and unbelievably high fever hit the depths of my stomach with a thud. Unable to bear the pain and heat, I involuntarily burst into tears. At that moment, my mother, who was beside me, panicked and scooped me up. "Itsuki, are you okay? Itsuki." "Jaya, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much." The pain and heat I felt when I died. An overwhelming pain engulfs my entire body, surpassing anything I've ever felt. My breath stops. I exhale to cry, but lack of oxygen makes it hard to breathe. I try to inhale but can't stop crying, choking on my own tears. Oxygen deprivation. Drowning. My vision blurs with tears and pain. Death. That thought crosses my mind again. It's okay. It's okay because I'm here. Mum's here. Amidst the spinning world engulfed by fever, I desperately see my mother holding me tightly. I see her, yet I feel numb. I can't tell if she's holding me or if I'm lying down. I don't want this. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I thought I had escaped that suffering. I thought I could avoid death. Why? Why does it have to happen when he's not here? My mother's words echo in my mind. In an attempt to escape the pain coming from the depths of my stomach, I tensed every part of my body. It was all I could do, and somehow, it worked. With an unpleasant sound, the heat that had been engulfing my entire body escaped from my bottom. In the next moment, the pain and fever that had been there just moments ago vanished as if they were lies. My vision suddenly cleared up. I could breathe. It was as if I had just woken up from a nightmare. I'm not dead? As I breathed a sigh of relief, my mother noticed my change at the same time. "Itsuki, are you okay?" With a worried look, my mother gently laid me down on my side, checking my complexion. At that moment, I realized that I was being held in her arms. "You endured the Magui. I'm so relieved." "Truly relieved." As my mother said that, she finally noticed that my diaper was bulging and began to change it, tears streaming down her face. Forgetting all about the pain from earlier, I couldn't help but smile at the sight of my mother changing my diaper while crying. "Yeah, you've overcome the Magui properly. You'll be okay, Itsuki." Though I had smiled, my expression turned serious at my mother's words. If I didn't mishear her, my mother said Magui. "What is it?" "I've never heard that word before." "Could it be the name for the symptoms of that intense pain and fever?" "Magui." "Mahari?" "No, that's not it." "I don't understand. Could it be that it's a common word in childcare that I just don't know?" "If that's the case, I think it would be okay for me to have heard of it before. But even if I wanted to look it up, I don't have a smartphone, and with this body, I can't use a computer. I don't even know if there's a computer in this house to begin with. However, I do understand that it's something pretty serious. If I hadn't had a bowel movement, I would have definitely died." With a chilling realization, I start to consider the what-ifs. What if that intense pain had attacked a real baby? Even with an adult like me inside, I could only tense my whole body in desperation. I couldn't resist in any other way, and I didn't even have the luxury of considering resistance. If that kind of pain had struck a real baby, wouldn't it be natural to die? In that case, could it be that the reason my mother prays every time, wishing for me to safely reach 3 years old, is because of this Magui? I don't want that. After going through the trouble of being born again, I don't want a life where I'm on the verge of death so soon. I want to live a happier life. I wonder if Itsuki can sleep properly. "Yeah." As my mother gently stroked my head after changing my diaper, I replied. My hair, which had become sweaty from tensing up earlier, stuck to my forehead, but my mother gently brushed it away. Feeling comfortable until the very end, I closed my eyes to sleep. But I couldn't. There's a discomfort deep in my abdomen. It's not pain in my abdomen, it's heat. Heat gathering deep in my abdomen. I can feel it. It's a strange warmth that I suddenly became aware of after the Magui ended, but it doesn't feel bad like the Magui. Instead, it's a gentle warmth that soothes my body. It feels so natural and comforting, as if it had been there since I was born, that I would believe it if someone told me so. "What's wrong?" I wonder. "You still can't sleep?" "It's nice feeling warm, but I still can't sleep. It's like in winter when my hands and feet are cold, but the center of my body feels warm, creating an uncomfortable sensation because the amount of heat differs between the center and the extremities. So even though I want to sleep, I can't stop thinking about my abdomen and can't fall asleep. What should I do?" For now, I try tensing my whole body like I did to dispel the heat during the Magui, but it doesn't work. Nothing changes. It would be nice if the warmth could spread to my hands and feet. Even if the heat itself doesn't go away, as I ponder over this, I focus my attention on the heat itself, and suddenly, the heat moves. It moved. It actually moved. I was about to cry from the unexpected movement, but if the heat is moving, then it's perfect. I decided to gradually dissolve the heat throughout my body, bit by bit, just like mixing miso when making miso soup. After repeating this process for a few minutes, I felt the heat that had been accumulating in my abdomen start to spread throughout my body. It's warm. Having found an unexpected solution, I was enveloped in a comforting warmth. Gradually, drowsiness returned, and I slowly drifted off to sleep. How much time passed after that, I wonder. "I'm back," a loud voice echoed from the entrance hall, jolting me awake. I thought I might start crying from the loudness, but instead, I was so surprised that I didn't even cry, considering there's quite a distance from the entrance hall to this room. I thought as I remembered being carried by my mother and the layout of the house. I was once again astonished by the volume of the voice. "Where's Itsuki?" Is he doing okay? He's sleeping in the other room. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, I heard a woman's voice, which belonged to my mother. It was the first time I heard my mother using polite language, and it made me feel strange. I see. I'd like to see his face, even if just for a moment. Please do. He's your child, after all. The main speaker of this loud voice must be the father. Was there a father? Of course, there was. As I pondered such nonsensical thoughts, the sliding doors that separated the veranda and the room were forcefully opened. And then, I realized that 2 adults had entered the room. Oh, is this the child? Yes. Would you like to hold him? Yes, he's quite small. He's just a baby. While listening to the father's deep voice, I struggled to somehow catch a glimpse of him. Since my neck wasn't stable and I couldn't move, I tried to move only my eyes to see the father's figure. And the moment his figure entered my sight, I involuntarily held my breath, because there was a ridiculously large man there. His body was thick, and you could tell from his clothes that his muscles were overflowing. Furthermore, his face was covered in scars, and one eye seemed to be crushed as he wore an eye patch. What on earth? Why does he look like such a seasoned veteran despite being in Japan? My surprise finally surpassed the dam of my emotions, turning into tears. What? He's crying. The stern man was bewildered by my crying, which was amusing to see, but still, the shock of it all was stronger. From the father, who continued to be flustered by my uncontrollable tears, I was gently handed over to the mother. Feeling the same sensation as always, I felt a sense of relief, and my emotions gradually calmed down. There. He's stopped crying now. That's amazing. Please hold him. Since his neck isn't stable yet, be sure to support him properly. Whether he could only speak in words or not, the father, looking timid, held me. However, while enveloped in the same kindness as my mother, I noticed a certain discomfort. It's warm. I feel heat at the center of the father. Moreover, it's the same kind of heat that was at the bottom of my stomach. You're cute. He's our child. Having completely stopped crying, I allowed the father to poke my cheeks. However, even the fingers poking my cheeks were thick. They seemed to be asking how they could be so thick. Moreover, they were covered in scars up to the fingertips. What's going on? Seriously, not being accustomed to having my cheeks touched, I grumbled, and said, what's wrong? Today, Itsuki was attacked by a Magui. What? Upon hearing the mother's words, the color at the father's eyes changed. Magui? Could it be a common term in parenting households that I just don't know about? He's not even a month old yet. Isn't it too early? But this child was attacked by a sudden fever. However, he seems fine now. His magical power has also settled. What did he just say? Magical power, wasn't it? I couldn't overlook that. Even someone as inexperienced in parenting as me knows that magical power is a word used in manga and games. It's definitely not a term that comes up in parenting. If that's the case, the meaning of Magui changes too. Ma is probably magic. Magui, magic steak. No, that's not it. Magui, magical eater, perhaps, but even I, as someone who married into the Kisaragi family, wouldn't mistake a Magui. But rather, Itsuki's magical power seems to be flowing throughout his whole body. It's as if he's performing Rijutsu. Rijutsu. Just when one question seemed to be resolved, another unfamiliar word came up. That's impossible. After all, that's a technique used from the age of 5, right? A newborn using it. I've never heard of such a thing. The father, resting his chin on his hand for a moment, pondered. In that case, Itsuki might be a genius. He flashed a bright smile and laughed heartily. Naturally, the mother didn't seem to agree with the father's words, saying, "Please stop saying strange things. If he's attacked by a Magui again, he might really die this time, you know. We should calm his magical power right away. Don't worry, Kada. He's stable now. It's more dangerous to tamper with magical power, especially for a baby. You know that too, don't you?" "Oh, Mum's name is Kada." I didn't know her name until just now, so I felt kind of fortunate. Perhaps Itsuki might become the first exorcist in the Kisaragi family's history. Exorcist? Before I could even wonder what that was, Dad hugged me. His embrace was so strong that I couldn't help but cry. As I cried, I thought to myself, is this really Japan? Chapter 2 Train Magic Training. I've just turned 1 year old since I was reincarnated. In this past year, the baby's growth has been remarkable. I can hold my head up now, and I'm starting to say a few words little by little. It feels like time flew by in the blink of an eye. I managed to reach my first birthday without dying. Since then, I've been attacked by Magui, demon eaters, multiple times. Each time, I feared I would die from the intense pain. I wondered if all babies in this world endure such pain. My father, who is a decent exorcist, explained that being attacked by Magui is common for the children of exorcists, especially those with high magical potential. Yes, exorcists are people who use magic to exorcise demons. Yes, magic. Somehow, magic exists in this world. Magic includes things like turning pumpkins into carriages or building houses out of sweets. It sounds like something from a storybook, but it's a reality in this world. At first, I doubted if this was really Japan, but after a year, I'm convinced this is undoubtedly Japan, and I live in Tokyo. The main difference from my previous life is the existence of magic and magical power, and those terrifying Magui arise from the overflow of magical power within the body. By the way, everyone possesses magical power, which demons, yokai, monsters, and other supernatural beings target. I was born into the Kisaragi family, who specialize in exorcism. I'm the eldest son, by the way. Shortly after being reincarnated, my father was away on business for a few days, which turned out to be an exorcism job. I would hear tales of his valor in battling demons before bedtime. That is hard to say. Let's call them monsters. It seems these monsters are incredibly strong. It takes several exorcists to defeat just one, and some people even die in the process. As I crawled around the house, I was startled to find a row of memorial tablets on the Buddhist altar. Later, my father explained that exorcists have a high mortality rate, and it made sense, and the reason my mother fervently prayed while looking at the new photo among the memorial tablets. I must have had older siblings. Whether they were older brothers or sisters, I don't know, but they couldn't withstand the monsters and died. That's why I became the eldest son, but I understand. It's easy to die if you make a wrong move. Easy to die, the searing heat, as if scalding water was poured over you, and the pain as if your stomach was being torn apart. Words escaped my mouth involuntarily. Even though I couldn't pronounce properly as a baby, it didn't matter. I'm not satisfied with this situation. Stabbed by that suspicious person and reborn. Let's just say I reluctantly accept that. I didn't really want to die again, but there's no point lamenting over it now. However, I still can't understand why I have to be on the brink of death again in this new life. Furthermore, what awaits me as an adult is a high-risk job as an exorcist. Of course, I, who never even had a single fight in my previous life, don't want such a dangerous job. I don't want to feel pain or die anymore. However, the worst part is that I don't have the option of not becoming an exorcist. It's because it's predetermined. Because I'm the eldest son, listening to my parents talk, it feels like the Kisaragi household is somewhat antiquated, reminiscent of pre-war Showa era. In other words, it's patriarchal, with a belief in the eldest son inheriting the family business. So, I have to become an exorcist. It's absurd. What kind of reasoning is this? I don't want to die anymore. How can I avoid both pain and death? My initial thought was to escape from home when I grew up, but I quickly realized that wouldn't work. Monsters target human magical power. Essentially, those with high magical power are prioritized targets. It's like how the marbled parts of a steak are the most popular. Or maybe that's a bit off? Anyway, if those with high magical power are targeted, being born into an exorcist family like mine means I'm automatically a priority target for monsters. Apparently, I've only heard this from my father. I've never actually seen it. Besides, our house is protected by barriers, so the monsters supposedly can't find us or something like that. So, even if I run away from home, I'll still be targeted. If anything, staying home with the barriers is safer. And if I stay home, I have no choice but to work as an exorcist. I'm completely trapped. What should I do? I ponder while tapping the toy xylophone my mother bought, making light sounds. But it's not like this house is an apartment complex like where I lived in my past life, so I don't have to worry about the noise. You're playing it well, Itsuki. Uio. I was praised by my mother who was sitting next to me. It feels nice. No, that's not it. How can I avoid dying? I think while tapping the xylophone. Thinking. Then it hit me. Yes, I just need to get stronger. I wonder why I didn't realize something so simple. But if I'm destined to fight monsters as an exorcist, then getting stronger is the answer. In my past life, there was a saying, kill before you're killed. Pain comes from being hurt by monsters. Death comes from being hurt by monsters. So, instead of being killed by monsters, if I kill them first, I won't have to suffer, and I won't die. Why didn't I think of this before? If life has laid out its rails, then I have no choice but to struggle to survive on them. Come to think of it, I've never really struggled in my previous life. I didn't even put effort into studying for high school exams or university entrance exams. I just aimed for places where I knew I could get in. I've never tried desperately to achieve anything. So, I think maybe it's not a bad idea to try being desperate for something. That's right, I've got this second chance at life. Let's make an effort. Let's try things I couldn't do in my past life. If I do that, surely I won't have to suffer. I won't have to die. So, just as I was thinking about putting in a little effort, I noticed a heat deep in my abdomen and became calm. What to do about my magical power? Deciding to get stronger is fine, but that's only in response to the threat of monsters, not solving the issue of Magui. After a year, I'm convinced that magical power accumulates on its own, just by living normally. It's like food accumulating in an undigestible stomach. Since it doesn't decrease, magical power continues to accumulate in the body, and when magical power exceeds the capacity of the body, it overflows all at once. So, before that happens, I've been dealing with it by circulating the magical power throughout my body or forcefully expelling it. To escape that pain and suffering, I have no choice but to hurry and expel the magical power as much as possible. It's not just once or twice that I haven't been able to make it in time and been attacked by Magui. I'm still just 1 year old, so I manage by expelling it outside for now. But considering the future, if I don't suppress the Magui at an early stage, it's inevitable that things will get extremely bad socially. So, before I get stronger, I have to obtain a vessel that can contain my magical power. Now, what can make the vessel larger? There's only one answer. Being attacked by Magui. I don't want to imagine it, but whenever I'm attacked by Magui, I can feel my magical power vessel getting larger. I'm aware of that. Becoming a Magui to counter Magui. It may seem contradictory at first, but it's not. It's like weight training. The body forcibly grows in response to the overflowing magical power. That's why it hurts. Come to think of it, muscle pain, growing pains. When the human body grows, pain often accompanies it. Magui attacks are like growing pains for the vessel. So intentionally triggering demon eater attacks will expand the vessel. So, how can I intentionally trigger it? It's simple. I just need to return the magical power from all over my body to the vessel in my lower abdomen. Doing so will surpass the vessel's limit and trigger the demon eater attack. But going to seek death just because I don't want to die would be counterproductive. What should I do? As I pondered this dilemma, I felt my stomach relax. Babies can't always control their bodies as they wish, so I let it happen. Itsuki, come here. Let's change your diaper. Invited by my mother who noticed the smell, I lay down on the towel she laid out, and then, as she changed my diaper, I suddenly thought, what if I returned all the magical power to the vessel at this moment? Returning magical power to the vessel in my current state would undoubtedly trigger the demon eater attack, and there are still things inside me that I haven't expelled yet. Come to think of it, when I was first attacked by a demon eater, I expelled magical power to match it. That's how I became a demon eater and escaped immediately. So, isn't it worth a try? Let's give it a shot. So, I returned all my magical power to the vessel. The next moment, heat overflowed from the depths of my abdomen. Just before the pain and heat, which made me want to cry, overwhelmed me, I completely expelled it. That was close. Luckily, we hadn't changed your diaper yet. My mother scolded me. Well, I guess I did something a little reckless. Lesson learned. However, the problem lies in whether the vessel for magical power is truly expanding due to such shallow incidents that can hardly be called demon-eater attacks. I focus my consciousness within my body and try to measure the total amount. I close my eyes and feel the heat of the magical power remaining in the vessel. To an outsider, I might just seem like a baby getting his diaper changed, but in my mind, I'm like a monk in training. After taking a few breaths, I confirm that I can indeed feel the heat in my abdomen, and I'm convinced the vessel is expanding. There's no mistake. It's truly minimal. Probably less than 1% of the total amount, but it's definitely growing. Without enduring any pain or fearing death, I've succeeded in expanding the vessel. In the next moment, my excitement shoots up. I did it. I did it. It's impossible not to be excited. After all, it doesn't hurt. Even though it doesn't hurt, I can escape from the Magui. The increase is minimal, but since it doesn't hurt, it's safe. Let's call this expulsion training. Perhaps if I keep this up, I'll soon be able to escape from the Magui. So, all I have to do now is continue this. After all, there's not much to do as a baby. If I can occupy my time with this, it's like killing two birds with one stone. Magical power. However, my contemplation is interrupted. My mother stops changing the diaper and stands up, her expression changing. Shichi-Go-San. She calls out my father's name and rushes out of the room. Excuse me, but what should I do about this situation? Even though I'm just a baby, being completely exposed below the waist is too embarrassing. Fortunately, my mother quickly returns with my father. Has Itsuki learned how to emit magic? That's right. But it might just be my misunderstanding. The father, who had entered the room, gently placed his hand on the diaper that hadn't been changed yet. It looked smelly. Or rather, I wondered what he could understand by just placing his hand on it. But then, with a serious expression, the father said, "Indeed, it's being emitted." With this, the Magui won't occur for a while. Oh, so it's really being emitted outside. That's a relief. The mother let out a deep sigh, seemingly reassured by her father's words. But he's only been born for a year, right? I've never heard of learning how to emit magic outside so early. He's a strong child, so he just happened to emit it outside? It might be just a coincidence, but there's a possibility. A possibility? The mother asked anxiously, and the father replied in a teasing manner. It's a possibility that Itsuki might be a genius. The father's expression softened all of a sudden, and he gently pinched my cheek. Oh, please don't say something so startling. Contrary to the father's antics, the mother sighed at his joke. Anyway, regardless of that, I want my diaper changed quickly. Ma. I couldn't say mama with this mouth, so I pleaded with my mother to change the diaper using the words I could speak, but it was the father who reacted first. Did Itsuki just say papa? It was the mother who I called out, but before I could interject, the mother noticed. Sorry, Itsuki. I'll change it now. Quickly squatting down, she swiftly took out a diaper while moving her mouth toward the father. This child wants you to change the diaper. A diaper? The father seemed slightly disappointed. What do you think? Do you want to try changing it? Is it okay? Won't he cry? It's a time when men participate in childcare too, the mother explained with a smile. It reminded me of a senior male colleague in my past life who wanted to take childcare leave but was scolded by his boss. I wondered if the concept of childcare leave existed for exorcists. It didn't seem likely. I see. Then, let's give it a try. Yes. First, remove the diaper and wipe the bottom gently, please. It was amusing to see a man who seemed like he could kill with just a glance struggling with a diaper. I couldn't help but laugh. When I laughed, the tension in the father's eyebrows relaxed slightly. That's good. He's not crying. He won't cry. You are his dad. As I heard those words, I couldn't help but wonder if the father, who seemed like either an older brother or sister, had never changed the child's diaper. I decided to never skip the training for causing a little bit of Magui. When I noticed the signs, The timing was just before my mother changed my diaper because that's when the discomfort was the least. I had forgotten since becoming an adult, but having that in the diaper was extremely unpleasant, and apparently, a baby's body would cry when a certain level of discomfort was reached. So being sleepy was no good. Having that in the diaper for too long was no good. Being left with an empty stomach for too long was also no good. It was all bad. However, by the age of 1, I had learned to endure these things to some extent. Hence, I wanted to do elimination training at toilet timings to avoid waiting for diaper changes. But surprisingly, 1-year-olds don't do toilet training. Until then, I had to get along with this diaper. I couldn't help but feel anxious about considering a diaper my first friend in my new life. But as they say, all's well that ends well. And in this life, I wanted to try making friends, which I couldn't do in my past life. The elimination training I started to escape Magui had become ingrained in me, and I had just finished it now. Itsuki, you did great emitting magic again today. Yeah, that's right. If you don't emit a lot, your tummy will hurt. Feeling happy to be praised by my mother, I instinctively clapped my hands. It had been a few days since I started the training, and once I started expelling externally, my mother visibly started to relax. Looking at the rows of portraits, the reason for her relief was painfully clear. So, I also put my heart into the elimination training. I wanted my mother to feel as reassured as possible. By briefly returning magic to its source and expelling it externally, I could escape the fear of Magui, knowing that according to the mechanism of Magui, I wouldn't die from it. Though what I'm doing and my appearance midway might not be ideal, I still consider this my first act of filial piety in my life. Seeing my mother at ease, I strangely feel reassured too. Reflecting on that feeling, it seems like I had such feelings when I was a child in my past life. When did I forget such feelings? As I succumbed to my mother's care, my father enters the room. Kada, this year's Shichi-Go-San is over. Oh, is it? Instantly, my mother's expression visibly clouds over. Why on Shichi-Go-San? Wait, come to think of it, my mother had said, may you safely reach the age of 3. Does that mean something happens on Shichi-Go-San? Don't worry, Itsuki is a strong child. I'm sure he'll reach 3 safely without any problems. I hope so. But my mother's words trail off gradually. It's worrying. If becoming an exorcist is decided, I must become strong to survive. Setting that goal is good, but it's no good if I die before becoming an exorcist. So, it's worrisome. What will happen to me by the age of 3? Since neither my father nor my mother explicitly states it, my anxiety grows inside me, but I'm no longer just a baby sleeping all the time. It's okay to ask about things I don't understand. Chuncha. I wanted to say 3 years old, but words don't come out smoothly from my mouth, which still lacks all my teeth. Though I didn't say anything, my father quickly latched onto it. Kada. Didn't Itsuki just say papa now? I've recently noticed that my father is quite the doting parent. Smiling wryly at my father, my mother continues. No, this child said 3 years old. Oh, you understand words now. Clever. Of course. He does. He's been reading lots of picture books. I see. Itsuki really is a genius. Saying so, my father gently lifts me up. Listen, Itsuki, until you're 3, you'll probably be attacked by Magui many times. But once you're past 3, your body won't absorb excess magic anymore. If that happens, you won't be attacked by Magui anymore. What? I instinctively furrow my brows. Ha. Was it too difficult for Itsuki? My father laughs loudly as he says so, but that's not what concerns me. If I reach 3 years old, I won't be attacked by Magui anymore. That's certainly a good thing. I won't need to worry about my magic level constantly like I do now. But even so, it's not something to rejoice about without reservation. If Magui stops occurring, does that mean I won't be able to enlarge my vessel anymore? If Itsuki turns 3, there will be a Shichi-Go-San, and also a measurement of magic level. Yes, indeed. I truly hope he grows up safely. It feels like the Shichi-Go-San I know has a different meaning, but that's irrelevant. The problem is that there are only 2 years left for vessel enlargement training. After all, The frequency of magic usage depends on the magic level. According to the story I heard from my father before bed, the top cause of death for exorcists is being ambushed by monsters, and the second is running out of magic. So, enlarging the vessel is essential. Despite that, if Magui doesn't occur until 3 years old, the training deadline is only 2 years remaining. What do you call this if not a problem? Perhaps it might be better to increase the frequency of Magui. I've been given a second chance at life. I don't want to regret not doing something properly later on. As I'm being carried by my father, pondering these things, he suddenly tilts his head. Hey, Kada, has Itsuki's total magic capacity increased? Huh? Suddenly called upon. My mother wears a puzzled expression. If the total amount of magic that can fit in the vessel has increased, it means that the training has yielded some results, even if it's just a few times. Realizing that I haven't been doing it wrong, I can't help but smile. Exactly. I need to make it even bigger so that I won't run out of magic. While I'm firming up my determination to continue the training, my mother, with an evident look of disbelief, informs my father. What are you talking about? The total magic capacity has been determined since birth, hasn't it? Well, yes, but, my father mumbles awkwardly, his expression clouding over. Huh? So the total magic capacity doesn't change since birth, huh? Then why is my vessel getting bigger? I believe it has increased, and my father also feels that way. So, it shouldn't be a mistake. Is it just my imagination? No, but I think it was less when I held him before. Maybe he's been fighting too much against magic? He must be tired. With an unsatisfied expression, my father nods and gives me a gentle pat-pat. Though it tickles, making me laugh, I suddenly realize a possibility. Could it be that the vessel only grows until 3 years old? In other words, until 3 years old, the body can't absorb the appropriate amount of magic, causing an overflow and leading to Magui. The vessel grows because of Magui, but as the body becomes able to absorb the appropriate amount of magic for the vessel as it approaches 3 years old, Magui stops. And once Magui stops, the vessel's growth halts, and measuring the total magic capacity is done during Shichi-Go-San. It's when growth is complete. So, perhaps the ability to expand the vessel, meaning increasing the total magic capacity, is not known. No, maybe the idea of being able to increase it in the first place is wrong. If I didn't know that I could manipulate magic, I wouldn't have thought of causing Magui myself to enlarge the vessel. It's unlikely that an ordinary baby without the emergence of self-awareness could do the same. So, isn't it more accurate to say that it increases by the age of 3? Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but the fact remains that my total magic capacity is increasing. That's all I need to know. I just need to keep this up. So, to psych myself up, I stretch my arms as far as they can go. Ooh, he just said Papa now. I didn't say anything. Chapter 3 7th Tier. I turned 3. It sounds simple when put into words, but the growth from 1 to 3 years old is significant. First, I can walk on my own now. I can eat proper meals, not just baby food. And most importantly, I can use the toilet by myself. What a growth. With that gone, there's no more bothering my mother every time I need to go. With that gone, I could increase the frequency of training. With the increased frequency, my vessel's growth also accelerated. Furthermore, this was an unexpected joy, but as the vessel grows through training, the amount of magic I can absorb increases. Perhaps, the still developing body unable to regulate magic intake misunderstands, thinking I need to absorb more, and ends up absorbing that much. Thanks to that, I haven't had a Magui incident in days. Until the very last moment when my body fully matured, I was able to continue growing my vessel. Towards the end of being 2, I was having Magui incidents more than 20 times a day. So, how many times bigger is this now compared to the beginning? Maybe several tens or hundreds of times bigger. I don't remember the size of my vessel when I was born, so it's purely subjective, but it feels that much bigger. I try to gather magic in my abdomen out of habit for toilet training, but it just becomes warm and nothing happens. No matter how many times I try, the Magui won't happen. Sensing my own growth, I lie on the futon feeling a mix of happiness and sadness. Just as I'm thinking I should get up soon, my mother slides open the shoji and enters. Itsuki. Are you awake, Mama? I'm awake. Today is Shichi-Go-San, so you can go outside the house. You've been looking forward to it, right? Yeah. I nod vigorously. As my mother said, this is the first time I'll be going outside the house since I was born. Still excited, I couldn't help but ask, I can go outside? Really? That's right. Come on. Let's change your clothes. It's not a joke or an exaggeration when I say I've never stepped outside the house before. Since childhood, I've received vaccinations and regular checkups at home, with doctors coming to us. My initial guess when I was born, maybe we're a rich family, turned out to be correct. But even if we were wealthy, it's unimaginable not to let a child go outside even once. So, I asked my father, suspecting there must be a reason. He replied, to avoid attacks by Magui. Monsters seek magic and attack people. Children are especially targeted. I recalled a nature show I watched on TV that day and strangely found his explanation convincing. Apparently, even wild animals are targeted, especially young or sick individuals, as easy prey. Itsuki. Have you changed your clothes yet? Not yet. Speak of the devil. My father bursts into the room energetically. Usually busy with work, my father seems to have taken the day off just for today. For an exorcist, Shichi-Go-San holds significant meaning. After all, Shichi-Go-San is an event to measure a child's magic capacity. Apparently, not only the individual's life but also the prosperity of the family is determined by this. Unbelievable. To think that at the age of 3, I would be burdened with the expectations of the family. Are you nervous, Itsuki? I'm not. That's a lie. I'm extremely nervous. Or rather, it's impossible not to be nervous when you're under so much pressure. Looking back, in my past life, my career path was determined the moment I got a job. But that was strictly my own life. There were no family expectations attached. However, just thinking about it doesn't make the nervousness go away. All right, shall we go, Itsuki? Let's go. As soon as I finish changing, I take my father's outstretched hand and step outside the room. Just that makes my father's face light up. We'll have breakfast in the car. The car? Can I ride in the car? That's right. Vroom vroom. I always thought a man with scars all over his face and an eye patch saying vroom vroom would sound like a muffled gasp when spitting out blood, but apparently not. Or rather, saying vroom vroom with that appearance. Somewhat hesitantly, I let my father lead me through the gate and out of the house. Stepping outside, I see the asphalt road and a black luxury car parked near the gate, something I haven't seen in years. And there, standing in front of the car, is a young man in a suit, straightening his posture. Listen, Itsuki. What's up, Papa? Feeling excited and wanting to rush out immediately, my father squeezes my hand tightly and stops me. We're heading to the Kanzatsuki household. No matter what happens on the way, no matter what happens, you stick close to Papa. Got it? I understand. Good boy. Even without further explanation, I understand perfectly. It wouldn't be a joke if I got killed by a monster because I strayed from my father. I'll never leave his side. As we start walking, the young man near the car bows deeply. Wait, who is he? We've been expecting you, Soichiro-sama. Enough with that. Today, this child is the star. However, my father, without showing any confusion or hesitation toward the young man, simply accepts him. Excuse me. Understood. I'm counting on you today. With my father's words, the situation starts to make sense somehow. Oh, that's right. This person is the chauffeur. Wait, hold on. Isn't the chauffeur supposed to drive the car? Are we really that wealthy? As I'm pondering with wide eyes, the rear door is opened by the young man's hand. Itsuki, this is the car. Thinking my wide-eyed expression is out of awe for the car, my father explains, and I instinctively play along like a child. What I'm curious about is not the car but the chauffeur. However, it would be weird to say that out loud, so I obediently sit in the provided child seat. Sitting next to me is not my mother but my father. Okay, we're off. After seeing that my seatbelt is properly fastened using the rear view mirror, The chauffeur drives the car forward smoothly. Being a chauffeur, the acceleration is very gentle. You don't get this kind of smooth ride in a taxi in the city. This is for Itsuki. Yes. My mother hands something to my father. It's a bag of curry bread. I happen to love curry bread. Moreover, it's something I've come to love since coming to this world for some reason. In that sense, you could say it became my favorite. I wasn't particularly interested in it in my past life. It's strange how one's food preferences change. Reincarnation is mysterious. Munching on the bread handed to me by my father, I gaze out the window. It's the first time I'm seeing the Japanese landscape since I was born, but my impression is no different from my past life because it's a world with magic. The exterior of the buildings looks medieval, and there are people dressed like samurai walking around. I was expecting something unusual like that from watching TV, but well, it's not like that. I had a vague suspicion since watching TV, but it seems like this is indeed just normal Japan. Maybe magic isn't common here after all. As I'm vaguely pondering this, the car gently turns left at an intersection. Right at that moment, thud, a dull sound comes from behind the car. Hey! It's almost simultaneous with the raspy voice of a woman. Suddenly, a face appears from behind the car, hair fluttering in the wind as a wide-open mouth is revealed. No, wait. There's no face except for a mouth. Such a creepy creature bangs on the window. The creature's thin fingers spread across the window like spider legs. You can see me, right? Fujia? As I scream upon making eye contact with the creature, it bursts into flames. Jia! The burning monster detaches from the car and falls to the ground. I instinctively turn to look, and the creature's body bounces on the asphalt several times before struggling in the flames. However, neither passers-by nor other cars seem to take notice. They can't see it. As I wonder, the creature's body slowly crumbles and disappears into black mist. Watching the whole scene unfold, I glance at my father. Why, it's obvious. My father must have burned that ghost. At that moment when the creature clung to the window, a translucent thread-like thing extended from my father's direction, and the moment it wrapped around the creature, it burst into flames. Magic. I'm mesmerized by something I'm seeing for the first time in my life. I forget about the creature that was clinging to the window. Itsuki, are you okay? Papa, that was amazing. Haha, pretty impressive, huh? Despite appearances, Papa is a strong exorcist. Papa extended a thread and then it burned. Huh? You saw that just now? As I speak, my eyes changing color, my father's expression shifts. Did you hear that, Kada? Itsuki can see other people's guiding threads. He's a true eye holder. Itsuki, did you really see it? My mother turns to me eagerly and asks. I'm not sure what a guiding thread is. But if the thread extending from my father earlier was one, then I definitely saw it. Yeah, I saw it. Wow. Amazing. Itsuki might be a genius. My father is unusually excited, but that's nothing new. I couldn't quite understand why he was so excited just because I saw a thread, so I asked him. Papa, what's a guiding thread? Itsuki. Remember when the ghost suddenly burst into flames? Yeah. There was fire. That was magic. To use that magic, you need a guiding thread. The thread from earlier? That's right. Upon hearing my father's explanation, I became convinced. So, the translucent thread my father used when the ghost was burning earlier is a guiding thread. But what does it mean to see it? Is it bad to see it? Of course not. But normally, people can't see other people's guiding threads without magic. That true eye is something exorcists desire more than anything. However, that eye can't be obtained through effort alone. It's innate. Itsuki, you're amazing. Wow. Suddenly praised, I almost dropped the bread. From there, we drove through the Shuto Expressway without being attacked by any monsters, passing through Tokyo and heading north for a few hours. Everyone, we have arrived. Yes. Well done. Even though we took toilet breaks along the way, the driver, who had been driving non-stop, parked the car in front of yet another large gate. Isn't this gate even bigger than ours? While having a gate in front of the house already indicates a considerable level of wealth, the size of the gate unavoidably reflects the disparity in wealth. How was your first car ride, Itsuki? It was fun. I see. When you turn 5, you'll have another chance to ride it. What's with this system of something coming with each Shichi-Go-San celebration? Next time I'm 5? Why? If you can't use kaijutsu, you can't go outside. Kaijutsu is, in simple terms, the technique of manipulating magical power. Without it, you'll be consumed by ma. It's dangerous. Is it different from the magic Papa used? It's a precursor technique. Kaijutsu manipulates the magical power within the body. Afterward, you'll learn a technique called Shijutsu, which allows you to release magical power outside the body, and then you'll be able to use magic. Magic suddenly seems complicated. Kaijutsu and Shijutsu? I have no idea what's going on. I thought magic would be easier to use. Seeing my expression darken, my father laughed heartily. Haha, don't worry. We'll start practicing kaijutsu soon. Take your time, and if you can use it by the time you're 5, that'll be good enough. There's no need to rush to master it. If I can use kaijutsu at 4, can I go outside? I couldn't quite get the words out smoothly, but it seems like my father understood what I meant about kaijutsu and raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Yeah, once you get the hang of it. Then, he scooped me up. Did you hear that, Keida? Itsuki is going to learn kaijutsu. Yes, I heard. I understand why you're enthusiastic about Itsuki. But don't overwhelm him too much. Yeah, I know. But, Keida, Itsuki was a prodigy with kaijutsu even at just 1 month old. Oh, please. That could have been a fluke. Besides, hyping him up too much will make us a laughingstock, you know? Yeah. But, still, I believe Itsuki is a genius. My mother, unlike my father, who's known as a yakuza, is a slender Japanese beauty. Seeing my father being persuaded by such a woman makes me realize that people truly can't judge by appearances. By the way, it was always the technique I've been using, wasn't it? Intentionally causing mana to devour or continuously moving mana within my body to store it. Considering what my father said, that must be kaijutsu. Magic. Huh. I've somehow overcome the first step to using magic without even realizing it. What surprised me was that there was another method to release mana from the body besides that. I didn't know. I always thought defecating was the only way to release mana from the body. But, thinking calmly, it's only natural to think of other methods to release mana if you're going to use magic. Why was I so fixated on defecating? As I passed through the gate of the Kanzatsuki family, I was greeted by a grand staircase. A stone staircase at the gate. What kind of family is the Kanzatsuki family, with a staircase resembling the entrance to a shrine? As I was taken aback by it, my mother gently spoke to me from the side. It's your first time seeing a stone staircase, Itsuki. Surprised, aren't you? Can you climb it by yourself? I can climb it. When my mother expressed concern, I nodded vigorously. But, I'll probably be the first and last to think about defecating when passing through such a splendid gate. Let me apologize in my heart, Itsuki. Besides you, there are other children from different families attending this Shichi-Go-San. Can you get along with them? Yeah, I'll get along. As I climbed the stairs, I nodded, but honestly, I felt nervous. After all, I'm shy. Well, the other kid is the same age as me, right? Then it's weird to be nervous. Surely, the other families are undoubtedly families of exorcists, overcoming mana devouring. I wonder what kind of children will come? Maybe they'll be cute and mischievous kids. It would be nice if they were cute. I believe the families attending this time are the Satsuki family and the Shimatsuki family, right? Yeah. Since the Shimatsuki family has a child born early like Itsuki, the Satsuki family's child will be younger. It's unlikely that all 3 families are the same age, right? Yeah, and both families have daughters. I see. So they haven't been blessed with boys yet. I heard there's talk of taking in concubines or adopting sons. That sounds tough. As I climbed the stone staircase, the adults continue their conversation around me. Coming towards me are 2 girls. Both of them are girls. It's not that I feel intimidated just because they're girls. Rather, what's bothering me is my mother's words about not being blessed with boys. Exorcists are fundamentally patriarchal. Or rather, it's more accurate to say they adhere to a patriarchal system. In other words, They strongly preserve traditional Japanese customs. So, generally, the eldest son inherits the family. It seems that girls can't inherit. Wait, did my father just mention concubines? Concubines they're like another wife, right? Are they really practicing polygamy? Honestly, for someone like me who has never even held hands with anyone other than my mother, it's an unbelievable concept. And is it even legal to do that in modern Japan? Isn't it a crime? With such turmoil in my mind, I leap over the last staircase. I made it. As I reach the top, a man in a black suit, different from the driver, stands before me. The driver was young, but this man looks a bit older. We've been expecting you. Members of the Kanzatsuki family. The members of the Satsuki and Shimatsuki families are already waiting. Sorry for the delay. Shall we hurry? Itsuki. It seems we were the last ones, so my father's pace quickens slightly. Feeling guilty for being late, I hasten my steps. The man in the black suit, departing from the grand mansion and the cobblestone path leading up to it, proceeds towards the back garden. Right this way. What are we doing? We're measuring the total mana capacity. This is something only the head of the Kanzatsuki family can do. Before I could ask specifically what we were doing, I caught sight of our destination. A wooden, square pedestal with flames blazing at its center. For a moment, it reminded me of a campfire, but the atmosphere was more like a ceremonial bonfire. Anyway, around this fiery pedestal stood representatives from the two families. You're late, Munakazu. Yeah, took you long enough. We've been waiting. The man addressing my father informally was slender, with a smile on his face, but like my father, he had a large scar running vertically down his rugged face. He was an exorcist. As he stood in the shadow of the more reserved man, a small girl stared at me intently. With long hair like a traditional Japanese doll, she quickly hid when I glanced back, clearly shy, just like me. On the other hand, there was a rougher, more uncouth man who also had the build of an exorcist. A girl was perched on his shoulders, but unlike the shy girl, she was pulling at her father's hair, clearly more outgoing. She seemed like an extrovert. Scary. As I observed these peers of mine for the first time in the mortal realm, a voice I hadn't noticed before cut through the air. Good, you're all here. Representatives from all three families. As a blonde woman dressed like a shrine maiden appeared, the exorcists tensed. A person of importance? Let's begin promptly. We have those without a full moon this afternoon. We'll go in the order of arrival. Hey, from the Shimatsuki family. Come over here. Without any explanation, the blonde woman arrogantly orders. Yet no one seems to question it, and the shy girl is lifted up by the scarred man. Then, the woman who seemed like her mother cuts a bit of her hair. Am I the only one not informed about anything? Toss it into the fire. Yes. And with that, her hair is thrown into the flame at the center, resembling a ceremonial bonfire. In an instant, whoosh, the flame erupts. Suddenly, it grows to the size of a two-story building. It's scorching hot. As I'm overwhelmed by the intensity of the flames, the blonde woman laughs. Not bad. Around the third tier. Thank you. I'm glad. After the scarred man gives his thanks, he gently strokes the girl's head. I see. They're determining something based on the size of the flame. Couldn't they make it more straightforward? Next, from the Satsuki family. Come on, Rin-chan. Get down. Yay. The girl being carried on the man's shoulders wriggles around. Laughing at her antics, the man carrying her talks to the woman standing next to him. I get it. You can stay up there. Mom, please. Okay. The woman, seeming resigned, cuts a bit of Rin-chan's hair and then tosses it into the fire like before. Whoosh! At that moment, flames leap up just like before, but this time, they're about twice the size of Aya-chan's. It's an unbelievable amount of fire. It's hot, and my eyes feel dry. So, they really do have that much mana. The Satsukis are at the fourth tier. This year's been quite fortunate. Smiling warmly, the blonde woman announces, last one, from the Kisaragi family. Yes, since I was the only one left, I enthusiastically greet them, prompting the blonde woman to shake her shoulders and laugh. Embarrassing. Itsuki. It's time to cut your hair. Yeah. As my father says this and places his hand on my hair, the sound of it being cut echoes in my ears. In that moment, I feel my heart involuntarily quickening. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? Because this Shichi-Go-San is a tangible manifestation of the results of all the training I've been doing. Yes, for the past 3 years, I've been putting in effort to increase my mana, to become stronger, to not die as an exorcist. And now, the results are being visualized in the size of the flames. For someone like me who has lived all their past lives on autopilot, this experience is completely new. Even during exams, I never felt this nervous. The thumping of my heart accelerates, pounding like a quick, short bell. It feels like my heart is being squeezed tightly. As my father approaches the pedestal, "Please grow up," I silently pray in my heart. And as my father tosses my hair into the flames, kaboom, there's a massive explosion. Whoa. Wow, it's like the deep bass you feel in your gut when you're watching fireworks up close. And then, the raging column of fire. I instinctively close my eyes due to the overwhelming force, but even after a while, the flames don't reach me. Cautiously, I open my eyes and see an invisible barrier in front of me, blocking the flames. And my father is the one creating that barrier, with threads extending from his hands. In the instant between tossing my hair into the flames and the explosion, he created a barrier. Itsuki, did you just call me Papa? No, I didn't, but I didn't say anything. I see, I must have misheard. But, just how much mana does you possess? The flames from burning my hair soar so high that it strains my neck. Unlike the young ladies from the Satsuki and Shimatsuki families, and even after some time, the fire shows no signs of calming down. If anything, it seems to be getting stronger. This is unexpected. Well, I also wanted my mana to increase since I worked hard for it, and I thought it'd be troublesome if it didn't. If it hadn't increased, I'd seriously be bummed out. I made sure to work hard every single day. But I never expected something like this to happen. It's not just me and my father who are taken aback. When the fire exploded, my mother instinctively covered me, and members of the Satsuki and Shimatsuki families, like my father, erected barriers. Everyone is simply staring at the column of flames. I wonder when the fire will finally die down, and in the next moment, just like pouring water over flames, the fire disappears. How mischievous of you, Kisaragi. Did you come last because you knew this would happen? I never imagined. I knew Itsuki was talented, but to this extent. Further responds to the blonde woman from the Kanzatsuki family with respect. It's obvious he's proud, but setting that aside, is this woman perhaps incredibly important? As I'm nervously contemplating, the woman smirks and laughs. If the fire won't subside, then it's unequivocally the 7th tier. This year truly is bountiful. No, it's not just bountiful, it's extraordinary. To encounter a genius like this once in a few hundred years. Hearing those words, the families of the Satsuki and Shimatsuki households suddenly become excited. What? The 7th tier is legendary. No, it's clear when you see it. It's exceptional. The exorcists spoke as if they were witnessing the illusion of the vanished flames, saying, "You've been hiding quite the thing, Suichiro. I thought you were just a doting parent." With a half-hearted laugh, I tapped my father's shoulder. He returned the gesture with a nonchalant expression, so I pondered over my mana level. It seems that the 7th tier is indicative of my mana level, but I have no idea what the criteria for these tiers are. Rin-chan from the Satsuki family seemed to be in the 4th tier, but the amount of flames was completely different. Yet, there's only a difference of 3 tiers between us. How are they measuring this? Since I was completely clueless about this, I tugged at my mother's arm, who seemed absent-minded. "Mom, what's the 7th tier?" "Itsuki, you haven't taught since child?" Though I asked my mother, the response came from the blonde woman of the Kanzatsuki family. But whether it's my mother or the blonde shrine maiden, it doesn't matter to me as long as I can get an explanation. So I nodded. "I'll tell you. The total amount of mana is directly linked to the exorcist's power. Therefore, we measure mana levels in 6 stages, from the 1st tier to the 6th tier." 6? I'm 7, though. Right, Itsuki. Exorcists are aware that their mana levels remain unchanged from birth to death. Therefore, exorcists are associated with these 6 tiers until they die. You can think of it like this: with each tier increase, mana levels multiply by approximately 30 times. It was created by the Kanzatsuki clan in ancient times, a technique to derive human mana levels. Well, you don't need to dwell on the details. Just think that with each 2-tier increase, the level increases by approximately 900 times. So the second tier is roughly 30 times the first tier, and the third tier is 900 times the first tier. They have a strange way of measuring. Many exorcists are in the first or second tier. Occasionally, geniuses are born in the third or fourth tier. Those in the 5th tier or higher are born only once every dozen years or so. So, geniuses like Rin-chan and Aya-chan, who are measured before me in the 3rd or 4th tier. I see. That's why the phrase "this year is bountiful" came up after all measurements were done. Moreover, the difference between me and Rin-chan is roughly 3,000 times. It's hard to believe. Is there really such a difference in mana levels? As I pondered over the numbers in my head, I glanced at my father, whose mana level I had begun to question. He proudly declared, "I'm in the 5th tier." That's right. Suichiro is in the 5th tier. Even this is a talent that appears once every dozen years. Seriously? My dad is amazing. As I was absorbed in unexpected information, the blonde shrine maiden continued. However, extremely rarely, once every few hundred years, individuals are born with unbelievably high mana. They are outliers who even our magic cannot measure accurately. These outliers are designated as the 7th tier. They possess bottomless mana. But, the 7th tier, yes. This is truly a sight to behold. Yeah. I gripped my hand tightly because I was happy. An indescribable sense of accomplishment slowly filled my heart. After all, I had been training for 3 years straight. 3 years. The training I had tirelessly pursued had finally paid off like this. There was no way I wouldn't be happy. Certainly, I might have gone a bit overboard. But both my father and the blonde shrine maiden said that mana levels are directly linked to the power of exorcists. So I think it's just right. After all, in my past life, I lived a life completely devoid of monsters or even fights. But now, as an exorcist with a high mortality rate, I need to become as strong as possible without overdoing it. Even with training and magical powers. Otherwise, I'll die. I don't want to die anymore. It would be a shame to lose such a talent. Protect him well, Suichiro. Of course. Yes, that's a good response. I still wasn't used to my father speaking in polite language, and as I pondered that, the blonde shrine maiden bent down and met my gaze. What's your name, child? Itsuki. I see, Itsuki. Hold on to this charm. With that, she retrieved a charm from the white robe at her chest and handed it to me. What's this? This is called a demon sealing charm. It can exorcise weak demons on its own. It's a charm infused with powerful magic. Keep it with you at all times. Got it. I took the demon sealing charm from the shrine maiden and then felt a nudge from my mother. Itsuki, what do you say when someone gives you something? Thank you. That's a good response. The shrine maiden chuckled and continued. Listen, Itsuki. That charm will protect you no matter what. If you don't want to die, never let go of it. That sounded ominous, didn't it? Excuse me. What is it? Why would I die if I don't have the charm? Ordinary barriers can conceal mana levels up to the 6th rank. However, the output of a 7th rank mana is so powerful that it can bypass ordinary barriers and be fully exposed to demons. Therefore, Itsuki, if you use magic, you'll attract many demons. Well, of course. Demons are drawn to human mana. It's only logical that if you possess so much mana, you'll be targeted by demons. Wait a minute. That's just wrong. I increased my mana to avoid dying. This is turning things upside down. That charm is your lifeline. Remember, never discard it, no matter what. Okay. Feeling the blood drain from my face, I rushed over to my father. Dad, don't worry, son. I'll protect you, no matter what. With a smile, my father embraced me. But that's not enough. I can't always be the one protected. If I can't defend myself, I won't be able to fight back if something happens. Age doesn't matter. After all, in my past life, I died from a random attack as an adult. First and foremost, I need to acquire the power to protect myself. So, while still held in my father's embrace, I said, "Dad, teach me magic." Chapter 4 Special Training, How to Use Magic. Itsuki, are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. The morning after Shichi-Go-San, I changed into a children's training outfit and faced my father alone in the dojo. At the Shichi-Go-San ceremony, I had begged my father to teach me magic, and apparently, he intended to do so after the ceremony. So, things progressed smoothly. By the way, this dojo is in the Kisaragi family's residence, a place my mother had always told me not to visit. Seriously, what kind of family is this? All right, that's a good greeting. Now, before I start teaching you magic, there's one thing you must remember. Huh? When I'm teaching you magic, you must address me as master. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Of course, I'm not the only one wearing a training outfit. My father, who is muscular and robust, is also sitting in front of me in a pure white training outfit. Calling such a father master is truly fitting. For someone like me who spent my previous life not only avoiding sports clubs but even joining any clubs at all, spending time in the home club, it's a first-time experience. With my excitement rising, I opened my mouth. Master. Even though I called out to him, my master's expression is not great. Why is that? Let's stop that. Instead of master, just call me dad. What was that about just now? Now, let's start practicing magic. The first thing we'll do is the kaijutsu technique. First, focus your consciousness below your navel. When you say below the navel, you mean that place, right? It's where magic power accumulates automatically if I don't do anything. I don't know why it accumulates here, but it's been like this since I was born. Probably, this is where the vessel for magic power is located, the warm place in our stomach. That's right. That's called the tendon. Oh, so this is it. I've heard the name before, but it's an existence whose actual location I didn't know. Feeling the satisfaction of knowledge linking with reality, my father continued. The technique of spreading the heat there throughout your body is called the kaijutsu technique. You might not be able to do it at first, but don't worry. Even ordinary exorcists usually learn it by the age of 5. It's not something you can master today or tomorrow. So, today let's start with sensing the magic power throughout your body. I can do it. Look. Saying that, I showed my stomach to my father. But calling this being able to do it might be a bit misleading. After all, I've been using it from the beginning. Is it really spreading throughout your entire body? Even to the tips of your fingers, or the ends of your hair? Yeah, I can do it. With magic power circulating throughout my entire body. In a state of using the kaijutsu, I extend my hand to my father. He seems slightly taken aback as he grips my hand and murmurs, "It's soft." Are you getting this information? Touching my hand for a while with an expression of disbelief, my father nods. It's true, you're able to do it. Even my hair, as I say this and lean my head forward, my father instinctively strokes it. No, not like that. After touching my head for a while, my father senses the magic power flowing through each strand of hair, then stands up energetically. Kada, this is incredible. Itsuki is a genius. And with that momentum, he rushes over to where my mother is. Master, what about training? Just as I start to feel perplexed, the sound of footsteps doubles as my father returns. What's wrong, Suichiro-san? Itsuki is already at the 7th rank. He's been a genius for a while now, hasn't he? No, it's not like that. It is, but it's not. Itsuki used the kaijutsu immediately after being taught. What? While my father's voice remains as loud as ever, my mother's returning voice is just as loud. Itsuki, did you really use the kaijutsu? Yeah, I did. Look, I spread my arms to show my entire body to my mother. Seeing me like this, my mother hesitantly lifts me up, appearing fearful. He really can do it. Those were my mother's quiet words, but witnessing their method of sensing magic power by touch, I realized something. It seems both my father and mother are able to sense the flow of magic power throughout their bodies by touching. Come to think of it, when my father held me for the first time after I was born, I remember feeling a warm and familiar sensation inside my body. Perhaps, for exorcists, it's normal to sense magic power by touch. To think you can use the kaijutsu at 3 years old. I've never heard of such a thing. This might be a genius unprecedented in the history of the Kisaragi family, let alone exorcists. Oh no. My father's over-the-top pride is starting to kick in. Once this switch flips, he'll keep praising me for a while, and it won't be productive for practicing magic. So, I grab my father's training outfit and say, "Hey, if I can use the kaijutsu, then next is the shijutsu." The shijutsu, with my intervention, forcibly turning off the overbearing pride switch. My father continues, sitting down. "Itsuki, reach out your hand. Gather magic power in your palm." Having circulated magic power throughout my entire body, I now gather it in the palm of my right hand. Squeezing tightly, the magic power that had spread throughout my body converges into one spot, becoming an overwhelming heat. Turn the gathered magic power into threads and release it outward. Following his instructions, I try to twist and manipulate the magic power gathered in my palm to release it outward. But, how's it going? It's not coming out. It's completely stuck, like a solid lump of stone, refusing to budge. It seems using the shijutsu isn't so easy. I want to try again. Very well. We have plenty of time. Keep trying until you get it. I dissolve the solidified magic power in my palm and circulate it throughout my body again. When stuck, it's time to reset. Take a deep breath. Gather magic power in my palm once more. How's it going? Magic power is indeed gathered in my palm. I can manage that much, but it won't come out. Despite practicing for several tens of minutes with my father's advice, I still can't seem to get it right and end up lying down in frustration. Seeing me like this, my father gently speaks up. The shijutsu is typically learned between the ages of 5 and 7. It's no problem if 3-year-old Itsuki can't use it yet. Let's not rush it and take it slowly. Yes, that's right. Today's practice ends here. I sense that my father has noticed I've hit a wall, so he calls an end to today's training. I see. So, the shijutsu takes 2 years to learn. Well, it's okay if I can't do it right away. No, that won't do. Other exorcists might be fine with that, but I'm at the 7th rank in terms of magic power. I have more magic power than most people, which makes me a target for monsters. Both my father and the people from the Kanzatsuki family have said so. If I do the same things as other exorcists who are already at high risk of dying, I'll be targeted even more, and I'll be killed quickly. I need to do something about this. As my father changes out of his training outfit, I follow suit. Itsuki, you see, Papa has work starting tomorrow. I've accumulated quite a bit of work from taking yesterday and today off. Can't exorcists even take 2 days off? So, if we're going to practice magic starting tomorrow, it'll have to be in the evening. Can you handle that? Good boy. My father strokes my head, but as someone who was a working adult in my past life, I know that sometimes work can't be avoided no matter how much you want to. But that's right. He won't be home. It might be lonely without Papa around, but you need to support Mama. You're a boy, after all. Leave it to me. I reply like that, but without saying a word. I make up my mind. If Dad's not around, I'll have to train on my own. So, I decided to start self-training for the shijutsu. But even though I say start, the first step is to get the magic power out of my body. So, I tried various methods, such as gathering magic power in my hand, at the tips of my hair, or even in my mouth, all aiming to release it outside my body. However, none of it worked at all. I thought it would be easy to just release it outside my body, but I really couldn't do it. I tried everything, even when sleeping, waking up, or even in the bath, but the magic power only seemed to come out when I tried to release something else from my body. Continuing this practice, unsure if there was any progress or not, about a month passed. It was a rare occurrence to see my mother in my room, tapping on her smartphone. She suddenly looked up and told me, Your father has work tomorrow. Huh? But he said he had a day off. Well, he got a sudden job offer. Hearing that from my mother, I couldn't help but feel crestfallen. Exorcist work comes in unexpectedly. I knew that from past experience, but I told him we'd practice magic together tomorrow. Dad was really concerned about that too. So, he asked a friend. A friend? Yeah. Tomorrow, someone's coming over to teach Itsuki magic. I've never met any of Dad's friends before. Since I've never met them, it'll be a first meeting. I feel a bit intimidated. But if it's someone Dad knows who'll teach me magic, they must be an exorcist, so there's no time to feel intimidated. I need to learn properly. So, I pumped myself up for the next day. Coming to our house was the head of the Shimatsuki family. He was tall and slender, quite the handsome guy, even taller than my father, who's 185 centimeters, with messy black hair and a youthful face that could easily pass for a college student, if not for the scars on his face. It's understandable for an exorcist to have scars, but it's still intimidating. If he walked down the street, people might mistake him for someone from the underworld. But it's not our first meeting. Yes, the person who came was the one I met at Shichi-Go-San. His name seems to be Renji-san. I wonder how it's written in kanji. By the way, Aya-chan, the Japanese doll-like girl from the Shimatsuki family, also came along. But when they arrived, Aya, won't you say hello to Itsuki-kun? Sorry. Aya is shy around new people. Aya-chan completely hides behind Renji-san and refuses to come out. It feels like she dislikes me, and it's painful. Well then, let's get started with the magic practice right away. Suichiro told me that Itsuki-kun is already practicing the Shijutsu, right? Yeah. But I still can't do it at all. Well, the Shijutsu is something you start at 5 years old, so it's not strange if you can't do it at 3. Renji-san says with a smile, squinting his eyes. Combined with the scars, he's unbelievably intimidating. If I wasn't used to my father, I might have started crying. But if you can learn it quickly, that's even better. The number of threads you can control simultaneously becomes the same as the number of spells you can cast at once. So, it's better to ingrain the sensation of controlling threads in your body quickly. Being able to use multiple threads means you have to manage more actions at once. After saying that, Renji-san continued with a but. Being able to produce many threads also means you're more prone to running out of magic power. There are pros and cons to it. Oh. Do you understand pros and cons? Yeah. You're smart. Going back to the point, regular exorcists can control about 3 to 4 threads simultaneously. Anything more than that isn't efficient from a magic power consumption standpoint. But, since Itsuki-kun is at the 7th rank, does it matter for you? How many threads can you produce, Renji-san? I can manage up to around 12 at most. But, normally, I don't choose that many. There's no point in using them. I see. Well, talking about that now is irrelevant. Let's start practicing the Shijutsu. As Renji-san said that, he moved Aya-chan away and made her sit next to me. Suichiro probably mentioned this too, but both the Shijutsu and the Kaijutsu are prerequisites for using magic. You need to master these before moving on to practicing actual magic. Aya-chan, let's follow Itsuki-kun's lead and start practicing magic. Okay. Aya-chan replied briefly, but she didn't even look at me. Well then, let's start with the Kaijutsu. Circulate magic power throughout your whole body. I obediently moved the magic power as instructed. This was something I also did when practicing with my father, a warm-up exercise before using magic. I understood it as something similar to athletes warming up before a match, as it was explained to me in that way. Wow. So you can really use the Kaijutsu? Yeah, I can. Surprised by my immediate use of the Kaijutsu, Renji-san muttered with a hint of amazement. He then shifted his gaze to Aya-chan beside me. What about Aya-chan? Can't. Though her expression was partly obscured by her hair, Aya-chan seemed to be straining a bit. But, from that expression, it didn't seem like things were going very well for her. Aya-chan should focus on sensing magic power as usual. Itsuki-kun, shall we move on to practicing Shijutsu? Saying so, Renji-san stepped forward in front of me. From Renji-san's tone, it seemed like it's normal for Ai-chan to still be unable to sense magic power. Is that the usual progression? I'd like to see how much Itsuki-kun can use at this point. Could you try using the Shijutsu? As instructed, I gathered magic power in my palm, but it didn't form threads. While touching my palm, Renji-san wore a grim expression. You don't seem like a typical 3-year-old in magic manipulation, but you can't make them appear externally. Yeah. No matter what I do, I can't. That's what I explained to Renji-san, but it was a lie. I had actually succeeded once during the month of practicing magic. However, it wasn't from my hands. The first time I succeeded in using Shijutsu was from my buttocks. Understanding that the Shijutsu involved externalizing and controlling magic power, I tried to release magic power externally during the usual training for elimination, attempting to make threads come out. So, in other words, my first successful Shijutsu was born out of twisting that. It was a big success, but could I tell my parents about something like that? There's no way I could. So, I still pretend that the Shijutsu hasn't succeeded yet, and I don't even want to consider that a success. That's why I stick with the idea that I haven't done it yet. I've heard about not being able to control magic power once it's outside, but I've never heard of it not coming out at all. Huh? You haven't heard that from Suichiro? Usually, when it comes to Shijutsu practice, the training involves turning magic power into threads. It's common for the magic power to come out but not be able to control it once it's out. So, for Itsuki-kun, how should I teach this? As Renji-san pondered this, I couldn't help but interrupt. Renji-san, where does magic power come out from in the body? It comes out from the whole body. If it doesn't come out, you can't make threads, right? Renji-san said while showing me his palm. Does Itsuki-kun have true eyesight? In that case, how about this? Can you see it? Yeah, I can see it. As Renji-san said that, he showed me the threads he had extended from his palm. How is that happening? I couldn't help but tilt my head. How is magic power coming out from inside the body without any holes? And how is it even coming out in the first place? Huh? Could it be that Itsuki-kun thinks the magic power isn't coming out because it's inside the body? Why yeah, magic power is really small, you know? That's why it comes out from inside the body. Look, sweat comes out from the body too, right? It's the same thing. I sort of understood, yet sort of didn't. While pondering this half-baked explanation, I slowly focused my consciousness on the magic power gathered in my palm. There, my magic power was condensed and hot. Could it be that I'm imagining it wrong? Both my father and Renji-san just told me to gather magic power in my hands, so I had prepared it by compacting the magic power. But maybe that's not the right approach. Perhaps I need to manipulate magic power in smaller units. Like mist, for example. I began breaking down the magic power into smaller units, repeating the process multiple times. Then, I imagined moving the magic power as if it were seeping out from my hand, surrounded by a mist-like aura. In that moment, the magic power that had been stagnant in my hand overflowed. Wow! It came out. Huh? Though I heard Renji-san's astonished voice, I couldn't afford to react. I quickly pulled the magic power back to my hand before I could forget the sensation of it coming out, twisted it, and turned it into threads. I had already experienced this once when I released magic power from my body, so the second time, I could turn it into threads without hesitation. Renji-san. I did it. Look. As I watched my magic power turn into threads, I presented my palm to Renji-san. Look, now I can use the Shijutsu. Renji-san turned the threads into lenses in front of his eyes and looked at me. His breath caught as he looked at me. It's true. They've turned into threads. I did it. I did it. Receiving Renji-san's approval, I couldn't help but bounce in place. What I couldn't do for a month suddenly became possible. It's definitely a happy moment. As I bounced around in excitement, Renji-san shrugged and muttered, I didn't expect you to be able to use it so quickly. I also didn't expect that simply changing my mindset after being stuck for a month would make it so easy. Come to think of it, if it didn't work once, I should have tried changing my approach. It's obvious that doing the same thing repeatedly won't lead to success. While I was reflecting on my own next to the surprised Renji-san, Ayat-chan suddenly collapsed. Yay! Ayat-chan. What's wrong? I don't want to practice anymore. Ayat-chan thrashed around while still lying down. I thought she was shy, but she's more daring than I imagined. You don't understand. It's not fun. I want to read a picture book. Hey, Ayat-chan. If you don't learn magic, you won't become a princess. Renji-san scolded the struggling Ayat-chan. Yeah, that's right. This is how 3-year-olds normally behave. Concentrate on your belly button. That's where the heat is coming from. I don't get it. Daddy always says that. It's not fun. Renji-san's explanation is probably a common one when exorcists teach kaijutsu. I remember my father saying something similar. But when you think about it calmly, asking a 3-year-old to sit still and concentrate isn't exactly fun, and practicing magic probably isn't enjoyable either. Maybe practicing this technique until the age of 5 also serves as concentration training? That seems plausible. Hey, Ayachan. When I called her name, Ayachan stopped thrashing and looked at me. She seemed reluctant to suddenly quiet down after thrashing around earlier, but she wasn't comfortable enough to complain to me, someone she's barely met. I just received an opportunity to learn thread manipulation from Renji-san. I want to give Ayachan something similar, like a chance. So I reached out my hand to Ayachan. Hey, Ayachan, can you lend me your hand? My hand. As Ayachan took my hand, I gathered my body's magic into my palm. Wow, it's warm. It'll make the warmth go away, I said, and dispersed the magic gathered in my palm throughout my body. If I can use kaijutsu, anyone can manipulate the magic within their body. Wow, amazing. Itsuki-kun. You're amazing. It's pretty cool, right? Can you do it again? With Ayachan's excitement, I gather magic once again. Ayachan squeezes my hand tightly, feeling the warmth of the magic, and lets out a wow. Before Ayachan's interest in my hand fades, I reach out and touch her stomach. Hey, is there magic in your belly too? Wow, there is. There's magic in my belly too. Ayachan tilts her head for a moment. Then her eyes widen as she notices the magic in the depths of her belly. That's magic. Wow. This. Ayachan puts her hand on her belly, looking at it curiously. Then, while gazing at her belly, she asks, what do I do with this? Ayachan, you need to let it flow through your whole body. But it's Renji-san who answers, finally starting the practice of kaijutsu. I watch this unfold and silently nod to myself. Yeah, that's how it should be. Ayachan, you need to let it flow through your whole body. Learning this is like riding a bike. Once you get the hang of it, you don't forget, but it takes time to realize. So, feeling the warmth of magic should speed up the process. My hypothesis proved correct, so I feel a bit proud. As I'm lost in thought, Ayachan grabs my hand. Itsuki-kun. Itsuki-kun. How do I do it? Huh? Which one? Kaijutsu. How do I do it? Ayachan pulls my hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ayachan, weren't you supposed to dislike practicing magic? Maybe it's best if Ayachan's dad teaches you? No, Daddy will get mad. I sneak a glance at Renji-san, who just smiles wryly and shrugs his shoulders. I see, he's leaving it to me to teach. Hey, Ayachan. There's magic in your belly, right? Yeah. Can you move it? How do I do that? How do you do it? I hadn't thought about it before, but it's a matter of sensation, just like feeling the warmth of magic. So, I place my hand on Ayachan's belly and concentrate on the magic. With a puzzled expression, Ayachan stares at me while I keep my hand on her belly. You need to move this. Like this. As I say this, I slowly move my hand where I've concentrated the magic. The magic within Ayachan's belly moves slowly, as if adjusting to my warmth. Once you understand how magic moves, it becomes easy to manipulate. Itsuki-kun. What's that? What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I thought Renji-san might scold me for touching Ayachan's belly too much, but he doesn't. Instead, he seems to want to say something, but then he closes his mouth and falls silent, lost in thought. Since Renji-san doesn't scold me, I return to helping Aya-chan with her magic training. I move my hand, manipulating the magic within her body. This is fun. The magic is moving. Really? That's great. Feeling happy that Aya-chan enjoys what I'm doing, I can't help but smile. Having fun is the most important thing after all. That's how you move the magic within your body, and it becomes kaijutsu, I explain, glancing at Renji-san. That's right. Just as Itsuki-kun says, Renji-san replies. He nods in agreement and then looks at Aya-chan. How about it, Aya-chan? Can you move the magic? Yeah. Look, if it's moving, then it should be fine. Without saying anything further, Renji-san glances at the clock. I follow suit and notice that it's been about 20 minutes since we started practicing. Well then, let's call it a day for now. We'll continue tomorrow. Huh? Already? Surprised by my question, Renji-san looks wide-eyed. You really love practicing magic, Itsuki-kun. That's amazing. Is it? After hearing Renji-san's words, I scold myself. It's not really amazing. If I don't practice magic, I'll just die, that's all. Yeah, it's not that common for kids to love practicing magic. Well, there are a few, but, yeah, it's not normal. I see. I nod involuntarily, and Renji-san smiles at Aya-chan. You hate it, don't you? I hate it. Aya-chan nods without hesitation. Impressive. She's unwavering. It might be something like studying, practicing magic. Most people dislike it, but there are a few who like it. So, just by doing it, it seems like I'm doing something great, huh? That seems to be the case. As I was feeling disappointed that the practice ended so soon, Renji-san continued with a smile. And it seems like you not only love magic but also have a talent for teaching. Is that so? I'm not sure about that. Rather than having a talent for teaching, I simply told Aya-chan what I noticed during my magic practice. I'd like you to continue being friends with Aya-chan from now on. Yeah, friends. When Renji-san said that, I quickly nodded. In my past life, I didn't have any friends at all. So in this life, I want to make more friends. And I couldn't overlook the declaration of wanting to become friends with parental approval. Well then, shall we go home, Aya-chan? No. Huh? Don't you want to? Itsuki-kun, let's do that thing again. Aya-chan, who jumped in with enthusiasm, pushed me down. What thing are you talking about? Renji-san pulled Aya-chan away from me. And just as we were about to leave, my mother called out to us. She suggested we have tea together, so Aya-chan and I had pudding, and Renji-san was treated to a steamed bun. Bitter. Itsuki-kun. Use magic on my stomach, huh? Yeah, okay. Aya-chan, who had finished her pudding with great force, came over to me, so I gathered magic in my hand and touched her stomach with it. I don't really understand why, but Aya-chan seems to like it. Why is that? As we watched each other playing with magic like that, Renji-san muttered quietly, Itsuki-kun is amazing. Amazing? Yes, he's been able to use spellcraft since he was 3, and he already mastered threadwork in today's practice. It's understandable why Suichiro takes an interest in him. I can't help but be excited about Itsuki-kun's future. I rarely see my mother talking to anyone other than my father and me, so my attention instinctively shifts that way. Plus, it feels good to be complimented within earshot. It's a common phenomenon among adults. They rarely receive praise for trivial matters. Being praised without doing much is a privilege reserved mainly for children. Well, I haven't done nothing. Surely, before long, Itsuki-kun will become a renowned exorcist representing Japan. Is that so? You don't seem too enthusiastic. Yeah, I know I'm being selfish, though. While my admiration for Renji-san, who seems to only have words of praise for me whenever he speaks, continues to skyrocket, my mother quietly, almost inaudibly, speaks up. I don't want Itsuki to become an exorcist. I understand. It's impossible, isn't it? Being the eldest son of the Kisaragi family and holding the 7th rank, Itsuki has no choice but to become an exorcist. But I don't want him to enter such a dangerous world. So, this is my selfishness. As my mother's words suddenly reach me while playing with Aya-chan, I find myself at a loss for words and then pretend I didn't hear. I didn't know how to react anyway. So, I averted my ears from Renji-san and my mother's conversation and continued playing with Aya-chan. After a while, Renji-san stands up abruptly. I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave here. Aya-chan, shall we go home? Aya-chan brushes off Renji-san's offered hand. What's wrong? I still want to play with Itsuki. Huh? If you keep saying that, you'll be bothering Itsuki. No, I won't. I want to play more. Aya-chan struggles and wriggles. It's nice that she seems reluctant to part, but she's being too unruly. Aren't you supposed to be shy around strangers? Say bye to Itsuki-kun. Can I come again? Who knows? It depends on whether Itsuki-kun says it's okay. When Renji-san says that, Aya-chan leans in close to my face. Can we play again? Yeah, of course. Yay. Bye-bye. See you later, Itsuki-kun. See you, Aya-chan. With a radiant smile, Aya-chan leaves with Renji-san. Even though we only played together for a short time, I didn't expect her to be so delighted. I savor the joy that suddenly springs up in my heart. Itsuki, did you enjoy practicing magic with Renji-san? It was fun. Then, make sure to tell Papa about it later. Yeah. Renji-san and the others have left, but it's still early afternoon. There's time until evening, and if there's time, there's nothing else to do but practice magic. It's self-training. Next to my mother, who starts washing glasses in the kitchen, I begin practicing creating threads of magical energy. Gathering magic in my palm and imagining it as mist, I shape it into a thread. All right. I can do it properly. I've got the hang of the feeling. Having suddenly become able to do something I couldn't do for over a month, I feel a bit overwhelmed by the sensation of being able to do it. But I think I'll get used to it with a bit more practice. It was the same when I practiced kaijutsu. Once I can make one thread, the next step is to produce two threads simultaneously. With threads emanating from my right hand, I gather magical energy on the left side. But it's quite challenging. I have to divide and manipulate the magic within my body. It's that feeling of doing completely different things with my right and left hands. The moment I try to emit magical energy from my left hand with a misty image in mind, the threads from my right hand also turn into mist along with it. Seriously? This is pretty difficult. I'll try again. This time, I decide to create threads simultaneously with both hands. I release magical energy from both palms at the same time and turn them into threads. Thinking, how about this? I try it, but this time, the threads don't form. Using multiple threads seems quite difficult, isn't it? But ordinary exorcists apparently use 3 or 4 threads, so maybe it's just a matter of practice. Okay, let's try again. Just as I resume practicing, my mother finishes washing the glasses and turns off the faucet. Then, as she tries to wipe off the water from the glasses with a dishcloth, my mother's hand slips, and the glass falls. As I watch the glass fall from her hand to the ground, I instinctively reach out my hand. Of course, there's no way I could reach it like that. There's no way I could reach it, but unconsciously, as I reach out my hand, I also extend a thread of magic. As the thread extends towards the falling glass, it entangles around it, and the glass stops abruptly in midair. It stopped. Almost simultaneously with the relief of the ceramic glass not breaking, I accept the reality of the thread stopping the glass. Wait, it stopped. With a thread. Thank you, Itsuki. You're welcome. As my mother, who quickly regained her composure, takes the glass that's suspended in midair, I release the thread. While watching my mother wipe the wet glass, I ponder the new potential uses of the thread. It seems like it would be better to quickly learn to use a second thread. Chapter 5 Meeting, Encounter, Acquisition. I've spent 2 years practicing kaijutsu and shijutsu in preparation for life as an exorcist. Unlike other exorcists, if I let my magical power leak even a little, monsters will attack me. Therefore, I had to desperately polish the technique of keeping magical power inside my body. There's a reason why I practiced both shijutsu and kaijutsu. By accumulating the basics of magic control before using the shijutsu, I became able to produce quite a number of threads simultaneously. At first, I could only produce one thread, but eventually, I managed to with both hands. From there, I worked hard to produce 4, then 8, then matched the number of fingers on both hands with 10. Gradually, the number of threads I could use increased to 24 through continuous practice. I repeated this practice little by little every day, but today, practice is on hold for a while because it's the Shichi-Go-San festival. Hey, Mum. Is Ayat-chan coming today? Yeah, of course she is. Yay, the Shichi-Go-San festival is held at ages 3, 5, and 7, hence the name, naturally. Now that I've turned 5, I'll be going to the Shichi-Go-San ceremony. Last time was a measurement of magical power, but this time, it seems I'll be showing myself to the other heads of households. Then there's some kind of gathering for the adults afterward. Walking behind my father, I approach the gate, where the driver who I haven't seen in 2 years is standing. Long time no see. Please, get in. Yes. As I got into the car, the driver opened for me. My heart raced a bit. And for good reason. After all, it had been 2 years since I last went outside. In other words, it had been 2 years since the Shichi-Go-San festival. Unlike Ayat-chan, I couldn't easily go outside from this house. If I left the house, which was protected by a weak kaito, I'd be attacked by monsters. The driver, making sure everyone was seated, started the car. As we slowly accelerated and entered the residential area, my father and the driver sitting in the passenger seat began exchanging words. I've heard rumors about your son. They say he mastered the shijutsu at the age of 3. Yes, he's such a genius that I can hardly believe he's my own child. Really? Even compared to Suichiru-sama, Itsuki is at the 7th tier. He's a genius once in a few hundred years. I'm nowhere near his level. You're being too modest. Through the rearview mirror, I could see the driver's slightly strained expression. I've only vaguely heard from Renji-san and my mother, but it seems my father is strong. And not just strong in a mediocre way. Incredibly strong. My father doesn't boast about his strength in front of me, so I only know from hearsay. But in the world of exorcists, where it's said you should operate with 2 or more people, there are also rumors that he works alone. So, maybe he really is strong, not just by rumor. As this conversation unfolded, the car left the residential area and entered the main road, then passed through the interchange. So, has Itsuki-sama already started practicing magic? No, he's still focused on basic training for now. After all, the basics are the most important. Behind my father, I couldn't help but make a bitter expression. Actually, this is something I've been keeping secret from everyone, but I secretly practice magic late at night when everyone is asleep. I apologize for my amateur thoughts, but I feel it's a waste for Itsuki-sama not to learn magic. I believe it's a time for him to focus on mastering magic control. You can learn magic anytime, but the difference lies in whether you've been practicing magic control since childhood or not. Is that so? The car passed through the etc. lane and onto the highway. Acceleration. The scenery outside the window suddenly rushed backward at an incredible speed. The sense of magic control can be honed during childhood. Many professional athletes have been exposed to their sports since they were young, right? I see. Indeed, that's what Suichiru-sama says. Despite such conversation, I diverted my gaze from the window. Just when I thought I could enjoy the outside scenery, the soundproof walls blocked the view. Momentarily, I thought, what a shame. Welcome from the outside into the inside. As the voice boomed, the soundproof walls burst. Boom. The explosion echoed to the depths of my stomach. As the soundproof walls were demolished from the outside towards the inside, shards flew towards the car we were in. Oh! I quickly extended a thread with shijutsu and stopped them. In an instant, the debris hung motionless in the air. The car ahead passed through safely. It was a split-second action, but I made it in time. While relieved that I had saved someone's life, I dropped the debris towards the central reservation to prevent it from hitting other cars. As the massive pieces hit the ground with a thud, at the same time, I heard the sound of monsters approaching. "Customers are gods," said a hairy beast running alongside the car at 120 kilometers per hour. It looked somewhat like a wolf, but with 4 eyes and a body as big as a truck. It was definitely not an animal. It was a monster. If that's the case, then everyone's a god. I'm a god. You're a god. Hee hee. To think monsters of this level would appear. My father, sitting in the passenger seat, sighed but remained calm as he began to refine his magical power. In the midst of this, I interjected. "Wait, Dad. What is it? I want to try." "What?" My father turned to me unexpectedly. His eyes seemed to say, "What are you talking about?" I could understand my father's hesitation. After all, I had only been taught the basics of magic control. "Dad hasn't taught you magic yet." "Yeah, but I've seen you use it before." "Ah." My father hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right. Give it a try. If you fail, Dad will help you right away." "Okay, please." After nodding to my father, I created 5 threads. As soon as they were ready, I extended them towards the monsters. However, the monsters jumped to avoid my threads and continued running towards the soundproof wall. Walls, I'm running on walls. I'm a god." "Wall god." The monster muttered something, but its words were incomprehensible. Completely shutting out the monster's words from my ears, I released the second thread. Yet again, the monster dodged it, kicking off the soundproof wall and leaping into the opposite lane. My father, sensing the monster's movements, panicked. "Itsuki, are you okay?" "Wait a moment. It's okay if they dodge. It's fine. After all, those 2 threads are decoys." As I looked up at the flying monster through the windshield, I released the remaining 3 threads. My prediction hit the mark perfectly. I grabbed the hovering monster's body and suspended it in midair, just like a puppet. "I'm not falling. I'm not falling." Being a god is awesome. "Hey." Leaving the confused monster as it is, I changed the nature of my magical power. In an instant, my threads turned into sharp blades, slicing the monster's body into pieces. I did it. Overwhelmed by the fact that I had defeated a monster for the first time in my life, I exclaimed. The cuboid-shaped pieces of the monster's body turned into black mist and disappeared before hitting the road. It was the death reaction I had seen once before. After a monster dies, nothing remains. Only black mist lingers. "I did it, Dad." "That's, My father, who had been watching my magic all along, let out a gasp. Not just my father, but also the mother and the driver in the car were wide-eyed at my magic. "Itsuki, how did I just imitated what Dad and Renji-san were doing." "Imitated?" My father replied in astonishment to my response. "Of course. I wasn't lying, as father mentioned before. My eyes, the true eyes, seem to be special, allowing me to see other people's threads. That's why I can see how others use magic when they're using it. However, I didn't imitate them at the last minute just because monsters appeared. I wouldn't take such a risk." I secretly practiced magic with tissue paper when my parents weren't watching or when they were asleep, all to avoid dying. That being said, I breathed a sigh of relief since it was my first time using magic against monsters. Using magic without being taught by anyone. I am starting to feel a bit dizzy. While exhaling a sigh of relief, the driver and my mother began to express such concerns one after another. "Is dizziness okay?" I worried about my mother's health. Itsuki used kaijutsu without being taught by anyone, so it wouldn't be strange for him to use magic, but still. My father pondered aloud, starting to think deeply. Leaving my father to his thoughts, I started reflecting on my first use of magic. The power was good, but I think the activation was too slow. Shijutsu's power is good. Thankfully, the monsters this time were weak, but if they were stronger, they might have broken free from the thread's restraint. No, I still have a long way to go. I sighed inwardly. My father has repeatedly drilled into me that the world of Exorcists is a world where you die if you let your guard down, to the point where it's become like a broken record. But, having won, tighten the chin strap of your helmet. I need to practice to be able to manifest the blade faster next time. While I was thinking about such things, the driver, who had regained his composure, continued to drive, and we headed towards the Kanzatsuki family. We arrived at the service area without encountering any monsters along the way. However, whether we can call this safe is a mystery since the soundproof walls of the highway have been destroyed. "Itsuki, is there anything you want to eat?" "They have curry buns. I want bread." "All right, let's eat then." There was a rare sign for curry buns at the service area, so I pointed to it. I lined up for curry buns with my parents and mother. I love curry buns. That magic from earlier. Even if we estimate conservatively, it's probably at least third tier. It's not something that can be exorcised with just 5. Curry buns are best when they're freshly made. After all, they're fried food. Once time passes, the oil becomes soggy, and they're not tasty anymore. But curry buns at places like this are delicious because they're freshly made. Even regular exorcists would struggle. No, they wouldn't stand a chance. There are probably fewer people who can exorcise it. And yet, Itsuki. There's no doubt this child is a prodigy. Come to think of it, when was the last time I had freshly made curry buns? I feel like I've only had the ones my mother bought from the supermarket. They're not bad, but if you ask if they're exceptionally delicious, it's hard to answer. But Itsuki will continue to grow. I wonder how far he'll go. The depths of his potential are unfathomable. As long as Itsuki doesn't die, that's all that matters. Oops. It seems like my parents were talking. Oh no. I was only thinking about curry buns and didn't hear anything they said. What were you talking about? We were just saying how cute Itsuki is. I asked my father about it, but it seemed like he was avoiding the topic. It's bothering me. But if he's evading the topic, he probably won't tell me no matter what I ask. I stopped asking them questions and got the curry buns they bought for me. They were delicious since they were freshly made. After leaving the service area, we went straight to the Kanzatsuki residence. Even so, it took a little over an hour, and when we finally got out of the car, we were greeted by the long staircase of the Kanzatsuki house. Seeing the staircase again after 2 years, I couldn't help but be impressed by how long it was. When I was 3 years old, I often climbed it by myself. Once we reached the top, a large mansion towered before us. Unlike before, we were actually going inside this time. It seems that the main event will take place inside the building, where the heads of the prestigious Exorcist family will meet the children participating in the Shichi-Go-San ceremony. I'm nervous. The master and the heir are this way, said the maid, referring to me as the heir. It's because I'm the eldest son, and since there are no other children in the Kisaragi family, it's inevitable that I become the heir. Madame, please wait here. Someone else will guide you, the guide in the black suit said to my mother, and only she was taken to a different room. Exorcist families tend to be like this. As I followed the man in the suit, I couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Then my mother said, "Behave yourself," which was reassuring. In exchange, the mothers were taken to a small building at the end of the outdoor corridor. That's what it means to be separated. Kisaragi-sama, Munakata-sama, and Itsuki-sama have arrived, the guide announced. All right, let them in, a familiar female voice resounded from inside. Guided by her voice, the man in the suit opened the door, and the gaze of the men inside instantly focused on me. "You're expected here, Itsuki," my father said. "Me?" "That's right. Everyone here has come to see you." Upon hearing this from my father, I returned the gaze of the adults. Each one of them looked like they belonged to that world, or rather, they had the kind of appearance that would make a normal child cry at first sight. "Are there no gentler-looking people here?" Amongst the stern-looking men who seemed like they belonged in a Yakuza meeting, one man remained seated and raised his hand. "How have you been, Itsuki-kun?" "Renji-san." The one who smiled and spoke to me was Renji-san, the head of the Shimatsuki family. With the increase in acquaintances, I felt a growing sense of relief. With a little more peace of mind, I looked around to see if Aya-chan was there, and she was next to Renji-san. Actually, it's been a while since I last saw Aya-chan. We used to meet frequently between the ages of 3 and 4, but gradually our schedules stopped aligning, and before we knew it, our training sessions together naturally faded away. It feels like meeting an acquaintance from my early university days. "Aya-chan, it's Itsuki-kun. You wanted to see him, didn't you?" "Huh, she wanted to see me?" Hearing Renji-san's words, I couldn't help but feel happy. Feeling happy, I waved to Aya-chan. "Aya-chan." Long time no see. However, Aya-chan remained hidden behind Renji-san and didn't say anything. Could it be that she doesn't like me? "Sorry, Itsuki-kun. Aya-chan always says she wants to play with you at home." "Aya-chan? You don't need to say hello. Saying this to Aya-chan, Renji-san patted her stomach as he tried to coax her out of hiding. I hate daddy. Oh dear. Scratching his head, Renji-san looked troubled. Unable to grasp her psychology at all, I instinctively crossed my arms and groaned. Girls are hard to understand. All right. Take your seats. Let's start the meeting soon. Just as I fell into silence, perplexed by Aya-chan's attitude, the blonde shrine maiden from the Kanzatsuki family spoke up, as if waiting for me to be lost in confusion over Aya-chan's behavior. All 9 men sitting on the cushions turned their gaze towards the shrine maiden in unison. My father also sat down in response to her voice, so I sat down next to him. However, if we talk about boring topics, the children will just get bored. I suggest we let them introduce themselves first before starting the adult conversation. Is that okay with everyone? The adults nodded in agreement to her authoritative words, unable to voice any objections. Is she really that important? All right, then. Since we have everyone's consent, let's have our rising star make an introduction first. A 5-year-old hero who has exorcised 3rd-tier demon. Huh? Who could that be? As I tilted my head, the blonde shrine maiden's eyes caught mine. You should all be quite familiar with him. A once-in-a-century genius, achieving the 7th tier, mastering kaijutsu and shijutsu at the age of 5. I'm not quite sure what the 3rd-tier demon means, but when they mention the 7th tier, it's hard not to understand. Addressing me, the blonde shrine maiden continued, Itsuki Kisaragi. At that moment, I sensed the tension in the air. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly froze, reminiscent of the feeling when a strict teacher entered the classroom while the students were making noise. At least, that's what it felt like when the stern gazes of intimidating gentlemen, who certainly looked like they couldn't be just ordinary people, all turned towards me in unison. I should be commended for not bursting into tears. What's wrong? Aren't you going to greet us? Well, asked by the blonde shrine maiden, I found myself unable to speak. The nervousness from all the attention made me forget the greetings I had been taught by my parents. So, I stood up and managed to utter only the essential information. I'm Itsuki Kisaragi. Nice to meet you. Bowing my head nervously under the gaze of the adults. Well, wouldn't anyone expect a bit of attention? I mean, I'm a 7th tier holder and have true eyes. So, I thought I might attract some attention during introductions or something like that. I had thought about it, but this was completely unexpected. Feeling scared, I tried to sit down quickly to avoid standing out too much. But before I could, one of the gentlemen spoke up. Is it true that you exorcised a 3rd-tier demon? Well, I don't understand. Aren't ranks a measure of exorcists? Why are they also used for monsters? I've only encountered monsters twice, once 2 years ago and once just now. The one I exorcised was the one on the highway, so maybe that was a 3rd-tier one, but I have no way of knowing. So, as I struggled to find words, my father answered in my place. That would be the demon of the creature Itsuki exorcised earlier. That's the one on the highway? Yeah, that's right. I see, so that's how it was. With my father's approval, I nodded. I've exorcised it just once. After nodding, a question suddenly arises in my mind. May I ask you something? What is it? About ranks. Do they apply to monsters as well as people? I mean, to demons? You're still unaware of demon ranks. Well, I see. It's not rude. Demon ranks essentially signify strength. Consider it a measure of whether an exorcist of the same rank can exorcise it or not. My uncle takes a breath and continues. In other words, a 3rd-rank demon can only be exorcised by someone of the 3rd rank or higher. So, does that mean I can exorcise any monster? Once you grow stronger, yes. Your rank in childhood merely serves as an indication of magical power. There are plenty of exorcists who were killed by much weaker demons when they were at that rank. Don't neglect your efforts. Yes, sir. My question is met with encouragement, but it's something I should definitely keep in mind. If I get complacent after just a little effort, I could easily be taken off guard. I need to be careful. Aside from that, it seems ranks are also used to gauge the strength of monsters. Wait, If being a third rank is considered genius, then what about those guys who appeared on the highway? Were they really that strong? Well, considering they broke through the soundproof wall and were racing alongside cars going over 100 kilometers per hour, they must have been pretty powerful, huh? So how strong are monsters of the fourth rank or higher? Weird. I feel like I caught a glimpse of the high mortality rate among exorcists. It's unsettling. Wait, Itsuki didn't just exorcise the demon, he also protected civilians from flying debris. Oh? Tell me more. While I'm feeling uneasy on my own, my father breaks the silence and begins boasting about me. And the blonde shrine maiden seems intrigued by it. This time, the demon invaded by breaking through the soundproof wall from the outside, but Itsuki managed to stop the flying debris. Probably with his thread. Oh? A thread strong enough to support the weight? He must have undergone quite rigorous training to handle it at that age. Yes. Itsuki is very diligent in his practice. My father's bragging won't stop. I hurriedly tug at his sleeve. It's one thing to indulge in parental pride at 2 or 3 years old, but at 5, it's just embarrassing. So, I tug at my father's clothes, but he completely ignores it. I'm sure this child will undoubtedly become a wonderful exorcist in the future. Interesting. So, that's the child Soichiro speaks so highly of. Well. However, the blonde shrine maiden nods approvingly without interjecting in the parental talk. Embarrassing. As I blush with embarrassment, another uncle addresses me. Itsuki, could you try using some magic? Huh? Here? Yes, I'd love to see it with my own eyes. The magic that supposedly exorcised a third-rank demon. But, here, even though the room is spacious, there's not a single suitable target for magic in the Japanese-style room. Where should I aim? Itsuki, use this. Huh? The blonde shrine maiden throws a straw doll at me as I'm at a loss. Just as I'm about to catch it, threads extend from her hands to the doll. In the next moment, the tangled doll enlarges. Whoa! I involuntarily gasp at the sight of this type of magic for the first time. Magic like this exists too? You can do anything with it. Itsuki, show us your magic to your heart's content. It doesn't matter how powerful it is. Oh, okay. Got it. I extend 3 threads toward the straw doll, which has grown to the size of a grown man. With a swift motion, the threads entangle the doll and lift it into the air. The easiest thing to do would be to turn the threads holding the doll into blades and slice it up, but that would lack a bit of flair. Plus, I've been given permission to use magic openly. It might not be a bad idea to try out the techniques I've been secretly practicing. So, I decided to challenge myself with a new magic. The magic I saw my father perform when I was 3, turning threads into flames, and the magic I discovered during my practice, sending air into the threads. I combine these two to weave the threads. All right. Explode. Boom. In an instant, the explosion from my magic reduces the straw doll to splinters and scatters shockwaves, but there's no danger of the building collapsing from it. After all, I trust my father and the others. Itsuki, watch out. Just as my father jumps in to shield me from the explosion, he creates a transparent barrier with magic to defend us. It's the same magic I saw 2 years ago during Shichi-Go-San. With it, the barrier protects me from the wind and shockwaves of the explosion. Not only my father, but others like Renji-san and the blonde shrine maiden also use such magic. All the adults present quickly create barriers to contain my explosion. Where did you learn that magic? From Renji? I didn't teach him. Soichiro. Renji-san shrugs. That's right. Because no, I came up with it after watching Dad use it. Even though your father didn't teach you magic. Yeah. I just watched him. Once the flames settle within the barrier, there's no trace of the straw doll. As I feel reassured by the power of the magic I used for the first time, the other exorcists who created the barriers begin to stir. Using magic at 5 years old, the speed of attribute transformation is impressive. Was that a composite attribute? No, it couldn't be. Is he already at the 7th rank? His future is frightening. As the room starts to buzz with excitement, on the brink of chaos, a round of applause breaks out. In that moment, everyone falls silent, looking at the person who clapped, the blonde shrine maiden, still seated at the head of the room. Well, how about that? It wouldn't hurt to get a feel for such a promising young talent, would it? With a playful gaze directed at the silent men's, the shrine maiden looks around the room before finally turning her eyes to me. Do you still have the charm? I do. As I try to take out the charm given to me during Shichi-Go-San at the age of 3, the blonde shrine maiden stops me. You don't need to show it. Just having it is enough. Don't ever let go of it, okay? Yes. Good answer. With that, the blonde shrine maiden laughs heartily. Now, you all probably have plenty of questions for Itsuki and things you want him to do, but remember, Itsuki isn't the only guest here. Ignoring the other children would be rather impolite. After completely averting her gaze from me, the shrine maiden's next target is a girl sitting next to a man as large as a bear. It's Rin-chan. Now, Rin, you're also a genius at the 4th rank. Say hello to everyone. Yes. Rin-chan stands up and bows deeply. She's the girl who was given a shoulder ride at Shichi-Go-San. Unlike Aya-chan, I haven't seen her since then. So it's been 2 years. I wonder if she's forgotten about me. As I watch Rin-chan, she bows her head smoothly. I'm Rin from the Satsuki family. I'm at the 4th rank and can use kaijutsu. I don't know if she's used to being in the spotlight or if it's just her personality, but she speaks very clearly. She seems like the type to become popular. It's surprising how you can tell what a child will be like in the future from such a young age. It's scary. As I ponder this, Rin-chan looks at me. Why? Just as I tilt my head in confusion, Rin-chan continues to energetically introduce herself, looking only at me. My dad told me to become Itsuki's fiancé. Nice to meet you, Itsuki. Huh? As I wonder what Rin-chan said, tilting my head, without waiting for the shrine maiden's introduction, Aya-chan stands up this time. Nice to meet you, Rin-chan. I'm Aya from the Shimatsuki family. She speaks politely and elegantly. She's like a completely different person from before. But children grow like bamboo shoots. They grow up in the blink of an eye. Rin-chan is mistaken. As I'm moved by Aya-chan's growth, she takes a step forward and continues. I'm the one who will become Itsuki-kun's fiancé. I repeated Aya-chan's confidently spoken words. What's an engagement again? Oh, it's a fiancé. I know too. It's the person you're supposed to marry since childhood, right? Huh? Marriage partner? As I slowly understood the meaning of the words, I felt like I was about to jump up. What are these girls saying? In a panic, I grabbed Aya-chan's sleeve and asked her. Aya-chan, what's wrong? What do you know about fiancé? I know. It's a marriage partner, right? Feeling like she was saying it was obvious, I couldn't help but fall silent. She knew and said it. Well, a 5-year-old would know. To think that I couldn't imagine getting such a response from a 5-year-old. Or rather, because they're 5, their innocent reply left me speechless. Watching this, the blonde shrine maiden burst into laughter. Oh my, Shimatsuki and Satsuki are seeing quite far into the future. But unlike the shrine maiden, the atmosphere in the room wasn't one where you could laugh. In the tense atmosphere, other heads of households were scrutinizing the meaning of Aya-chan and the others' words. And with eyes reminiscent of wild beasts, they alternately looked at me and my father. Scary. Since the gazes were so focused, I sought help from my father. But, haha, you're quite popular, huh? As my last hope. My father laughed and said that. But that's definitely not something to laugh about, right? Moreover, by laughing off Aya-chan and Rin-chan's statements like that, the conversation among the adults accelerated. Shimatsuki and Satsuki aren't in agreement with Kisaragi, are they? In that case, we might have an opportunity as well. What are you talking about? The next head of Kisaragi is 7th tier. Shouldn't we allow concubines? Leaving me behind, the uncles were getting excited. Even though I wanted to interject somewhere, everyone was so intense and scary that I couldn't even stop them. As I watched over the conversation, wondering if there was anything I could do, Renji-san shrugged and laughed. There's no need to be so tense. They're just kids' words. With those words, everyone's gaze turned to Renji-san. Besides, Itsuki is in the 7th tier. Having only one child with someone would be a loss for the exorcists of this country. Don't you think so, Yamato? Renji-san, after saying that, directed his gaze towards the Satsuki household. The man, who was as big as a bear, shrugged his shoulders next to Rin-chan. That's true. Perhaps we should discuss the engagement a bit more. Itsuki-kun is a bundle of possibilities. He has the potential to become an excellent exorcist. That's why each family shouldn't just express their opinions as they please. It's something that can be discussed at the upcoming meeting. Indeed. You're right, Renji, called Yamato. The head of the Satsuki household said that and had Rin-chan sit down. As the topic calmed down and the others quieted down, the conversation from earlier seemed to have ended completely. Huh? Wait, what happened with this issue in the end? I feel like it wasn't resolved at all. Now, the conversation has gotten quite lively, but I don't think it's right for the adults to get all excited without the children. Ignoring my confusion, the blonde shrine maiden continued with a smile. How about it? Shall we make this a discussion for adults only from here on? Besides, without the children around, you all can discuss freely. She's being strangely suggestive. As I listened to the shrine maiden's words like that, her gaze turned towards me. No, that's not quite right. She's looking at us. Well then, children, please leave. Your mothers are in the other room. You can play there until our discussion here is finished. Yes. After we replied to the shrine maiden, we left the room. As soon as we left, Rin-chan leaned in close. Itsuki, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you. Even though we've met when we were 3, it's not really nice to meet you again. I couldn't say anything under Rin-chan's pressure. How did you do that magic earlier? Can Rin do it too? Well, you might be able to. But you needs to be able to use Shijutsu. Oh, I see. Then never mind. Rin-chan said that and stepped back. She's quick to change topics, I thought, when Aya-chan peeked her face next to mine. Hey, Rin-chan, is Itsuki-kun really your fiancé? Yeah, that's what Papa said. I see. Is that so? Aya-chan replied with her usual nod, but something's off about that nod. It feels cold. As I trembled at Aya-chan's nonchalant nod, which I heard for the first time, Rin-chan continued as if she hadn't heard Aya-chan's nod. You're cooler than I thought. Itsuki-kun, huh? For the first time in my life, I froze at being called cool by a girl. As I pondered the meaning of that, Rin-chan said, "See you later," and ran off towards the room where our mothers were probably waiting with incredible speed. Hey, seriously? She called me cool. While savoring the joy, I watched the retreating figure of the free-spirited Rin-chan, but then my sleeve was tugged. When I turned around, there was Aya-chan with a serious expression. Hey, Itsuki-kun. What's up? I'm serious, you know. Yeah. I know Aya-chan is serious. I said that, but Aya-chan looked dissatisfied. What's up with her? Then, what does she mean by serious? Girls are so confusing. However, I didn't dwell on my confusion. Aya-chan quickly regained her composure and spoke up. Let's practice magic together after a long time. Yeah, that sounds good. Aya-chan said that as if the previous conversation hadn't happened at all. So I thought it might be better not to touch on the topic of seriousness, and I nodded vigorously. But, I wonder if there's a place to practice magic. Let's ask around. Saying that, Aya-chan grabbed the arm of a nearby man in black. Hey, do you know a place where Itsuki-kun and I can practice magic? Yes, there is. Follow me. The black-suited young man casually accepted our questions and began to walk. As if anticipating our magic practice, we were led to a spacious area where wooden dolls were arranged at equal intervals. The ground was hardened, and aside from the dolls, there were targets used for archery in the distance, and poles wrapped in mats for Iaido, which I had only seen in videos. Please, feel free to use everything. We can use everything freely? Indeed. If the successors express a desire to practice magic, they are instructed to use the training grounds. If there's anything you're unsure how to use, feel free to ask. Thank you. As I bowed, Aya-chan also bowed beside me. It seems like they really did anticipate our needs. And that blonde shrine maiden's name is Akane, huh? Itsuki-kun, show me the magic you did earlier. I want to try it too. Huh? Aya-chan, can you use Shijutsu now? Nope, not yet. Well, if she can't use it yet, there's no point in pointing that out. And if she wants to see it, there's no need to refuse. I extended 2 threads of lead wire and grabbed one of the targets used in Ido. After grabbing it, I asked the black-suited young man, "Is it okay if I break this?" "Please." Since I got permission for destructive magic, I didn't hesitate. I reproduced the explosive magic I showed in the room earlier. I was worried because it was my first time earlier, but this time, it was the second time. The explosion caused by the magic was a great success. I scattered flames and turned the wood into splinters, relieved that it went well. The black-suited young man applauded. Following suit, Ayat-chan also applauded. I felt embarrassed. "Itsuki-kun, how are you doing this?" "I use burning magic, but I mix it with wind magic." "Why?" "Because that way it seems to burn better." Unlike Rin, Ayat-chan was very interested in magic. However, I feel sorry for asking just when she was so interested, but when asked why, there's no other answer than that. But instead of me, the black-suited young man kindly explained, "Indeed, Itsuki-sama, attribute alteration of lead threads, and even composite attribute alteration." Attribute alteration? A term I've never heard before popped up. What could it be? You're not familiar with it? So, this is done by intuition? As I tilted my head, the black-suited young man visibly puzzled. However, he continued, "What Itsuki-sama did is called attribute alteration. It's the foundation of magic." "Foundation? Isn't the foundation of magic kaijutsu and shijutsu?" "No, maybe those are just the basics to learn magic." "Then, is it like building physical strength for sports?" "What Itsuki-sama used earlier was attribute alteration, fire. Let me show you." In an instant, the black-suited young man grabbed the same target as me with lead threads. The next moment, it burst into flames. Against the backdrop of the burning target, the black-suited young man turned to us. "Itsuki-sama, Aiya-sama, but first, do you know how lead threads become magic?" "Yes, I know." Ayat-chan was the first to raise her hand at the words of the black-suited young man. "Extend the lead threads, extend," and then, she immediately stumbled over her words. But it wasn't just Ayat-chan who stumbled. I also fell silent because I didn't know what came next after extending the lead threads. Ayya-sama's answer is partly correct. By extending and transforming the lead threads, they become magical powers. There are 2 types of this transformation: qualitative alteration and attribute alteration. Wow, what I showed you earlier was one type of attribute alteration. Attribute alteration, fire. Ayat-chan's face, receiving the explanation, was completely puzzled with a question mark. It was the same for me. However, with memories of my past life, there was something that caught my attention in the words of the black-suited young man. "Unai-san, are there other types of attribute alteration?" "Of course, there are 5 attributes of attribute alteration: fire, water, wind, wood, and earth. By combining these, they transform into composite attributes. What Itsuki-sama did earlier was combining fire and wind, resulting in composite attribute alteration, explosion. Even many adult exorcists can't use it." Saying so, the black-suited young man smiled. On the other hand, Ayat-chan, who probably didn't understand much about magic, turned to me with great force. "Wow, Itsuki-kun, even adults can't use magic like that." "Ah, thank you. It feels nice to be praised. But I wonder if Ayat-chan really understands." "Also, practicing magic through elemental transformation is the way to go. Trait transformation can come later." "Wait, Unai-san. What kind of magic is trait transformation?" With magic information coming one after another, I signal to Unai-san to wait and ask about the next change that catches my interest. Trait transformation literally changes the properties of the thread itself. Like this. With a smile, the black-clad Unai-san knits the thread in his hand. Then the thread transforms into a spear. What do you think? Can you see the spear of magical energy? I changed it to make it visible. I can see it. Good. Now, if I release this. With a whoosh, Unai-san releases the spear, and the threaded spear pierces a distant archery target. With thread manipulation, physical destruction like this becomes possible. I heard you used it to ward off demons on the highway. Oh, that thing? Indeed, I did change the thread into a blade back then. So that was straight transformation. I see. Can I use magic like Itsuki-kun too? Yes. Of course. With practice, that is. Can you manipulate threads? No, not yet. While Ai-chan and the black-clad Unai-san are talking, I knit threads. While weaving magic, I ponder. The magic I was using earlier, mixing wind and fire. Was it called compound attribute change transformation, explosion? I wondered if I could achieve that with a single thread. Thinking that it would be more efficient, I tried it right away, but the thread unraveled and snapped. It was my first time experiencing the thread coming apart, so I unintentionally let out a sound. The black-clad Unai-san noticed my voice and spoke up. What's wrong? The thread. It came apart. Came apart? What happened? Well, I wanted to use the exploding magic from earlier with just one thread, but then it unraveled and snapped. After listening to my words, the black-clad Unai-san smiled and spoke. I see. Actually, Itsuki-sama can't do what you wanted. Each thread can only undergo one transformation. Just one? Yes. One attribute transformation or trait transformation per thread. That's the principle of magic. That's a bit of a shock. I thought I could make it more efficient with just one thread. So, when dealing with compound attributes, you need to combine multiple threads. Also, compound attribute transformations have compatibility. For example, fire and water are antagonistic. In simple terms, they're very incompatible. That makes sense. They would definitely be incompatible. But let's start with the basics without worrying about such difficult things at first. Those who neglect the basics will stumble. Yes, understood. When you're told something so reasonable, all you can do is nod. So, I decided to focus on mastering the remaining 3 attributes: water, wood, and earth. Still, I think the method is the same as with fire and wind. It's difficult to explain in words. But when using those two, it feels like gathering the elements from the atmosphere and compressing them into the thread. For example, when using fire, it's like gathering the heat elements in the air and pushing them into the thread. That's a good way to put it. In reality, I'm not actually taking heat from the air, it's just a sense of it. If that's the case, using other magics should be the same. Alright, let's give it a try. I decided to try the attribute transformation. Water. So, I gathered the elements of water from the air and flowed them into the thread. The moment I flowed it, the thread began to change. Water overflowed from my hands. Splash! There was more water than I expected, and my clothes got soaked, as if I had been hit directly by a water balloon. But thanks to that, I understood how to perform attribute transformation. Are you okay, Itsuki-sama? Yeah. I'm fine. Though my clothes were wet, I was more happy about successfully achieving a new attribute transformation, so I replied to the Unai-san like that. I then tried wood and earth consecutively, and the results were satisfactory. I successfully caused attribute transformations, causing the ground beneath me to rise and grass to sprout. For now, I put aside my own practice and turned to Ai-chan. How about it, Ai-chan? How does it feel to manipulate threads? Well, you see, I can still emit magic, but it doesn't turn into threads. I see, so that's where she's stuck. It's the opposite of me. How do you manipulate threads, Ai-chan? Well, I try to gather and compress the tip of the magic that comes out of my body, but it just doesn't work at all. I tilted my head at Ai-chan's explanation. The tip? What's the tip of magic? When magic is released from the body, it spreads like mist. Is she referring to the edge of that? If so, I think it would be difficult to turn it into threads. It's outside the body. It must be closer to the body. You need to control the magic precisely when it comes out of the body to turn it into threads. So, I took Ai-chan's hand. You see, Ai-chan, even if you try to move the tip of the magic, it won't move. Really? But Papa said that's how you do it. Really? Then maybe my way is wrong. But it's working for me. Let me teach her this way. When you release magic from your hand, you have to turn it into threads at the same time. At the same time? Yes. Ai-chan, try releasing magic from your hand. Ai-chan's hand became warm and fuzzy. More accurately, the area around Ai-chan's hand was warming up. It's because her magic is being released. You're releasing magic now, right? Can you make this magic turn into a single thread? I'll try. Saying so, Aya-chan focuses on her hand and starts moving her magic. It looks awkward, like she's not used to it yet. But it's still moving properly, gathering together. In an instant, before my eyes, Aya-chan's magic turned into a thread. I could see the thread in front of me. But it quickly lost its form and dispersed. Aya-chan, you did it just now. Really? But it disappeared so quickly. Let's try it again. Yeah. Aya-chan nods vigorously and tries thread manipulation again. She gathers magic in her palm and then twists it into a thread. At that moment, the twisted magic shone brighter in my eyes, but it appeared a bit thick. It looked more like a rod than a thread. It's thicker than a finger. Aya-chan, can you make it a bit thinner? I'll try. With those words, Aya-chan closes her eyes and concentrates. However, no matter how hard she tries, her magic rod doesn't get any thinner. Aya-chan seems to realize it too, as her brows furrow more and more. And at the peak of her furrowed brows, the rod bursts from the inside. Wow, it's no good. I can't do it at all. Yeah. The thread was too thick. When I relayed the message to Aya-chan, the black-clad Unai-san immediately offered advice. When the thread is too thick, it means you're releasing too much magic. You should try reducing the amount of magic a bit. I'll give it a try. Aya-chan obediently accepted the advice and tried thread manipulation again. This time, the amount of magic gathering in her palm was less than before. But, whether it was due to this effect or not, the magic still turned into a thread. However, it stopped growing at about 10 centimeters. I understand. Threads hardly stretch at all in the beginning. I did it. I did it. Itsuki-kun. Amazing. You're amazing, Aya-chan. But Aya-chan didn't seem to care about the length, grabbing my hand and jumping up and down multiple times. It's her straightforwardness, or rather, her enthusiasm that overwhelms me. And the black-clad Unai-san next to me applauds. That's amazing. To handle threads at the age of 5, I didn't learn until I was 6. The Unai-san let slip, but thread manipulation is supposed to be a skill learned by age 7. So, I still think the Unai-san learned it early. Or is it different? Sama, once you grasp the feeling of releasing threads, all you have to do is extend them. The distance of the thread becomes the range of your magic. So keep practicing. Is it good if the range of magic extends? Of course. Advanced magic utilizes magic, so having a longer range means you can use magic more one-sidedly in magical battles. If Sama wants to become an excellent exorcist, having a long range is essential. Wow, I'll do my best. Aya-chan nods in response to the Unai-san's words. Hearing that, I frowned. Feeling indescribable. Why did I frown? Because I heard information I didn't want to know. Monsters can use magic. Is that why the mortality rate of exorcists is high? Moreover, the Unai-san said that with a long range of threads, exorcists can unilaterally attack monsters. But, looking at it from another angle, it means that exorcists are unilaterally hit if their range is shorter than the monsters. I should practice extending the range of my thread as well. How about you? Itsuki-sama, were you able to perform other attribute transformations? Yeah, I did it, as I reported to the Unai-san, who seemed momentarily frozen and then asked with furrowed brows. Really? Yeah, it's true. I nodded and prepared my thread. It's quicker to demonstrate. First, this one is fire and wind, right? My target was the practice target I had been using for Iaido. I entangled the thread with it and then performed the attribute transformation. The moment it transformed, the target was lifted by a fierce gust and burned in the air. Next, water and wood. I extended the thread towards the burning target in the air. When the thread transformed into water and extinguished the flames, countless threads transformed into branches fell from the sky and caught the falling target. Finally, earth. Saying so, I transformed the thread. Although I said earth, what transformed was a rock. Passing through the thread, I launched it. The thrown thread hit the target without missing and made a satisfying sound as it pierced through. That's all. I see. It seems I underestimated Itsuki-sama's talent to master the basic attributes so quickly. Since I could use fire, I thought the others would be similar. Yes, that's true, but the Anisan's tone was hesitant as he looked at my dissipating magic. If you've mastered the basic attributes to this extent, it would be best to practice form alteration or compound attribute alteration next. However, it's usual for ordinary exorcists to practice form alteration first. Why is that? Because it's easier and you only need one thread for it. I see. Now that he mentioned it, that makes sense. Since each thread can only have one transformation, then I'll practice form alteration next. Yes, please do. However, form alteration is much more difficult than basic attribute transformations. Are you still willing to practice? Yeah. I want to use magic as soon as possible. In that case, I'll do my best not to get in Itsuki-sama's way. You're not getting in the way. I'd actually like him to teach me more about magic. There's so much I don't understand right now. When I stopped the Anisan, he looked slightly surprised for a moment before smiling. Shall we continue then? With Itsuki-sama's learning speed, you'll probably have a good grasp of form alteration by the end of the gathering. Wouldn't it be fun to surprise Soichiro-sama by mastering it? Yeah, let's do it. It sounded really intriguing, so I nodded in agreement. In the end, our magic training with Ai-chan and the Anisan continued until the sun set beyond the mountains and it started to get dim. I focused on practicing form alteration, while Ai-chan practiced extending her newly acquired thread magic. The enjoyable magic practice came to an end when my father and Renji-san arrived after the meeting. There you are, Itsuki. We've been looking for you. Dad. I ran up to my father, who looked tired, and he lifted me up onto his shoulders. Is the meeting over already? Yes, it ended a bit early. What were you up to, Itsuki? I was practicing magic. The Anisan was teaching me. With that, the father turned his gaze towards the Anisan and bowed his head. I apologize. It seems you have to indulge in Itsuki's whims. Don't worry about it. It's an order from the head of the family. From Akane-sama. The name Akane sounds very Japanese. It does, but her appearance doesn't quite match. With her blonde hair, she doesn't look very Japanese. Is Ai-chan practicing magic with Itsuki? Yeah. You know, I can now produce thread shijutsu. While I was pondering the mismatch between Akane's name and appearance, Renji-san was lifting Ai-chan up in his arms. I can only produce a little. But I can do it now. Itsuki-kun and Ane-san taught me. I see. That's amazing. As Renji-san ruffled Ai-chan's hair and thanked the Ane-san, he also nodded to me in appreciation. We get along well. Seeing that it was properly conveyed, I turned to my father. Hey, Dad, what were you talking about? Adult stuff. Threats like Magui and Tsukainashi. Ah, it's about ordinary exorcists. It's a story about who will raise talented children. As far as I know, Itsuki is the most genius. Ignoring the proud parent laughing, I asked about the word that caught my attention. What does Tsukainashi mean? Oh? Well then, can Itsuki write Kisaragi and kanji? Yeah, you taught me before, Dad. Good. Does Kisaragi have the character for moon in its name? Yeah. Renji's family, the Shimatsuki family, the Satsuki family, with children of the same age, also have the character for moon in their names. There are 10 families with moon in their names in total. They're all powerful exorcist families that have been producing talented exorcists for generations, so they're called Tsuki-ari. So, am I Tsuki-ari too? Yes, that's right. And those who don't have moon in their names are collectively referred to as Tsukainashi. I see. By the way, Kanzatsuki also has moon in it. It's Tsuki-ari. Children of Tsukainashi may have exorcism talent, but if their parents aren't exorcists, they might not be able to use even basic techniques like shijutsu or kaijutsu by the time they're 7. Of course, they may be born into ordinary exorcist families, but either way, it's necessary to develop their exorcism talents early. What happens if they don't develop them? They'll be devoured by Magui and die. I shouldn't have asked. But yeah, that's right. Since exorcist talent is related to the amount of magical power, children without means of self-defense left to their own devices would be devoured by monsters and die. As I was feeling increasingly anxious, my father reassured me. It's all right. We have barriers in place. Itsuki doesn't need to worry. If he says so. As I grumbled on my father's shoulder, he placed his hand on my thigh and spoke up. Right. It came up in today's conversation, but how about you observe Papa's work soon? Observe exorcism work? When Dad was about Itsuki's age, I often went around observing your grandfather's work. Grandpa? I've never met my grandfather, so my voice trailed off with doubt. He might be among the memorial photos at home, but if so, they wouldn't count as meeting him. They're just photos. Moreover, I haven't approached that memorial zone since seeing photos of what I think are my Unai-san or sister as babies. The fear seeps out thinking I might become like them too. Hey, Dad, is it safe for me to watch exorcism work? Yeah, of course. You won't be a hindrance. Dad is strong, you know. To my father's laughing, I added another question. Will I die? If Itsuki observes, it'll be weak Magui of the first or second rank. Anything stronger than that, Dad won't let you observe. Feeling reassured by my father's words, I fell silent. To be honest, I really want to see my father's work because the only real magic I've seen was when I was 3 during my Shichi-Go-San, when my father incinerated the monster stuck to the car. Today, I learned various magic from the man in black, but even that wasn't meant for real combat. So, I want to see what kind of magic do exorcists use in real battles. How far can my own magic creations go in actual combat? But I still have a strong fear of death, as strong as my desire to see. I can't tell anyone about this, but I'm really afraid of dying. I still remember the pain of being stabbed by the assailant 5 years ago. I can easily recall the pain in my chest and the sensation of blood flowing. So, I don't want to die. Thinking that, I shook my head. No, I decided to discard such negative thoughts. I didn't want to fear death. I decided to become strong to avoid it. I tightened my grip on my hands, steeling myself, and looked at my father. Yeah, I want to see. Dad, I want to see you fight. Oh. As soon as I nodded, my father's voice burst with joy. Is that so? Is that so? That's great. All right, let's go right away. How about tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow sounds good. Let's go tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's too soon. Or rather, his enthusiasm is too high. I was a bit surprised. But on the other hand, if too many days passed, I might start to waver in my determination. Thinking that, I started to feel like it might be fine after all. Yeah. Let's go along with Dad's suggestion here. As my excited father set me down from his shoulder ride, the moonlight illuminated the worn-out training ground almost simultaneously. Come to think of it, what's going on here? Come to think of it, I hadn't shown my father my recently learned attribute alteration yet. So, I showed it to him. My father was stunned, his knees buckling with surprise. Now, the next day, with the sun already high in the sky, probably around lunchtime, my father picked up his ringing phone several times, responded briefly, then put it away. Itsuki, I have some work. Let's go together. Yeah. I greeted my mother, who was preparing lunch, with a see you later, and followed my father. He led me to the back of the house, a place I'd never been before. There was a black sedan parked there. Itsuki, you should sit in the front passenger seat. Is this Dad's car? Yes, it is. Make sure to buckle up. Dad, can you drive? Of course, Dad can do anything. I couldn't tell if that was an answer or not, so I was puzzled. It was the usual response, though. Have you fastened your seatbelt? All right, let's go. The place we're heading to might be intense for you, Itsuki, but as an exorcist, it's something you can't avoid. Get used to it now. Why yeah. My father suddenly said something scary, and I unconsciously nodded. Where are we going? He said something like a soldier heading to the battlefield in a Western movie, which only increased my fear. But unlike me, my father remained calm. Stepping on the accelerator, the car sped up. Before the resolve I had just made had a chance to waver, we were already on the road. I'd always wondered how my father went to work, but it turns out he just uses a car like everyone else. Today's opponent is a first-ranked demon. It appeared at a residential house. The officers are making sure civilians stay away. Well, He didn't need to correct himself just for saying police. Before I could interject with my comment, my father turned the wheel, entering a narrow residential street where a car could barely fit. "Hey, Dad, do the police know about monsters?" "Some do, some don't, but everyone in higher-ups knows." "I see. So, in this world, do people have general awareness of monsters if the police know about them? But there are still some who don't know. I wonder how they're handled." While I was pondering such things, the car navigated through the residential area and stopped next to a police car reflecting the sunlight. Adjacent to the police car was a regular house. However, what was not ordinary was the yellow tape with "Keep Out" written on it, a sight I had only seen in dramas and movies. At a glance, I knew this was it. Moreover, there were two police officers standing in front of the house, looking at our car. Surprisingly, despite attracting attention in the residential area, there were no onlookers. "It's just a normal house." "Yeah, weak Magui tend to appear in places like this." My father said so, pulled the handbrake, and looked at me as he unfastened his seatbelt. "No matter what happens, don't leave my side." Following my father out of the car, I did as instructed and stayed by his side. "We've been waiting for you, Shichi-Go-San. You're late." After exchanging brief responses, as we were about to pass under the yellow tape and enter, a police officer looked at me. "Who's that kid?" "My son," my father replied curtly to the police officer's question. Well, of course they'd be curious if a 5-year-old was trying to enter a crime scene. I'd be curious too, but while I thought the response was somewhat curt, the police officer didn't say anything further. "Is that okay? Are exorcists perhaps respected?" While inwardly tilting my head, I followed behind my father as we passed under the yellow tape. "It seems the door is unlocked." My father said so as he pulled the front door, which opened without any resistance. Inside the entrance were neatly lined up pairs of large shoes and, next to them, very small shoes. And near the shoe rack was a very small tricycle. "Maybe there's a child close to my age in this house." As I looked at the tricycle, a strange smell pierced my nostrils. How to describe that smell? It was not a normal odor. It was like the smell of metal, or rust. An unusual odor that shouldn't be wafting from inside a regular house. Distracted by the smell, my father spoke up. "Itsuki, keep your shoes on. We don't know what might happen." "Seriously?" That feels quite resistant. But if my father says so, then it must be right. After all, he's an experienced exorcist. I obediently kept my shoes on and followed my father as he entered someone else's house with his shoes on. It felt strange to step on the doormat with my shoes on, but I processed the indescribable emotions. Then, my father turned to me. "Itsuki, come over here." "Yeah." As I approached, a thread extended from my father's palm and formed a sphere. "What's this?" "It's a barrier. When a Magui enters, it automatically attacks the intruder." "Threads can be used like that?" I was amazed by the use of magic that I hadn't been taught by the black-suited Unai-san yesterday. This was probably not the attribute change I learned yesterday but rather the trait change. I had expected to see practical magic during my observation of my father's work, but being able to see it so soon was unexpected. I should practice this barrier magic on my own later. After completing the barrier magic, my father turned on his heel and headed down the hallway. I followed after him in a brisk jog, and what I saw on the ground were scattered black marks. Without time to think, I followed my father inside. The interior of the house was quite ordinary. Compared to the house I currently live in, it felt even more familiar to me, a former ordinary person. As we passed through the hallway and entered the living room, my father suddenly stopped. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Itsuki, take a deep breath." "Huh? Okay." Following my father's instructions, I took 3 deep breaths. During that deep breathing, as I took in a big breath, the strange smell I had been sensing since earlier intensified and pierced my nostrils even more. "What is this smell that I've been noticing since earlier?" "Once you're ready, go in." "Yeah." I nodded and entered the living room. As soon as I entered, I saw that the entire wall was red. The TV, the sofa, the carpet, the wallpaper, everything was dyed in a deep red. No, it was beyond red. It was blackened. And at the center of that red was a mass of flesh so mangled that it was barely recognizable as human. What is this? Those were the only words I could manage to squeeze out amidst my shock. I couldn't even shed tears due to the overwhelming nature of the scene before me. It was too unreal to accept. It's a Magui of the second rank. It kills people in more brutal ways to consume their magical energy. But this, while I struggled to find the right words, my father, with a practiced hand, clasped his hands together. I followed suit, trying to steady my trembling hands. The ground felt like it was swaying, as if I were standing on a bed of cotton. I half expected to wake up from this surreal nightmare. However, the overpowering smell of blood reminded me that this was undeniably real. Our job today is to exorcise the ma that did this. It must still be in this house. Do you understand? Yeah, I do. While nodding, I pondered the situation with a calm part of my mind. I'm learning so much. I'm glad I came along after all. It might seem insensitive, but that's how I feel. No, that's not it. Maybe I need to feel that way to maintain a sense of reality. We proceeded to the kitchen, but found nothing. We checked the bathroom and the toilet, but no luck there either. That left only the second floor. As my father and I looked at each other, we started climbing the stairs. The creaking of the heavy wooden steps and the threads extending from upstairs happened simultaneously. Dad, my body moved on its own. As the threads created a barrier in front of us, I activated the trait change I had just learned yesterday, but I was inexperienced, and my movements were clumsy. Damn it! I should have practiced more yesterday. As I complained in my mind, the threads descending from upstairs changed. Giant. In an instant, a sound like metal colliding echoed throughout the house. Dad! Up there! It's upstairs! Exclamation mark. Father's expression changed as he kicked the ground. In that moment, his body accelerated with a whoosh and he leapt up to the second floor in a single bound. A sound escaped me involuntarily at the inexplicable display of physical prowess. But I couldn't afford to stay surprised. I quickly followed him. Monsters use magic. I knew that, yet I let my guard down. I felt disgusted and fearful of myself as I reflected on my actions. I shouldn't have underestimated them just because I had a high level of magical power. I need to become much stronger. As I made up my mind and ascended to the second floor, I saw two gray figures dressed in trench coats standing in the middle of the hallway. But it was obvious from a glance, they weren't human. They're already here. Too late. As one of the monsters, closest to the staircase, was still saying something, Father's fist exploded. Thud. With a groan, the monster was sent flying backward and crashed into the wall. Father's threads were tied around its neck. Without delay, Father pulled his arm, and like a yo-yo, the monster's body snapped back toward him. Then, a second blow was delivered. The monster, who took the hit head-on, collapsed onto the floor, its body crumpling like a K-shape. How dare you lay a hand on my child? Father looked down at it coldly and spat out. His right arm was entwined with threads, showing a level of muscular strength that seemed inhuman. Physical enhancement? Is there such magic? Meanwhile, as I looked at the monster lying motionless on the floor, its chest sunken as if it had taken a cannonball hit, it vomited something black like blood and then turned into black mist, disappearing. If you lay a hand on my child, then you should expect no complaints even if you're killed. Then, don't bring him along. I never expected to receive such a sound argument from the monster without even a growl, but the response from my father was not in words but in threads. He aimed straight at the monster and, in the next moment, cut it into pieces. Itsuki, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Is he serious? I mean, is my dad really this strong? Even though Father dispatched two monsters in an instant, his attitude seemed to treat it as if it were all in a day's work, suggesting that he had become accustomed to such situations. Incredible. We've purified the demons. Now, all that's left is to find the two victims who should be in this house. Kada is making lunch, so let's go home soon. Yeah, since Father said so. I could only nod. So, for Father, eating lunch and purifying demons are just part of the same routine. It's become part of his everyday life. Presumably, the father was in the living room. The mother and child should be somewhere else. I hope they're still alive. While saying that, Father and I searched through the rooms on the second floor. The first room we entered was a child's room, with a baby bed and scattered stuffed animals and toys, but there was nothing there. The next room was filled with children's belongings piled up like a mountain. It seemed to have been used as a storage room, but there was nothing there either. The third room we entered was the bedroom. There were two beds side by side, and next to them was a door that appeared to lead to a closet. However, in front of that door stood a woman, as if protecting something, and she was dead. Itsuki. No, I'm okay. Even though Father was concerned about me, strangely, I was okay. It seemed more real to me than the things lacking in realism. I wonder why. As I gaze around the room, I ponder. Why is it that even when I see someone die, my heart remains unmoved? Is it because they're unrelated to me? No. It's probably because I've died once before. The fear of being killed is greater within me than any other fear. So, perhaps that's why my heart remains unaffected by the death of others. Excuse me, as I reconcile with my own feelings. My father bows his head to the standing woman and extends his threads. Then, he moves the corpse. As he moves it, about to reach for the closet, threads extend from the closet. Seemingly sensing something amiss, my father jumps back and grabs hold of me to create distance. In an instant, the threads form a circle in the air and turn into magic. Thud. A sound like heavy machinery at a construction site reverberates as a hole opens up in the bedroom floor. It's a magic that slams a tremendous impact downward. The person crushed on the first floor was killed by this magic. I watch with my father as the broken floor reveals itself. However, without pause, my father releases the threads with his spare arm and forcibly opens the closet. We found you. What emerges is the same trench coat wearing monster as before. It opens its mouth wide in a childlike grin, as if it were found playing hide and seek. But it's not the only thing in the closet. In its arms is a girl of about 3 years old, with a vacant expression on her face. The girl blinks and looks at me. She's alive. She's still alive. It's over when you let go. It's over. No. It's too late. Even I can tell that this is not a leisurely situation to wait for them to finish talking. So, I use magic. Faster than the monster realizes my magic, faster than the monster extends its fangs toward the girl, I use a magic that can purify much faster. It's created from 2 threads, attribute change, wind and trait change, blade. Weave them together, and it becomes a magic where invisible blades swiftly slice through the monster. So, I name it Wind Blade. In an instant, slash. A tremendous sound reverberates as the monster's head disappears. Not stopping there, I carve further slashes into the closet with bash. Wind Blade is the fastest and the most versatile magic I've created so far. But I've clearly accelerated it too much. As I reflect on this, the monster's body turns into black mist. This releases the girl from the monster's grasp, and she falls to the floor with a thud. Are you okay? I slip out of my father's arms and rush to the girl. My first impression was that she was a very small child. She looks to be about 3 or 4 years old, perhaps younger than me, and she's a very cute child. But there's one strange thing about her. The right half of her body is discolored, a strange color that's neither blue nor purple. It's like that part has been painted. A poisonous color. Dad, it's serious. Show me. As my father swaps places with me and looks at the girl, he mutters a word. This is bad. It's becoming. Becoming? It's the first time I've heard that word. As I inquire, my father nods with a furrowed brow. It's when a person becomes a monster. It's in the middle of that process. What? People turn into monsters? They do. When you're young, your outline is vague. Spending a long time with monsters during that time gradually turns your body into a monster. That's what we call becoming. So, does that mean, the girl in less than an hour, she'll become a monster? If that happens, we'll have to purify her. I was momentarily speechless at the enormity of the situation. Is there nothing we can do? It's so sad. There is, of course, a way to deal with it. Becoming can be cured if treated immediately. Then my father quietly shakes his head, as if to cut off my attempt to say she'll be saved. I can't do it. To stop becoming, you need to define the person's outline from the inside. But me and this child are clearly different in age and gender. So, if I, who am not a specialist, were to treat her, she'd grow up warped. But, isn't that better than dying? Whatever the form, it should be better than dying, right? To me, who held such thoughts, my father calmly spun his words. No, Itsuki, with incomplete treatment, one quickly reverts to being demon. Relapse is common. That's because the initial contouring wasn't done correctly. That's how it happens. If we don't fully cure this child here and now, they'll live knowing they could become a demon at any moment, like a ticking bomb. Papa has seen many people who were only partially restored from being demon, but they all ended up dead. Why do you think that is? Suicide. Once the contours of humanity are broken, that's all that's left. In the stifled voice of my father, I couldn't say anything, because those were words born from obvious empirical knowledge. Unlike me, who was witnessing an exorcist's work for the first time, my father had been doing this job for many, many years. So, he knew that saving a girl halfway wouldn't save her. Let's exorcise this child here. Itsuki, step aside. Because he knew, he said such things. I tightly clenched my own hands. I understand that what my father is saying is logical, but I also know. I know how painful death is, how agonizing it is. I know the feelings of those who would do anything to survive rather than face such a fate. So, I pulled on my father's sleeve. Wait, Papa, I'll do it. What? I'll save the girl. Teach me how? Itsuki. You. My father was clearly bewildered by my words. Still puzzled, my father continued. Because you said it, Papa. It's impossible because of the difference in age and gender, you said, but I'm about the same age, right? So, I'll do it. At that moment, my father's expression was one I'd never seen before. It was a face of contemplation, a face deeply pondering whether to entrust the girl to me or not. However, his contemplation didn't last long, and my father nodded deeply. I understand. I leave it to Itsuki to handle. What should I do? Hang the guiding thread in the girl's heart. That will resonate with the demon power. Guiding thread? No need to think deeply. Since Itsuki is close in age, resonance will naturally begin. Once in resonance, you should feel your consciousness being pulled toward this child. Okay, what should I do when that happens? Purify the demon lurking inside this child. The last part feels a bit forceful. As I pondered this question, I glanced at the girl. The purple that had only reached halfway up her body a moment ago had now spread to about 70%. There's no time to waste, I thought, quickly crafting the guiding thread and hanging it on the girl's chest. The moment I gently let the thread down, suddenly, my consciousness was forcibly pulled into the girl. So this is what they were talking about earlier. As I perceived this, at the same time, with a sensation akin to plunging into water, my consciousness entered the girl. The sensation that reached my feet was that of a wooden floor. Looking around, I found myself in the same room as before. I thought I had failed, but there was no sign of my further around. Plus, it was now night outside the window, despite it being daytime just moments ago. So, did I succeed? If I succeeded, there should be a monster somewhere. If I exorcise it, the girl will be saved. But there's no sign of the monster. Where could it be? As I pondered this, thud, 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 a tremendous roar echoed from downstairs! I instinctively tensed up at the sudden noise and tried to head towards the direction of the sound. In an instant, the bedroom door opened. And then, only the girl came in. No, she was thrown in. There was no mistaking it. It was the girl who had turned into a demon. The moment she got up, crying and clinging to the door, "Mum. No, Mum." I understood everything about this scene. This was the girl's trauma unfolding right before my eyes. Before the girl, who was crying, could see the dead body of the woman, I gently covered her eyes with my hand. "It's okay now." The words slipped out of my mouth involuntarily. Then, I used the guiding thread to bind the monster in front of me. Closing the girl's eyes, she seemed to notice my presence for the first time. "Who are you?" "I'm an exorcist." Even though I had never thought of myself that way before, it felt strangely appropriate to say. I felt like I had to say it to protect the girl even more. "I came to help." "So, I dismembered and exorcised the monster to pieces. At that moment, whoosh, my consciousness was forcefully pulled backward with tremendous force. The scenery became blurry. And as I woke up, well done, Itsuki. You did it. Papa. I was being held tightly by my father. Did it go well? Yeah, it was a great success. Thanks to Itsuki, this child was saved. As I shifted my gaze, there lay a girl with such healthy color that one could mistake it for a dream rather than the purple she had been before. After putting me down, my father picked up the girl instead. Our job is done. You did a great job, Itsuki. What about the girl? Let's take her to the hospital. She needs expert care now. Saying so, my father left the room with the girl. I followed after him. An ambulance, summoned promptly by the police, transported the girl to the hospital. According to my father, our job as exorcists was finished there. We wouldn't be involved with the rescued child anymore. It's not so much that we won't be involved as that we won't have time to be involved, my father said. Why? Exorcists are busy. As my father got into the car, I followed suit. After delivering the monster, the exorcist's job was over. The rest was left to the police. Especially exorcists of rank 4 or higher are flying all over the place. They don't have time to visit the children they saved. I see. I thought back on the girl who had been taken away. Apparently, her mother died protecting her. I think her father was the one who was completely crushed in the living room. If that's the case, the girl would have lost both her parents. So, what will happen to that girl? The police will search for relatives. If relatives are found, the parents will be treated as having died in an accident, and custody of the child will go to them. And if there are no relatives? In such cases, exorcists operate foster care facilities. She'll likely come under their jurisdiction. Foster care facilities. I repeat that word in my head. Children emit more magical power compared to adults. So, there are those who hunt parents to devour the magical power of children. It's a common tale. Drink. I couldn't say anything to my father, who spoke calmly. I had saved her. But now that child has no parents. I don't know what kind of life a child who has lost both parents will lead. I don't know much, but I know the fear of not being able to return to a normal daily life. Isn't there anything we can do? I murmur quietly in the car. I think my father heard those words, but he didn't say anything. He drove us home in silence. The story of her regaining consciousness came the next day. Itsuki, it's a good opportunity. Shall we go visit her? Huh. Is that okay? Yeah, I still have time before work. To an unexpected invitation, I nodded. Yeah, let's go. I didn't even know that girl's name, but she was the first child I had ever saved. For some reason, I felt like I had to protect her. Maybe that's why. I naturally wanted to visit her. I didn't think I could do anything, but I wanted to help somehow. I had never experienced going to visit someone in the hospital, let alone someone from a past life, so my mother and I bought jelly and pudding that a 3-year-old might enjoy and headed to the general hospital where the girl was hospitalized. It seems that the place where such children are hospitalized is called the pediatric ward. It was my first time entering, but there were girls around the same age as the hospitalized girl and kids who seemed about my age, and the nurses were busy. But to me, they felt more like nursery school teachers than nurses. I had never attended nursery school or kindergarten in this life. Hina-chan, we're coming in. The doctor, who was also a first-class exorcist, said so at the door, and we entered the room following him. When the girl, whose name I had just learned, saw us enter the hospital room, she looked at the doctor with a puzzled expression. It was a look that seemed to say, "Who are they?" But the doctor, who was used to such looks, continued with a smile, "Your friends have come to play." Friends? Huh? I tilted my head at the sudden question that arose in my mind. After all, I had only exchanged a moment of resonance with Hina-chan. There was no guarantee she knew who I was. So, I didn't want her to cry thinking some stranger had come, I thought. But then Hina-chan looked at my face and suddenly smiled. Oh, it's been a while. It seemed I wouldn't be making her cry after all. Or so I thought, but my relief was easily shattered by the girl's next words. Ni-chan. With straight, almost pure eyes, the child looked at me and said so. I couldn't help but ponder the meaning of the words. Ni-chan, Ni-chan. Was it a nickname? But my name doesn't have an in it anywhere. I shouldn't be called Nichan. Besides, I hadn't told Hina-chan my name. As I pondered such things, Hina-chan, who had just called me Nichan, pointed to my parents behind me and said, "Mom, Dad." Not just me, but my parents and even the pediatrician were frozen by this. However, the only one who wasn't frozen was Hina-chan herself, who jumped off the bed and ran over to us. "Where is this?" She looked around, seemingly not knowing where she was. The pediatrician, kneeling in front of Hina-chan to meet her eye level, asked in a trembling voice, "Hina-chan, do you know your own name?" I'm Hina. "I see. Then, who is this friend here?" As the doctor asked, glancing at me, Hina-chan answered energetically, "He's not a friend. He's Nichan." Nichan. Could Nichan possibly mean big brother? The moment I thought that, Hina-chan continued, "Nichan is the one who protects Hina. That child became my little sister a few days later." Chapter 6 New Family. Let's try something new. Something new? Yeah. Practicing martial arts. Several days later I accompanied him to his first job. Further called me out to the backyard, and as soon as I changed into my gi, the loose white jacket worn in judo, he said that it was winter. Just into December, the backyard was bitterly cold with the winter wind blowing. "What's martial arts? Like gymnastics?" "No, it's different. Martial arts is the technique of fighting against Magui. But usually, when facing Magui, you wouldn't fight barehanded. You'd use a sword." "Oh, I see." With that, further removed the cloth covering the long object he had been holding. Revealed was a black sheath. Even though I had never seen the real thing, I could understand from the context of the conversation what it was. A genuine Japanese sword. "This is a sword." "Wow, it's long." "Haha. Itsuki is still small, so the sword will feel long. Want to hold it?" "Yeah." I took the sword that father handed to me with a sense of anticipation. The moment I took it, the weight settled heavily on both arms. "Wow, it's heavy." Normally, exorcists like us use magic and martial arts to exorcise Magui. When you saw me at work, it probably seemed like an ordinary household, right? We don't engage in magical shootouts in places like that. In tight spaces, small places, martial arts are essential. Magui. As I was told this, I recalled that indeed, in that house, there were more close combat situations than magical shootouts. Reflecting on it, I tilted my head. Despite saying we wouldn't fight barehanded, didn't we punch without weapons the other day? "Dad, I have a question." "What's wrong?" "You can ask Dad anything." "Why do I have to practice martial arts?" The reason I asked father this was because of bitter memories from my past life. Bitter memories from my past life refer to physical education classes at school, and let me tell you, I'm terrible at sports. After all, I'm a pure indoor person. Even if I were born again, aside from the ages of 3, 5, and job-related outings, I wouldn't step outside, so my tendency towards indoor activities has only been reinforced. I wondered if it even made sense for me to practice martial arts. Of course, you have to practice. "Why?" "Well, for example, at that house we visited before, if the monster there made a swift move and closed in on you, what would you do?" "I'd create a wall with magic." "No, you'd be killed before you could make a wall." Some of Dad's colleagues died because they underestimated martial arts. My father's words were logical, coming from experience. When logic hits you, you can't argue back, and you lose motivation. So, I swallowed it. But after seeing the Japanese sword in my hand, I said, "But, Dad, this is heavy." "That's why the initial training will be with wooden swords. I've prepared one for you too." "Really?" While I felt relieved to not have to swing something this heavy from the start, honestly, unlike with practicing magic, I still couldn't muster enthusiasm. However, since my father had made it clear that neglecting it would mean death, I had no choice but to do it. My father handed me a wooden sword for children and stood behind me. "Did someone teach you how to hold it, huh?" No. I haven't learned from anyone." "I see. Well, you were holding it correctly." His words reminded me of taking kendo classes in my past life. Surprisingly, I remembered quite a bit. "All right. Let's start with some basic forms." "Okay. There are several swordsmanship techniques passed down in exorcist families. I'll teach you Yate style. Yate? I wonder how that's written. Yate style is an aggressive swordsmanship that overwhelms with the number of moves. We'll start with the basic footwork. My father picked up an adult-sized wooden sword and stepped away from me, assuming a stance. Then, he stepped forward. Wrapped around his right foot was the guiding thread, and he swung the sword. Crack. The air burst. I could see the void explode before me. My cheek trembled slightly from the shock wave that occurred a moment later. On the ground where my father had struck, there was a straight cut even though the wooden sword hadn't touched it, with a depth of about 5 meters. What's that? As I recoiled in bewilderment at the incomprehensible feat, my father turned to me with a very calm demeanor. This is Fumikomi. Which one is? Confronted with a completely different swordsmanship, I inadvertently let slip in my mind. Swordsmanship? No way. This is more like magic. The key is to wrap the guiding thread around your feet to strengthen them. This allows for explosive Fumikomi. It really is magic after all. And he mentioned strengthening so casually. When my father wrapped the guiding thread around his body during exorcism work, I thought it was body strengthening. And it turns out my guess was correct. I see, the martial arts my father is talking about involve close combat using magic. No wonder you'd die if you slacked off. However, there's one thing that's bothering me. Hey, Dad. I have a question. What's wrong? You can call me Master Dad if you want. Isn't that magic? Ignoring my father's statement lightly, I asked, if wrapping the guiding thread around the body to strengthen it is magic, then isn't it? But my father had an expression on his face as if to say, what are you talking about? And continued, because you're swinging a sword. It's a martial arts, isn't it? I see, so that's how it is. No, it's not like that, is it? Give it a try, Itsuki. Okay, however, honestly, classification doesn't really matter. What's important is being able to handle swordsmanship properly. I tried to follow my father's example and wrap the guiding thread around my right foot for body strengthening, but then I stopped. Come to think of it, how do you do body strengthening? There are broadly 2 types of magic that use the guiding thread, attribute alteration and trait alteration. Attribute alteration is a magic technique specialized in killing monsters by changing the thread into various attributes. No matter how you look at it, body strengthening isn't working here. In that case, it must be the second one, trait alteration. But this one has too much freedom and is difficult. They say it's easier to do than to worry about, so let's just give it a try for now. I wrap the guiding thread around my body and imagine become stronger. I chant in my mind, but nothing changes. Well, it's no wonder. If magic could work with such vague thoughts, the exorcist mortality rate wouldn't be so low. I need to think more specifically. Hey, Dad, how do you strengthen your body? Huh? It's obvious. You just chant, become stronger. Well, I tried that earlier. I thought asking my master right in front of me would get me an answer, but instead, I got a failed attempt. What should I do? As I pondered over such matters, I heard a voice from the veranda. Nichan. What are you doing? Oh, Hina. I'm practicing swordsmanship. The one who showed up was Hina. She stayed at the Kisaragi household to see if her generation had truly recovered. But Hina becoming part of our family wasn't just for that reason alone. I've only heard roughly from the pediatrician, but apparently, due to the shock, Hina sealed her own memories. It wouldn't be strange considering the shock of witnessing her parents being killed in front of her. As a result of sealing her memories, Hina recognizes us as her family. Although I don't know the details, according to the doctor, it's because I resonated with Hina and changed her perception to match the coherence of memories or something like that. In simple terms, Hina thinks of us as her family, and it was necessary for us to take her in as a sister to both ensure her recovery from the generation and resolve the 2 issues beautifully. I want to do it too. No, it's dangerous. I stopped Hina, who was trying to come into the garden from the veranda. After stopping her, I suddenly noticed that Hina was wearing clothes I hadn't seen before. Huh? Hina, what's with that outfit? You know, I went shopping just now. It's pink. Come to think of it, Mom said she needed to buy daily necessities for Hina. I guess that's what she meant. As I looked at Hina's clothes, I had a sudden realization. Ah, I see. I just need to wear clothes. Of course. I'm already wearing clothes. On top of that. So I just need to wear something over that. In other words, an external strengthening garment. When I was working in my past life, I had conversations with a staff member at a nursing home. He was an administrative staff member, a slender person, but he said he would help with caregiving when they were short-staffed. I thought caregiving required qualifications, but that wasn't the point. Caregiving is hard work. Since you have to lift people, it's definitely hard labor. So, I naturally asked him, isn't it heavy and difficult? However, the woman replied, the company bought me an assist suit, so it's easier now. At that time, I didn't understand what an assist suit was and just nodded along, but when I researched it at home, I found out that it's something that uses tubes and such to replicate artificial muscles and assist in physical labor. That knowledge was just tucked away in the back of my mind at the time, but seeing Hina reminded me, could this be used for body strengthening? I gripped the wooden sword again and imagined flowing the image into the guiding thread wrapped around my right leg. The image of new artificial muscles supporting my body. Arc. And then I swung the wooden sword, but I didn't understand how much strength to put into it, so I stepped too hard with my right leg, causing the ground in the yard to dent a little. Losing my balance from the dent, I fell forward with full force. Whoa. As I fell headfirst to the ground, my body was pulled back with incredible force. When I looked, I saw that the guiding thread was wrapped around my body. At first, finding the balance for strengthening might be difficult, but you'll get used to it soon. Try again. My father supported me. It was as if he knew this was going to happen from the beginning. Why yeah, I'll try again. Fail as much as you want. I'll support you through it all. With those reassuring words in my heart, I adjusted my balance once more and stepped forward. This time, I tried reducing the enhancement compared to before. Thanks to that, I didn't lose my balance, but on the other hand, I couldn't reproduce the powerful step my father had shown me earlier. Ha ha ha. Exploring your own balance is also a part of training. I see. Is that how it works? I nodded to myself and attempted my third challenge. Exhaling, I stepped forward. In that moment, I cut through the wind. With a bang, the air exploded, and despite not touching the ground, the wooden sword left a cut. As expected of Itsuki, you catch on quickly. Did I do it? Although it was just a small cut, about 1 centimeter, I thought it was nothing compared to what my father did, but as I was thinking that, my father laughed heartily. Don't worry about that. There's no way you could match Papa from the start. This is a great success. Is that how it is? As I pondered, I heard the sound of a car stopping near the main gate. Someone's here. Glancing briefly towards the main gate, my father said, since Papa's watching, keep practicing your swordsmanship a bit longer. Okay. With that instruction from my father, I readied my wooden sword. While preparing, I tried to enhance my entire body, not just my right leg, with the threads. What's wrong, Nichan? It's nothing, Hina. When Hina asked, I immediately shook my head, but it wasn't nothing. When I tried to enhance my entire body with just one long thread, I found that I couldn't move my legs or arms freely. So, I prepared 4 threads for each arm and leg and wrapped them around. As I wrapped them, I wondered, could I possibly create armor with these threads? By wrapping them around the torso and head and enhancing them from above with new threads, I could create transparent armor. While enhancing my entire body, I suddenly thought, could it be that other exorcists can't enhance their entire bodies? From what I've heard from Renji-san, ordinary exorcists can only use 3 or 4 threads simultaneously. If that's the case, it's their limit to enhance their limbs. If they want to use magic from there, they need additional threads. No. Shaking my head after considering all that, I realized that it doesn't matter what others can or can't do. I have to become strong as myself. It's pointless to worry about comparing myself to others, whether it's good or bad. With that in mind, I swung the wooden sword again. VZZTZZTZZT. The sword I swung literally tore through the air. My bangs flew up with tremendous force. Even though it hadn't hit anything as solid as the ground, It left a mark. The depth of it was about 5 meters. Just like my father's. Wow, Nichan, that's amazing. Thanks, Hina. I breathed a sigh of relief at the success and felt a little proud to be praised by Hina. Just a moment ago, I had resolved not to compare myself to others, but being praised by someone still felt good. I was about to demonstrate it again to Hina when a voice called out from the direction of the gate, "Itsuki-kun." What was that sound? Huh? Ai-chan. Turning around, there was Ai-chan. I could see Renji-san and my father talking near the main gate. It seemed the visitors were the Shimatsuki family. How unusual. What's up? I came with Papa. Oh? Who's that girl? That's Hina. She's my little sister. Sister? Itsuki-kun. You have a sister? Yeah. I decided not to delve into the details since Ai-chan would just get confused, so I brushed off the explanation. Ai-chan, taken aback, looked at Hina with a curious expression, but quickly smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Hina-chan." Ai-chan, nice to meet you too. Perhaps because they were close in age or because they were both girls, they exchanged only those words and smiled at each other. So, what was that sound earlier? Oh, Nichan was amazing. I already know Itsuki-kun is amazing. Proud of her brother? Ai-chan calmly replied. Nichan swung the wooden sword, and the wind was incredible. The wind? I tilted my head at Hina's explanation, unsure if it made sense or not. Well, it's understandable. So I supplemented the explanation from the side. I was practicing swordsmanship. Wow, that's amazing. You're already doing it. But, wind? You see, it's about this, I said, showing the wooden sword. After showing it, I moved the stick slowly. When you move it quickly, wind comes, right? Hina's talking about that. While saying such things, Ai-chan tilted her head. I thought about demonstrating it, but it would be dangerous with her so close, so I stopped. Anyway, why are you here, Ai-chan? Papa invited Itsuki-kun and Suichiru-san. He asked if they wanted to come for a job observation. Huh? A job? I just went with my father recently, but is he going to observe father's work? As I was thinking that, Ai-chan seemed to think she wasn't explaining enough, so she continued to inform me. You know, there's a bear. A bear? Where? In Tokyo. Huh, bears in Tokyo? Is that even possible? As I was slightly taken aback, Ai-chan continued with a puzzled expression. So, the bear eats other bears. A bear eating a bear. But is it safe for us to go along? Isn't it dangerous? Papa said it's okay because it's second rank. But, with a puzzled expression, Ai-chan said that. Speaking of second rank, those monsters that became the opportunity to meet Hina were also second rank. And, you know, they sometimes stay overnight for ordinary jobs. So, it's better to get used to it early. Certainly. There might be some truth to that. Both my father and Renji-san sometimes don't come home for weeks due to work. Sometimes, they don't come home for a month. It seems reasonable to get used to overnight work. Hey, Ai-chan. When are you leaving? Well, Suichiru-san said it's okay. So we'll leave from this evening. It's around midday now, so it's a few hours later. That's sudden. But, this isn't just for fun, it's for work. It's not uncommon for plans to change suddenly. My father often has his phone ringing even when he's at home. As I was pondering that, my father returned to the garden from the main gate. Itsuki, did you hear the conversation? Yeah. We're going for an overnight job, right? That's right. It's a job brought in by Renji, but I think it'll be beneficial for you to participate for the future. Let's start preparing now. Like clothes? When I asked that, Renji-san popped his head from behind my father. No, Itsuki-kun. When we say overnight outside, it's about snacks, right? Is that so? That's news to me. I'll give you some pocket money, so go buy some with AIR. Is it okay? Of course, Renji-san said with a smile, then looked at my father. Is Itsuki-kun already okay to go out alone? As long as he doesn't releases the barrier, is it safe for Itsuki to go out? In other words, does it mean he won't be attacked by monsters outside the barrier? It's a scary question. I've been staying at home all this time because I was scared of that. From next year, Itsuki will be in elementary school, right? We can't accompany him when he goes to school. It's about time he started training to go out alone. Training? You're exaggerating, Suichiru. What are you saying? Walking outside while maintaining the barrier. That's proper training. Okay. So, Suichiru, you think Itsuki's barrier is okay? Yeah. He accompanied us for Shichi-Go-San and my job observation, but he should be fine going out alone. When my father said that, I couldn't help but squeeze his hand tightly with joy. I'm always praised by my father, but this might be the first time I've received his approval. Just don't forget the charm. Yeah, of course. I've never let go of the charm. That means it's okay for me to go outside. As I inwardly did a fist pump, Hina raised her hand. I'm going to. It's dangerous, you know? No. In response to it's dangerous, Hina vigorously shook her head. No, Hina. You can't go. You still have to stay home. No. Despite Hina's tantrum, my father's veto is absolute. Since Hina will just keep throwing a fit if we stay any longer, I turned to Ai-chan. Shall we go, Ai-chan? Yeah. With a smile, Ai-chan and I dashed out of the house. Is Itsuki-kun already exorcising demons? Nope. He's always practicing magic. Since Shichi-Go-San, I've been focusing more on practicing elemental magic. It's because I've mastered the basics, and it's my father's judgment that I can start experimenting with magic. Really? You know, I finally learned how to summon threads properly the other day. Huh, really? Sure, I had a sense of thread manipulation during Shichi-Go-San, but it's only been about a week since then. Children's growth is truly amazing. They're like bamboo shoots. So, I've been practicing to summon more. I can summon 2 threads now. Wow. To grasp the technique and summon 2 threads within a week is truly the feat of a genius. It took me over a month to grasp the technique. Or rather, I wonder how many threads I can summon at once. When I tried it before, I stopped at around 60 threads because it was too difficult to control them simultaneously. Plus, as Renji-san mentioned, the more threads you summon, the harder it becomes to control them all at once, making it impractical for combat. Also, the more threads there are, the less magical power can be imbued into each one. Renji-san compared it to juggling in soccer. Juggling a soccer ball well doesn't necessarily correlate with skill in a match. Summoning many threads is just training in magical manipulation. While pondering such things, as we stopped at an intersection, the ambient temperature suddenly dropped. ? When I looked around, I saw it. A monster standing behind the telephone pole, as if hiding in its shadow. Let's play. Let's do something fun, okay? It looked like a girl wearing a yellow hat and a red backpack, but her face had 4 eyes scattered around, all looking upward. Yet, despite that, the face was looking directly at me, giving me the creeps. Playing hide and seek is fun, right? Or tag? I don't like tag. I have no idea what you're talking about. What's wrong? Itsuki-kun. Nothing, really. Fortunately, Ai-chan hadn't noticed the monster, but it's quite fluent in talking for a monster. Could it be around the 2nd rank? I learned from my father recently that there's a proportional relationship between a monster's intelligence and its rank. In other words, higher ranks usually mean higher intelligence. However, it's not always the case. Some lower-ranking monsters have human-level intelligence. Hey, don't ignore me. Why, you can see me, right? At that moment, the monster emerged from behind the telephone pole. But what emerged from behind the pole was a horrifying sight. It had 3 thin arms, all twisted like children's scribbles. It had no legs, so it was supporting itself with its arms alone. It looked like a monster imitating a person-made mud doll. Its thin arms slammed against the road, aiming for the moment it struck. The monster jumped into the air, its neck exposed. Threads wrapped around the monster's neck as it jumped. Then, attribute alteration, wind blade. The monster's head was severed. With a thud, the monster's head and body rolled on the ground. In that instant, the monster died. It turned into black mist. As I watched, Ai-chan pulled my hand. Itsuki-kun. It's a green light. Right. Let's go. There was no need to point it out. So we headed straight to the supermarket. I had decided to buy curry buns instead of sweets. So when I headed to the bread corner, Ai-chan seemed a bit surprised. Itsuki-kun, the sweets are over here. I think I'll go for curry buns. Wow, really? Itsuki-kun, you like bread, huh? I'll remember that. What are you buying? Ai-chan. Cannolis. I love cannolis. As she said that, Ai-chan bought cannolis and also picked up some chocolates. I was surprised because I never thought about buying cannolis or anything like that. When I returned home, my mother had packed my clothes in a children's backpack. So I didn't need to prepare anything new and just left as it was. Instead of my father's car, we rode in Renji-san's huge car. It seemed to be a 4WD. I guess exorcists must be high earners, huh? This time's job is a request from the Hunting Association. You probably heard from AI, but there's been a big bear sighting. 2 people were apparently eaten when hunters went after it. As Renji-san drove on the expressway, he explained the situation. When we investigated further, it turned out it wasn't a bear but a demon in the form of one. That's why we needed a demon in the form of a bear. Are there other animals it can mimic? Of course, there are. Among the ones I've fought, there were deer and wild boars. How about you, Suichiro? My father, sitting in the passenger seat, shrugged in response. I encountered more insects than animals, like spiders, butterflies, and cockroaches. Oh, don't worry, Itsuki. If you think of them as demons, they're not so scary. I accidentally let out a weird noise, but my father's response was unclear whether it was meant to be comforting advice or not. Is that the issue here? Let's get back on track. So, about the bear demon. Its rank is 3rd tier. Honestly, it's not the kind of opponent that just me and Suichiro could handle together, but this time we have AI and Itsuki-kun with us. There's always a chance. Renji-san, who had nodded along with my father's words, glanced at me through the rearview mirror and said, "We still have about 2 hours until we arrive, so you can sleep if you want." Looks like AI is already asleep. As I looked to my side, AI-chan was sitting in her junior seat, completely immersed in sleep mode, her head tilted to the side, softly snoring. However, I, on the other hand, wasn't sleepy at all. But then, I remembered that in this world, I still hadn't been given my beloved smartphone from my past life. With 2 hours of free time ahead of me, I pondered what to do and came up with an idea. Magic. Yes, I could practice magic. No sooner had I thought of it, I began gathering magical energy in my hands. However, practicing attack magic like elemental transformations wasn't feasible inside the car. Instead, I focused on transformation magic. This type of magic literally allowed me to create anything, and I had been practicing it on my own while my father was at work. But to be honest, its versatility made it quite challenging. As a side note, those who are into character creation games would probably excel at transformation magic too. Unfortunately, I found such things too bothersome and tended to default to the simplest form. However, I couldn't just avoid this magic altogether. Its high degree of freedom meant it had many applications. Now, what should I create? I kept the gathered magical energy in my hands, solidifying it. A few days ago during my self-training, I had created clothing. Hina had come to watch my magic practice, so I made her a dress. She was overjoyed, but it disappeared in less than an hour. If it was going to disappear anyway, why not make something that wouldn't leave a trace? Food would be a good choice. I formed the magical energy into a circular shape like a thread. What I decided to create was a donut. I just felt like having one. As I gave it a try, I realized it was something I could easily make. I looked admiringly at the freshly made donut. It was coated with powdered sugar, and I had successfully replicated its soft and chewy texture. It turned out pretty well, didn't it? The only question now was the taste. Could I actually eat it? Well, since it was made from my magic, there shouldn't be any reason why I couldn't. With that thought in mind, I put it in my mouth, and sure enough, it was sweet. Sweet and delicious. All right, let's continue practicing with other sweets, I thought as I started to weave magical threads. But then, something crossed my mind. The idea of making dresses with magic, or sweets. Where had I heard that before? It was from fairy tales. The dress was Cinderella's, and the sweets were from Hansel and Gretel. The fact that my dress disappeared in about an hour also matched the Cinderella story, with the midnight curfew. Could it be that those were real stories? There was definitely a possibility. And if there was, why not try making something else? Like glass slippers, all right. As I listened to my father and Renji-san conversing up front, I resumed practicing transformation magic. I shaped the magical threads into the form of shoes and infused them with magic. Next, I decided to make a miniature model of a pumpkin carriage. It seemed a bit too cliché, but I couldn't think of anything else. So, I decided to give it a try. The next moment, I felt a rush of magic being drained from my body. It was about 30 times more intense than before. Why was that? Was it because the structure was more complex than the donut? I decided to experiment with that. So, I tried making various other things, although I had initially kept my distance due to their complexity. After just a few attempts, I started to get the hang of transformation magic. It seemed that the more complex the structure and the longer I tried to maintain something in this world, the more magic it consumed. The increased magic consumption with the pumpkin carriage was due to its complexity. Thinking about it, while it seemed convenient, it also appeared to be a magic with significant limitations. With my abundant magical energy and being 7th rank, it wasn't an issue for me. But for others, it might lead to their magic being depleted just by creating something. In that case, it wouldn't be usable in combat. Itsuki, are you feeling dizzy? No, Papa. I'm fine. At that moment, the 4WD vehicle jolted. When I looked around, we were already in the mountains, seemingly having passed into a natural setting. It was a bit hard to believe that such a nature-filled place existed in Tokyo. Perhaps this was what it was like once you left the 23 wards. Beside me, Aya-chan, who had just woken up from the shock, looked up grumpily. Aya, are you feeling dizzy? I just woke up. That's perfect timing. We're almost there. Renji-san replied cheerfully to the groggy Aya-chan, then turned the steering wheel. Renji-san's words about almost being there were accurate, as the drive didn't last for another 20 minutes. After stopping the car by the side of a questionably maintained road, Renji-san looked towards my father. Let's stop here for today. Suichiro, could you set up the barrier? Got it. As my father responded, he stepped out of the car and extended magical threads. I quickly followed suit, getting out of the car and asking my father about his mysterious actions. Papa, what are you doing? Oh, this? I'm setting up a barrier. Do you remember when you helped Hina? We set up a barrier against the demons back then. Now, I'm going to set up a larger one in this area. The radius will be, let's see, about 300 meters. Wow, that's huge. That's right. Since Papa is 5th tier, I can set up a wide one. It's quite difficult for other exorcists. Proudly, my father looked at me while moving his hands. With a radius of 300 meters, the circumference would be about 2 kilometers, right? Setting up a barrier with magical threads meant he could extend them quite far. Impressive. Since I didn't want to disturb my father while he was setting up the barrier, I went over to Renji-san. Hey, we've come to a good spot. Could you help me take out the junior seat? I want to make it flat. Sure thing. As a 7th tier, I still couldn't set up barriers like my father, so I had to help out elsewhere. I took out the junior seat from Renji-san's car and also took the still sleepy-looking Aya-chan out of the car. As I watched Renji-san flatten the interior of the car, I asked, Hey, Renji-san. What's up? Is this car yours? Yeah, it is. It's pretty big, right? It's good for trips with a large group, even for overnight stays. I see. I wondered if there were occasions when they worked with such a large group. Well, I suppose there must be, considering they bought the car for that reason. Renji, the barrier is set up. If any demons enter the barrier, it will automatically counteract them to some extent, and we'll notice if the main one comes in. Thanks. As always, don't mention it. My father, who received a bottle of tea from Renji-san, shook his head casually. Hey, Papa. What are we going to do next? After this? We wait. Huh? I thought it was good to establish a base, but how were we going to find the monsters? That's what I wanted to know, but the response I got was more analog than I anticipated. Demons feed on magical energy. so naturally, they gather around people with a lot of magical energy. Exorcists have more magical energy than regular people, so if we leave them alone, they'll come to us. Then we exorcise them. So, are we going to wait inside this car until then? That's right. But even if it's late, they'll show up within 3 days. 3 days. It was said so casually that I almost ignored it. But 3 days was quite a long time. But there was no point in complaining. Since I'd have free time anyway, I decided to practice transformation magic. I gathered myself and helped prepare for the car camping. It took less than an hour to finish the preparations, but by then, the sun had already set, and I felt a bit rushed, with the so-called happening remaining at that level. Ai-chan and I ate canned food inside the car as if it were a camp. Meanwhile, either my father or Renji-san kept watch outside at all times. I thought it might be okay to take a break since the barrier was set up, but I was told that fast monsters could close the distance within 300 meters in no time. So, even though it seemed pointless, I couldn't just stay inside without a reason. Turning off the lights now. Okay. As it was time to sleep, Renji-san said this and turned off the lights inside the car. In that instant, a chilling darkness enveloped the car. Despite the moonlight outside, it was impossible to see anything. Perhaps the trees were blocking the light. Being in the mountains, it was a bit scary. As I pondered this, Ai-chan, who was lying next to me, started fidgeting and slipped her hand under my blanket. What's wrong? I'm scared. I could understand why Ai-chan would feel that way. The darkness was so intense that it seemed to seep into our very souls like blood soaking into gauze. Even if I closed my eyes, I was sure I could sleep regardless. Thinking so, I closed my eyes. But before I could fully relax, there was a knock on the driver's side window. What's wrong? They're here. In response to my father's short answer, Renji-san quickly opened the car. Dad, you two stay in the car. Itsuki-kun, take care of Ai. With a quick reply to Ai-chan's trembling voice, Renji-san stood next to my father. We, who had just woken up, could only watch them through the window. In the darkness, we couldn't do anything else. Fortunately, our eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness outside the car. The two of them prepared while continuously looking in one direction. My father drew his sword and strengthened his right arm. Then, he covered his left eye with a second strand of magical thread. What was it? Perhaps a night vision spell. Meanwhile, Renji-san formed the magical thread into a square shape and threw it towards the ground. The way he set up the magic, like a fishing net, was so unfamiliar that I wondered what he was doing. And as if to answer my question, the ground touched by the magical thread transformed into a quagmire! Can you use magic like that too? I couldn't help but be amazed at the sight. There were so many things I didn't notice or didn't know during my magic self-training. I wanted to see more of my father's and the others' magic. I strained my eyes to see, but it was too dark. Too dark. Wait, hold on. Following my father's earlier actions, I used the magical thread to create a circle in front of both my eyes and performed attribute alteration. By doing so, I gathered faint light. It was my makeshift night vision scope. It was my first time trying it, but the magic was a great success. With this, I could see clearly in an instant. Itsuki-kun. Fully utilizing my now open field of vision, I was pressed against the window when Ai-chan's grip on my hand tightened. There was no need to ask. She was anxious and scared. So, to reassure her, I spoke. It's okay. Renji-san and Dad are strong. Yeah. As soon as Ai-chan nodded, suddenly, a bear emerged from among the trees. It appeared without any hesitation, as if it were the ruler of the mountain, without showing any signs of fear towards us. Seeing the bear, I involuntarily held my breath. It was huge, just huge. Its body length was around 5 meters. It was bigger than the car. It was as big as a house. It was a monster in the form of a bear. Of course, since it's a monster, it's natural for it to be different from an ordinary bear, but even so, there should be limits. Facing such an overwhelmingly large bear, I couldn't help but be overcome by psychological fear. As a result, I could feel my breathing becoming shallow. What's wrong? Itsuki-kun. It's here. Even though we were inside the car and she shouldn't have heard, Aya-chan's grip on my hand tightened even more as I said that in a very small voice, trying not to make any noise. I squeezed her hand back, and I realized that I had forgotten to breathe. I forgot to breathe. As soon as I realized it, the bear kicked the road. Grow. In that moment of kicking, it fell into the quagmire without missing a beat. My father went ahead and slashed at the bear. The heavy sound of the slash reached even inside the car. Yet, the bear's head remained intact. Too shallow, Suichiro. I know. Reversing the stance after the slash, my father attempted to deliver another blow to the bear's back when suddenly, the bear's entire body bristled! It was almost a reflexive action. In an instant, I created a wall with attribute alteration, wall in front of the car. Slightly delayed, the bear's entire body exploded, scattering around like iron needle bullets. With a dull thud, the needles pierced the protective wall I had erected, creating holes in the guardrail outside the wall as if it were made of styrofoam, making me tremble involuntarily. I wish I hadn't seen that. What was that just now? The bear shot its fur at us. Even though it's a bear, now that Aya-chan mentioned it, it did look more like a porcupine than a bear. No, porcupines don't shoot their fur either. However, not only was I taken aback by the bear's sudden actions, but my father and Renji-san also momentarily stopped in their tracks for defensive purposes. Seizing that moment, the bear broke free from the quagmire and fled. Letting it escape, Renji-san barked and swiftly extended his magical threads like bullets. However, the bear was momentarily faster, diving into the woods. Renji-san's magic collided with the trees and exploded, becoming into dust. We're going after it, Renji. I know. Renji-san, responding so, glanced at us in the car and murmured briefly, "We'll be back soon." All we could do was nod in response. Seeing this, Renji-san raised a hand in acknowledgement before disappearing into the woods, chasing after the bear. And then, all that was left was the car and us. That was amazing. Huh? Yeah, Dad and Soichiro-san. I wonder if they're okay. They'll be fine. Those two are strong. We murmured our impressions almost as if it was someone else's affairs. Those two. The moment the bear got angry, they instantly erected a defensive barrier. Whether it's a reflex skill or from their seasoned experience, it doesn't change the fact that they're doing something amazing. I can't do the same. Hey, was it Itsuki-kun's magic that protected us when the bear exploded earlier? Yeah. I put it up just now. A wall magic. Wow, Itsuki-kun, you can already use magic like that. From a face filled with anxiety just a moment ago, I couldn't help but feel a bit pleased as I was met with sparkling eyes. Aya-chan, if you practice, you can learn to use it too. Really? But I can only use Shijutsu manipulation. Then next time, I'll teach you. Huh, is that okay? Of course. I owe a lot to Renji-san, so it's a way to repay him. Besides, teaching someone something is great for review and verbalization. That's what I learned when I taught Aya-chan the thread manipulation. Teaching someone else helps deepen my own understanding. Teaching magic is also a part of my own growth. Aya-chan's face brightened up with the promise of learning magic. But then she looked worriedly out the window and muttered softly, "Dad, when will he come back?" "He hasn't gone that far." I was about to continue, but I fell silent. I had no choice but to fall silent. Itsuki-kun. SHH. I covered Aya's mouth with my hand and looked outside the car. There, standing, was a wild boar. A very large one. It was about 3 meters long, and its tusks were about as tall as me. A size that was no less than a car, and it stared straight at us. "Good morning." "Good morning." An annoying voice that pierced my ears. Undoubtedly, a monster. But why here? Damn it. From what I heard before coming here, the only monster nearby was that bear. Moreover, we knew that because of the barrier, so why did Itsuki-kun? Is that? Aya-chan's trembling voice reached my ears as I trembled. That's why, as if shaking off the fear, I spoke clearly. "It's okay." I continued to calm down Aya-chan, who was trembling. "I've already exorcised it." At that moment, the massive boar slumped to the ground with a thud. I pulled out the wire that pierced the boar's eyes and head simultaneously. "Huh? Huh? Ayat-chan, stay in the car and look around. Something was happening that my father and Renji-san had overlooked. So, I said that to confirm if there were other monsters around, but Ayat-chan grabbed my hand. Wait, I don't want to be alone. Fine. Let's go together. I couldn't argue against such reasonable opinion, so I got out of the car with Ayat-chan. The moment we got out, we were exposed to multiple gazes. Looking around, various animals watched us from the roadside under the trees. No, not just animals. Trees. The trees were moving too. Dozens of monsters looked down at us, swaying in the wind. Come closer. Ah. A child of an exorcist. Cheap tires, they muttered as they looked down on us. As far as I could tell, none of the monsters were speaking properly. Probably. They were weak monsters. Probably of the first rank. No. What kind of situation is this? Really? I'll have to get a proper explanation from my father later. Itsuki-kun. Look around. There are only monsters. Yeah, I know. But I'll get the explanation later. Right now, there's only one thing I need to do. Weave the wire at hand. Shoot it like a bullet. Just like Renji-san did. Pierce the monsters' heads with it when it's released. It's okay. It's over now. With a delay, all the monsters in my sight exploded. Ba-bam. The sound of explosions overlapped. Is it over now? Yeah, it's over. I looked around with night vision magic, but there were no other monsters. The rank of the boar we defeated first was about second rank, and it was the strongest. Itsuki-kun. You're really strong. Ah. Yeah, thanks. I haven't done anything particularly impressive. My father and Renji-san are the ones who are amazing. So it's hard to accept praise. More importantly, let's go back to the car. Ayat-chan. If Dad and the others come back now, they'll be mad. Why yeah, you're right. Ayat-chan nodded in fear and clung to me as we returned to the car. I understand she's scared, but could she, move a little further away? Well, I can't say that to a 5-year-old girl trembling with fear, so Ayat-chan and I sat inside Renji-san's car. Not long after we sat down, my father and Renji-san, stained with blood, returned to the car. We took down the bear. Was everything okay here? No, something happened. We were suddenly attacked by monsters. What? As soon as they returned, my father and Renji-san's expressions changed. I explained what happened earlier. As soon as I finished explaining, the two of them locked eyes. This is bad, Suichiro. He's got a hidden one. This is troublesome. The two of them said that and started taking out a paper map, candles, and charms from the car, lining them up on the road. Watching them hurriedly prepare, I became anxious that something bad had happened. What happened? A hidden demon appeared. No, I see. Itsuki wouldn't know about it. While drawing some marks on the paper map with the wire, my father continued. Among demons, there are those who use magic. I explained this before, and Itsuki has seen it before, right? Yeah, I have. The monster we encountered at that cottage with Hina was using a magic that emitted shockwaves. Hidden, in simple terms, is a magic that hides demons. Is that even possible? It is. Only demons of rank 4 or higher can use it. Seriously? I almost blurted that out, thinking I misheard. Because rank 4 demons are geniuses born only in a handful even among humans, it means there are monsters in this forest on par with them. It's absurd. Wasn't this job supposed to be about exorcising second-rank monsters? While I pondered my doubts, my father and Renji-san calmly continued their preparations. There was no sign of panic or rush. Could it be that for exorcists this kind of thing is just another day? Itsuki, come here. Come too. Called suddenly, I went to my father somewhat surprised. Ayat-chan, as if sensing something from me, was picked up by Renji-san, and then, the four of us gathered around the paper map. We're going to use a magic to find the demons using hidden. Both of you need to remember it well because you'll be using it more often from now on. Using it more often means fighting strong monsters a lot, right? To my question, Renji-san chuckled. Itsuki-kun is rank 7, so undoubtedly, there will be more. Yeah. Thinking about it, it's obvious. Exorcists who can exorcise demons stronger than rank 4 are overwhelmingly rare. After all, There are hardly any exorcists of rank 5, who can consistently exorcise demons of rank 4 or higher, and I'm rank 7. I'm definitely on the side being deployed. I have to get stronger. I bit down on my resolve, unsure how many times this determination has been repeated, and lowered my gaze on the paper map. The wire was drawing beautiful geometric patterns, like a ground painting. To find the demons using hidden, you need to perform a form of alteration with magic power exceeding the magic power used by hidden. What do you alter it into? A magnet that reacts to magic power. I was speechless at my father's answer. I've never heard of a magnet that reacts to magic power before, but magic is about creating something out of nothing. Alteration. Although I've never tried it, it's likely that such alterations can be achieved. However, alteration drastically increases the amount of magic power consumed by the generated object. Right. I see. So that's why they didn't initially search for the monster using hidden. Reverse engineering from the mysterious object called the magic reactive magnet. I understood why my father and the others hadn't performed this ritual from the start. For my father, who is rank 5, and even more so for me, rank 7. Expending magic power just to search for monsters whose existence is uncertain would be undesirable. It would only waste magic power if there were no demons of rank 4 or higher. Isn't this quite a troublesome issue? Essentially, it's about how to use limited resources. Normally, there's no one living their lives fearing meteorite strikes or getting struck by lightning. No one lives in fear of being struck by lightning. Being wary of monsters with hidden might mean just that. While thinking about that, I looked at the map, and the paper charm placed on it shifted. Then, as if traversing through the mountains, it started moving in a straight line, slowly beginning its journey. Could this be the trajectory of the monsters? I directed my gaze to where the charm was heading, and there, beyond, was the heart of Tokyo. Are they heading towards densely populated areas? Renji. I understand. Let's depart immediately. It wasn't just me who realized the severity of the situation. Of course, as soon as my father and Renji-san said that, they got into the car, still holding the map. What's wrong? What happened? Alone, Aya-chan, who didn't understand the reason, asked Renji-san. Something serious has happened. Your dad and the others were lured here. Lured? Yeah. They were trying to draw attention to this forest with the bear, and then kill your dad and the others here to divert the attention of other exorcists. The one who used hidden was probably planning to blend in with the crowd in a populous area, absorbing magic power without being noticed by the exorcists. Renji-san quickly responds. Honestly, I couldn't help but admire the thoroughness of the monsters. I never imagined they'd go to such lengths just to absorb magic power. Until now, the monsters we encountered had intelligence, but they were all focused on targeting the humans right in front of them. None of them strategized to kill people. When Renji-san started the engine, light pierced through the darkness of the night. He skillfully turned the car around with the steering wheel. While we were fastening our seat belts, Renji-san manipulated a button near the window, and suddenly, sirens started blaring from the car's roof. What? I was startled by the sudden blaring of sirens, like a police car. Huh? Itsuki-kun didn't know. Exorcists' vehicles are treated as emergency vehicles. I didn't know. Looking at the road, I could see the reflection of red flashing lights. At the same time, Renji-san stepped on the accelerator, and the car accelerated. There seemed to be people in the police force who cooperate with exorcists, so it wouldn't be strange for them to be treated as emergency vehicles. I guess. Suichiro, contact Keigetsu. If mobilizable exorcists don't go, there will be casualties. I understand, but before that. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly a deer jumped out in front of us. But it wasn't an ordinary deer. It had 2 heads and 6 legs, a grotesque deer! Exclamation mark. Before anyone in the car could react, I acted first. I lifted the deer's body with my wire and sliced it in an instant. With a loud thud echoing from the top of the car, black mist flowed out from the rear window. That was how the monster died. It was a sudden event, but I felt relieved that I could exorcise it properly. Thank you, Itsuki-kun. You saved us, Renji-san said, wiping away his cold sweat. I replied, "You're welcome," and then asked about the discomfort I had been feeling since earlier. "Hey, Dad, why have first-rank monsters been appearing so frequently since earlier? It's weird. I was planning to tell you in a little while, but now seems like a good time." In the car, traveling at about 100 kilometers per hour, my father let out a deep breath. After exhaling, he began to explain. "Fifth rank and higher demons can create demons of lower rank than themselves." Huh? I couldn't help but ask again, surprised. Monsters creating other monsters. If a demon of fifth rank or higher is left unchecked, it can spawn countless demons along its path and become their leader. These demons kill people, and the dead become demons themselves. This creates an uncontrollable hellish situation known as the Hyakuyaigyo. Hyakuyaigyo. It has a dreadful ring to it. A situation like that occurred once before, and dealing with it was hell. My father's voice, unlike his usual tone, felt chillingly cold, as if it were gripping my heart tightly. It's unlikely that such a large number of demons would gather in the mountains without a cause. The cause is likely the demon that used hiding. I see. Leaving the monsters unchecked would result in people dying, but it wouldn't stop there. There's a possibility that many more would perish. Thinking about that, I couldn't stay still. To calm my racing heart, I took a deep breath. I don't want to die, and I don't want to see anyone else die either, but I can't just stay silent when faced with monsters so far away. I can't do nothing until Renji-san's car catches up with them. Can't do nothing? Wait, Dad. Renji-san. An idea suddenly flashed in my mind. I'm not completely helpless. That's right. I have something. A way to stop the monsters before they reach the city. A method to prevent the kind of hell we faced with Hina. What's wrong, Itsuki? I have an idea. It's just a matter of considering the principles. Why are the monsters heading to the city? To seek more magical power, of course, but there's no need to overthink it again. The monsters are heading to places with lots of people. In other words, they're simply seeking more magical power. So, I just need to provide them with magical power. That's it. If I release my magical power, the monsters will undoubtedly be attracted to it. After all, my magical power is of 7th rank. No, don't. Surprisingly, it was Renji-san, not my father, who first rejected my idea. Do you understand what you're trying to do, Itsuki? Yeah, I do. I nodded in response to Renji-san's questioning tone. After nodding, I continued. But if I release my magical power, the monsters will come here. They'll come back, sure. But that means using you as bait. I won't allow that, Renji-san said firmly, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Meanwhile, my father remained silent, as if carefully considering my words. Itsuki, your father and I probably said that because we believe we can defeat the demons, right? Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, we wouldn't propose such a frightening plan ourselves. I don't want to die. I don't want to be targeted by the monsters either. But I also don't want to stand by while strangers are killed by the monsters. I know I'm saying something unreasonable, but I have my father and Renji-san here, two experienced exorcists. So, I think maybe using me as bait wouldn't be such a bad idea. No, I won't allow it. Renji-san responded firmly, and my father chuckled. Renji, you've let the child go this far. If you don't respond now, wouldn't that be considered failing as an adult? What are you talking about? Let's do as Itsuki suggests. At that moment, Renji-san averted his gaze from the front. With his gaze averted, he looked at my father. What? Don't be ridiculous. You're willing to use your own child as bait. Do you realize that? Itsuki's magical release will only be for an instant. It's enough to alert the demons heading towards the city. Just making them aware, even if it stops their progress momentarily, will be effective enough. Don't you think? Renji-san fell silent at my father's words. He must have thought there was some truth to it. If we do that, we can minimize the damage. At the very least, we can buy some time. You understand that much, don't you, Renji? My father's words echoed inside the car. Ah, I understand. I get it. Renji-san remained silent for a while, but then, as if resigned, he opened his mouth and sighed quietly. Then, he pressed on the brakes. The car slowed down violently. It stopped. Let's lure them here, Got it. My father nodded in response to Renji-san's decision. Before either of them could say anything, I got out of the car. I need to release my magical power. It won't spread enough if I don't step outside the car. It's just for a moment. You must only do it for a moment. Yeah, I'll be fine. Thinking back, it was a struggle just to release my magical power outside my body a few years ago. I remember being shocked when the method I thought was the only way to release magical power, the magical excretion method, turned out to be a corrupt practice. But that's all in the past now. I close my eyes. I breathe deeply. Let's do this. As I open my eyes, I release a small amount of magical power. The next moment, a powerful shock wave swept through. The air trembled with a roaring sound. The trees along the roadside groaned loudly. Seasonal leaves danced in the air, swirling around me as everything around my hands was blown away. Seeing all of this unfold before me, all caused by my own magical power, I couldn't help but smile. I can't believe it's my own power. Itsuki, your magical power is incredible. For a 7th rank, just releasing magical power is an act of violence. I fully agreed with my father's and Renji-san's impressions. I had heard that being a 7th rank was legendary, but I never imagined it would lead to something like this. My magical power release hit the mark dead center. Through the window, I could see the Ofuda and the paper map on the dashboard, as well as the talisman moving slowly on top of it. Then, its course reversed. It started heading towards us. In other words, it switched its target to me. Renji-san, who had seen it with one eye, pushed my back with his hand. Itsuki-kun, get back in the car. Suichiro, are you ready? Absolutely. To have 2 battles in one day. Just another day for us, right? As I listened to their conversation while getting back into the car, I trembled. Is this normal? No. It was the moment I felt uneasy about the future. Suddenly, the Ofuda that had been moving until now fell over with a pat. The next moment, branches stretched towards me from where I was already in the car. With a sharp sound cutting through the air, sharpened branches extended. However, they were cut down in midair. It was my father who had cut them down. In his hand was a Japanese sword. Right. I just blocked that. From where did he appear? A young man stood in the middle of the road. His right eye gleamed golden, and he had fallen palms. Isn't there an extraordinary wielder of magical power here? Come on. Let's be friends. Such creatures were only monsters. Itsuki, don't get out of the car. Stay close to Itsuki. The two reacted quickly to the situation. My father reinforced his right arm and right leg with lead threads, took a stance for Iaido, and accelerated. Renji-san deployed supporting lead threads from behind. They both activated magic towards the young man. Oh, I see. You won't come out. How sad. But the monster deflected my father's sword with its arm. Then, as it reached towards my father's exposed torso, Renji-san's lead thread ensnared it. With a blast, the thread exploded, engulfing the monster in flames. At that moment, my father swiftly regained his posture and brought down the flames along with the monster. Well, that's fine. We'll find them one by one. As the monster said that, the air swelled up. In an instant, the trees began to move without wind. Fallen leaves gathered to form humanoid shapes. Insects nearby started to grow larger, create monsters. Next to me, Ayat-chan murmurs softly. As my father's words from earlier indicated, only those of the 5th rank or higher can create monsters. So, there's no mistake. This guy is the mastermind behind this. I exhale and extend as many lead threads as I can towards the monsters. Slightly delayed, the overlapping sound of explosions echoes from the forest. It was the sound of the newly created monsters bursting simultaneously. Suichiro. For a moment, the two look at me. I nod back at them. I'll take care of the small fry. Whether my intention was effectively conveyed, the two turned back to face the monsters. However, the monsters facing them were simply staring at me. I see. That's what you're doing. Then, the monster claps its hands. Clap. The dry sound resonates. My father and Renji-san disappear. Dad. Renji-san? I see. That surprised you. The monster that instantly made the two disappear mutters with widened golden eyes. It's just a teleportation spell. Then, Scratching its head in a troubled manner, it points straight at me. That magic from earlier was yours, right? Ah. You don't have to answer. I know. Teleportation magic. I can imagine what it might do from the name, but I have no idea how to do it. Not only that, I don't know how far it sent Renji-san and my father. My heartbeat felt uncomfortably loud. It's over. With just one move, the plan to lure them out and have my father and the others exorcise them has been ruined. Death. The concept grips my heart for the first time in a while. My breaths become shallow as my heart tightens. It felt like I was detached from it all. Itsuki-kun. However, I'm pulled back to reality as a hand tightly grips mine from the side. Aya-chan, trembling delicately and on the verge of tears, anchors me to reality. That's right. It's not just me who doesn't want to die. When I look at Aya-chan, trembling surprisingly and tears welling up in her eyes, she clings to my hand tightly, desperately. Of course, with Renji-san, whom Aya-chan relied on, gone, and my father not by her side, the only one here for Aya-chan now's me. Just me. It's okay, Aya-chan. So, I hold Aya-chan's hand back and smile tightly. It might be a forced smile, but I smile. I have to smile to return even a fraction of the reassurance Aya-chan gave me to help alleviate her anxiety even just a little. Itsuki-kun. Just wait for a moment. Aya-chan can't fight. So, there's only one thing I can do. Gently, I release Aya-chan's hand and turn around. I'll exorcise them. Is that so? I think that's impossible, though, the monster said without any response from me, and I wrapped the threads around my body. Body strengthening. Visualizing an enhanced skeletal structure enveloping my entire body, I engage the monster to buy some time. I wonder about that. It is impossible. You just have a lot of magical power, the monster replied. I see. With just that response, I extend the threads behind me. Then, try catching me. And, at the same time as pushing off the ground, I release the threads with all my might behind me, and I pull. In that instant, my body is pulled back with tremendous force. Itsuki-kun. Aya-chan's voice can be heard. In the moment I'm flying, half of Aya-chan's voice is crying, "Leave it to me." Was my voice heard? Before confirming that, the surrounding scenery becomes the background, flowing backward. What's needed now is distance. I have to get far enough away from Aya-chan to not involve her in the fight. The opponent is of the 5th rank. I should consider their strength vastly different from the ones before. Based on that premise, I absolutely want to avoid getting involved in a magical shootout near the car. So, come with me. Without words, I glare at the monster. Indeed, the monster responded to my invitation, quickly reinforcing both legs. It's coming at me. I did it, I inadvertently muttered in a low voice. However, upon consideration, it's inevitable that it took the bait. Since this creature's target was only ever me from the beginning, relieved that my gamble paid off, I weave the threads through the forest. Attribute alteration. I verbalize to concretize my desired imagination even further. In an instant, all the threads I've woven transform into blades. An invisible barrier is born. Hey, I see. You're quite skilled, the monster remarks. Like a summer insect flying into the flame, the monster leaps toward the blade barrier. However, just before that, the monster kicks off the ground and jumps. Soaring about 30 meters high, it effortlessly clears the blade barrier like a track hurdle. What the heck? What was that? In the moment of frustration at the superhuman physical abilities of the monster, I see it wrap threads around its back. It's coming for me. In response, I wrap 6 threads around my body to counter it. Body strengthening. This strengthening wasn't for fighting the monster. It was to ensure I don't die. In the next moment, the monster, now creating wind through attribute transformation, wind, charges at me like a missile. Stop. I create an invisible wall with attribute transformation, wall in front of me for defense. However, just before reaching the wall, the monster decelerates. Then, using its forearms skillfully, it rolls backward, then reverses, and leaps over the wall at an impossible right-angle trajectory. I see. Naturally, threads extend from the monster's back. The ends of these threads are entwined around trees and streetlights on the mountain. This creature is manipulating its own body, turning itself into a puppet and performing absurd aerial maneuvers. It won't be easy to catch you. Of course, I likewise release threads backward to create a distance once again. If you keep running, do you think you won't be able to kill me? I don't respond to the monster's provocation. Without responding, I extend my right hand straight toward the monster. What's created is a spear. It's the attribute transformation the Unai-san in black showed me during Shichi-Go-San, overlaid with flames. In the moment the threads change, a flaming spear erupts and is created right in front of me. Then, I extend the threads of the flaming spear straight toward the monster. Fortunately, the monster doesn't notice it, as it lacks true eyes like mine. This is my chance. Realizing this, I detonate compressed air created by attribute transformation, wind behind the flaming spear. Just like the high-speed movement the monster did earlier, the flaming spear launched along the thread strikes the monster directly. Doom! The explosion and shockwave blow away the surrounding leaves, leaving a large hole in the monster's body. Henceforth, it shall be named Flame Sting. The flaming spear pierces through the opponent's body. A direct hit of high-powered magic. Even the 5th rank should have been exorcised by now, so I glare at the explosion. From there, the monster with a large hole in its abdomen leaps out. Oh, I see. You have quite a good magic. Thanks. Even this couldn't exorcise it. However, it might have been fortunate that it didn't. There are things I need to ask this creature. While keeping my distance once again, I inquire, where did you send my dad and Renji-san? The monster remains silent, glaring at me without saying a word. As I contemplate whether to strike it again with the same magic or choose a different approach, I wait for the monster's response while considering my next move. During this time, I notice the hole in the monster's body gradually closing up. Healing magic, huh? Such magic exists. Nobody told me about this. No one taught me. No, wait. Aren't you going to answer my question from earlier? Oh, well, there's no need to answer that. Besides, the monster extends its threads towards me, but I easily evade them. However, the threads fly past me towards my far rear, creating a massive wall. I won't let you escape. Right. My escape route is blocked. Oh, I see. I really want to devour that magic power of yours. I won't let you have it. What should I do? With my escape route blocked, I have to exorcise it here. Alternatively, I could leap over the monster and backtrack the way I came. No, that won't work. Doing so would bring me closer to Ai-chan. I can't do that. As I struggle to come up with a plan, the monster laughs and extends its threads towards the trees along the roadside. Come on. As the monster roars, the trees spring to life. Even if you create monsters, is it trying to corner me even further with such a move? But by now, I've become quite accustomed to dealing with monsters. Everything the monster has conjured is just first tier. Creating those won't change the situation. However, when I see the moving trees releasing threads, my thoughts instinctively trigger me to kick the ground. What's this? What's happening? It's not unusual for monsters to use magic. However, it's the first time I've seen the minions created by the youth in front of me using magic. Without thinking, I instinctively distance myself. In an instant, an acorn falls towards the spot where I was standing. An acorn? Why an acorn? Before I could inwardly question it, the acorn touches the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. What the? It explodes. If I hadn't distanced myself, I would have been caught in it for sure. I never expected an acorn to explode, so the thought of creating a wall didn't even cross my mind. That was close. Realizing that I didn't notice the threads fills me with dread. I could have died at that moment. Oh, I see. You can see them after all. Then, you understand, right? As the monster laughs amidst the forest of created monster trees, I fall silent. Unfortunately, I don't know the types of trees that drop acorns, nor do I know how many acorns a typical tree produces. However, I do know that even one tree can yield more than 100 acorns. I still see the smoke rising from the explosion. The asphalt is now pocked with holes as if hit by falling rocks, revealing the earth beneath once the smoke clears. With just one, the power is immense. If that's the case, Then defeating the tree monsters and triggering their explosions would be hundreds of times more powerful than the previous explosion. Thinking about it, I realize it won't just affect me. Even Ai-chan, who is only a few hundred meters away, would be caught up in it. These monsters are unbeatable. Hey, I wanted to ask. If you think about it, it would be very easy to do. As for teleportation magic, you can't send things that far, right? The monster didn't say anything, but its golden eyes visibly widened. Yeah, that's all I need to know. Of course, the range of magic is equal to the distance the thread can extend. So, it's obvious that teleportation magic can only teleport as far as the thread can reach. And since the limit of the thread that a fifth tier like my father can extend is about 2 kilometers, that should be about how far this guy can teleport. I manipulate the threads like a conductor of an orchestra, combining 2 long threads to create a net. Then, threading through the gaps in the trees with attribute change. Wind. With a roar, the wind snatches the acorns from the branches, and the net catches and throws them into the air. All that's left is to give them one final blow. Boom! In a chain reaction, they all explode in midair. I won't miss this chance. Born alongside the crimson flames in the sky. In the moment when the monster's attention is seized by the explosions, I release the threads of attribute change. Blade. The monster's body splits in two, and then, its life ends. It turns into black mist and disappears. This will be the mark for them to return. Papa and Range-san will come back. Right? As I laugh, the monster gasps, and there's no need to wait for them to come back anymore. With a puzzled expression, the monster seems to still not understand. I learned a lot today. Oh, really? That's good. Yeah, it's really good. I tried using Flame Lance for the first time, but I realized that the power is still lacking. And I also found out about healing magic. It's a magic that can only defend against attacks to that extent. I see. You suddenly became talkative. He became talkative too. After all, I managed to exorcise a monster as powerful as a 5th tier. The moon dims. The monster looks up at the sky. I bought us the time we needed. They're slow to catch on. Too slow. Meteor. The moment I mention the name of that magic, the monster sighs as if giving up on everything. Oh, I see. Of course they do. The threads extending straight up into the sky, entwining around the monster to restrain it. But those are just conduits for what lies ahead. The main event is beyond that. It's a gigantic rock, the size and weight of a 2-story house, created with attribute change. Earth. It's falling under gravity straight toward the monster. You shouldn't have shown your hand. And with just that last remark, the monster becomes pinned beneath the massive meteor. Boom! The delayed thunderous crash of the meteor's impact. An earthquake. The ground trembles lightly as the meteor carves through the road like cheese and embeds itself. Damn! I overdid it. Instinctively, I release the magic, and I see the black mist that forms after the monster's death. It means I completely exorcised the monster from earlier. That's good. Renji-san and Dad, who are probably watching the acorn fireworks, should come back properly. So, that's not a problem. The biggest problem is the large sinkhole that opened up in the road. What should I do? Will I be held accountable for this? How much does repairing a road cost? It's probably expensive, right? Oh, will I just get scolded? As I stand perplexed in front of the gaping hole in the ground, Renji-san emerges from the forest. Leaves are stuck to his head, and some parts of his clothes are torn, probably caught on branches. Even in such a state, Renji-san shouts while catching his breath, "Itsuki-kun, are you okay?" "Oh, Renji-san, yeah, I'm okay." "What about this hole?" "No. More importantly, what happened to the demon earlier?" With Renji-san's expression suddenly changing, I found myself stuttering. Talking about the demon means I have to talk about the hole as well. There, the monster. I exorcised it. But, during the exorcism, I accidentally made a hole. What's this? Did you do this? Itsuki-kun. There's no choice but to be honest at this point, so I confess everything, and Renji-san bursts out laughing suddenly. Laughing, he reassures me with a smile. "It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Something like this is nothing. The cleanup crew will take care of it." Huh? Feeling reassured by Renji-san's words, I'm more curious about the new term. Do you remember the people from the other families we met during the Shichi-Go-San ceremony? Yeah, I remember. The Tsukihari people, right? There's no way I could forget. It was my first experience being surrounded by such stern people. You know about them. Then you must also know about the Tsukainashi, right? They're the ones born into ordinary exorcist families or whose parents were killed, turning them into exorcists. I nod. The mention of the Tsukainashi reminds me of Hina, and my heart tightens. Most Tsukainashi don't have enough magical power to fight as exorcists. They can't exorcise demons themselves, so they support our battles. That's what the cleanup crew does. I see. Of course, magical power is important after all. The cleanup crew doesn't just deal with the roads. They handle everything, from the victims to the buildings and other areas affected. So, Itsuki-kun, you can rest assured and exorcise demons. Yeah. Even though I'm told that, all I can do is nod. In reality, my biggest wish would be to spend my days without being attacked by monsters. But since that's never going to happen, there's no point in complaining, so I returned to the car with Renji-san. When we returned, Dad was already standing by the car. He had anticipated that I would exorcise the monster after seeing the explosion and the meteor, so he went to protect Aya-chan. He's truly remarkable. While thinking about that, Aya-chan, who was near Dad, came running out. Itsuki-kun, I'm so glad you're okay. Aya-chan, I'm fine. Before I could continue saying I'm glad, Aya-chan hugged me, leaving me speechless. And then, she started crying. I was so worried. I thought you might die. Sorry, Itsuki-kun, you dummy. When she said that and started crying, I couldn't say anything. There were no words to respond with, and to be honest, I was touched. In my past life, I didn't have friends who would worry about me like this after I died. Actually, I wanted you not to go. Yeah. Aya-chan's crying voice echoed in my ear. I wanted Aya-chan to stop crying as soon as possible. But you know, even though I knew I couldn't exorcise them, I was scared that Itsuki-kun might die, and that scared me. Aya-chan isn't foolish. She's a smart girl. So, she must understand. She understands why I rushed out and why I distanced myself from her. But maybe she's not fully accepting it herself. So I've decided. What have you decided? Aya-chan pushed away from me and showed her face. Her face was crumpled with tears, yet determination shone in her eyes. I've decided I want to be able to exorcise monsters like Itsuki-kun. Aya-chan too? Yeah. I want to become better at using magic. Good enough to fight alongside Itsuki-kun. With that, Aya-chan hugged me again. I held her tightly, ensuring her resolve didn't waver. For a while, Aya-chan remained upset, but Renji-san managed to calm her down at the right moment, and we left the scene. Of course, we made sure there were no other hidden monsters around. It would be a disaster if we left any behind. Luckily, there were no other monsters. So, Dad and Renji-san only contacted the authorities about the gaping hole in the road and then headed home. In the car on the way back, Aya-chan must have cried herself to sleep. She tightly held my hand and wouldn't let go. It's okay for Itsuki-kun to sleep too, you know. Yeah, I replied to Renji-san and closed my eyes. My body felt incredibly heavy, and if I relaxed, I'd drift off to sleep right away. In that drowsy state, I recalled the monster from earlier. It was a formidable opponent. Intelligent, cunning, and above all, unfair with its ability to summon monsters. I'm not going to say winning was luck or a miracle because saying so wouldn't change anything. However, the fact that I survived against such a formidable opponent was etched into my mind and wouldn't leave. That's the most relieving thing, but it's not like I wanted to bask in the afterglow of victory. Quite the opposite. The fear-laced reflection of I could have died doesn't seem to fade away. For instance, if the monster had closed in for close combat when I distanced myself, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Thankfully, this opponent didn't have true sight, but if it did, it would have noticed the final meteor spell. Furthermore, if the bombs created by the monsters were indiscriminate, I would have been dead. So, there are countless things to reflect on. Such reckless fighting tactics can't last forever. Suichiro, what's wrong? This was the most heart-pounding mission I've had in years. While I was having my own self-reflection with my eyes closed, Renji-san and Dad started talking, perhaps mistaking that I had fallen asleep. The opponent had teleportation magic. It wasn't a foe we could face without any preparation. At least, it shouldn't have been a mission to bring along a child. Yeah, I was haunted by numerous worst-case scenarios flying through my mind as we were sent into the forest, witnessing those explosions. Worried that AI might have been killed. Worried that Itsuki might have been killed. Me too, Dad replied briefly. I couldn't see his face, so I didn't know what expression he was wearing, but I imagined it was a stern one. When I heard Itsuki had exorcised the monster with magic, I thought it was a bad joke. I never imagined a mere 5-year-old could exorcise a 5th rank. Yeah, Itsuki. Apparently, he practices magic even when I'm not around. I almost blurted out a surprised wow at Dad's casual words. So, he knew about the practice. I had no idea. Practicing magic? Are you not going to stop him? He's a kid, you know. Even if I told him to stop, he wouldn't. Besides, it's better to practice magic from a young age. That may be true, but the car accelerated. Did we get on the highway? Hey, Suichiro, do you know how Itsuki exorcised the demon? Well, unfortunately, I didn't see it. What kind of magic did he use? A meteor. He dropped a huge meteor, big enough to be a house. I see. To be honest, it shook me to think a 5-year-old could use magic like that. I wonder what he'll become when he grows up. Probably a legendary exorcist. That's a bit much. Maybe it is, but I'm sure that's as far as I paid attention. From there, sleepiness took hold of me, and my consciousness sank into a swamp. The next time I woke up, it was when my body was being gently shaken. Oh, you're awake, Itsuki. Opening my eyes, I found myself facing the back of my father's head. And beyond him was Renji-san's car on the road. It was turning at the intersection. We've arrived home. I didn't mean to wake you up. Being carried on my father's back, we passed through the front gate. The house, after several hours, didn't have a single light on, so I assumed Mother and Hina were already asleep. You seem to have a light sleep. Couldn't sleep well? Nah, just woke up a bit. I see. It was your first battle, after all. It happens. How about Papa sings you a lullaby? I am fine, really. I quickly declined. Not that his singing was bad or anything. Being forced to listen to lullabies by Father as a baby, even when I cried, was a fond memory. It taught me that people could become too detached from reality and cross from amusing to unsettling. I didn't want to learn that lesson again. Is that so? Are you sure it's okay? Yeah. In that case, let's leave it be. With kindness in his voice, Father continued on. Truly. Well done, Itsuki. Huh? Suddenly praised. I tilted my head in confusion. You've banished a 5th rank demon that even seasoned exorcists couldn't handle alone. But that's not all. You must have lured it away to protect the townspeople from harm. At his words, I nodded. The only difference might be that I hadn't consciously intended to sacrifice myself. It just turned out that way. As a father, I can't wholeheartedly praise what you did. Exorcists sometimes need to make self-sacrificial decisions. But you're still only 5. It's too early for you to sacrifice yourself. There's no need for that. Even if you didn't intend to from the start, sometimes you're faced with options where self-sacrifice seems inevitable, and you choose it. That's what scares me. I wasn't sure how to react to his words, but what you did ultimately helped safeguard tens of thousands of lives. As an exorcist and as the head of the Kisaragi family, I want to thank you. Thank you, Itsuki. I just did what I could. No, what you did isn't something just anyone could do. It's something only you could do. Thank you. My father gently set me down from his back and hugged me tightly. In that moment, I felt the warmth of his magical energy. Along with the warmth, there was a comforting scent. Emotions stirred within me, and I didn't know how to express them in words. But being held by my father filled me with a deep sense of security, and for some reason, I felt like crying. No 5-year-old has ever banished a 5th rank demon before. You're truly my proud son. Because Papa taught me magic. Ha ha, you've learned well. With me still in his arms, My father ruffled my hair affectionately, but I didn't mind. Then, he stood up and said, I know. How about this? Is there something you want? Papa will buy you anything as a reward. Something I want? Yes, toys or sweets. When my father suddenly proposed a reward, I couldn't help but groan. Of course, there were things I wanted. For example, I wanted something that could connect to the internet, like a smartphone or tablet. But the thing is, we don't have Wi-Fi at home. So, I'd need to get a plan with data before getting a smartphone. But even so, it felt a bit too much to ask for a Wi-Fi environment as a reward. Hey, Papa, anything you want? Of course, anything is fine. Upon hearing my father's words, I made up my mind. If anything was fine, then I'd just ask for what I truly wanted. I want Papa's time. What? Surprised by my request, my father's eyes widened, and I continued to explain. I want to get better at martial arts and magic. I want to become stronger. That was the biggest lesson I learned from this battle. To survive fights with monsters, I needed martial arts. I had to become stronger, and only my father could teach me that. So when I said that, alright, I've decided, I'll take a month off from work. During that time, I'll teach Itsuki martial arts thoroughly. Are you sure about work? Aren't you understaffed? What are you saying? It's Itsuki's request. It's a father's duty to fulfill it. But what about your duty as an exorcist? It doesn't matter. I tried my best to calm my father down. This exchange continued until my mother, awakened by my father's loud voice, intervened. Chapter 7 Roar the Thunder. Father really took a day off from work to teach me swordsmanship. What my father taught me is the Yates style, which is specialized in offense. Specialized means that it focuses solely on attacking techniques without any defensive moves, instead aiming to break through the opponent's defenses and overwhelm them from above. It's a swordsmanship that clearly reflects how much the creator wanted to kill monsters. However, there's a saying that the best defense is a good offense. So, focusing solely on offense can also lead to self-protection. But the problem lies with my physique. At 5 years old, there are limits to how much I can train. I'll have to wait to grow up properly to master swordsmanship. Even though there may be areas where I fall short, my motivation is very high. That's because I've come to understand through battles with 5th rank monsters that my efforts haven't been in vain. That was the culmination of my hard work. So, I'm burning with enthusiasm to learn this swordsmanship. As for what I'm doing while burning with enthusiasm to learn this swordsmanship, I'm standing in the yard facing a wooden dummy with a practice sword. But the opponent isn't just a dummy. There are threads tied to the dummy, which my father controls. He believes that real combat is the best way to learn swordsmanship. By the way, the reason I don't fight my father directly is because the difference in our abilities is too great. Itsuki, I'll say it again, you should observe everything about your opponent, not just their eyes or their feet. Have a broad field of vision. A broad field of vision. That's right. Experienced demons deceive with their gaze and footwork. They trick us and then attack when they have the advantage. That's why you need to observe everything. Oh, I nod and grip the practice sword tightly. Threads are wrapped around my right arm and both legs. Its attribute transformation, physical strengthening. While Yates style is swordsmanship, it's assumed to be used in conjunction with magic. I pay close attention to not overlook anything about the dummy, and then I see it move out of the corner of my eye. Since it's suspended from above with threads, it shouldn't be able to kick the ground and jump towards me like that. But that's how my father reproduces the movements for training. I swing my sword in response. However, anticipating the distance, the dummy slows down by a hair's breadth, stepping back just enough to evade my sword. Then, as I swing, the dummy's wooden sword comes down toward me. But I won't stop there. I've been taught not to. Maintaining my swinging posture, I kick off the ground. I entangle the threads around the dummy's body. I seize the opportunity, not letting that chance slip away. I kick off the ground with my strengthened legs, executing a drop kick. I slip inside before the dummy swings its sword, delivering another kick. With a thud, the dummy, caught by my strengthened legs, jumps backward with a heavy sound. Good job. Itsuki. That's a good titan. Oh, where's the most dangerous place in swordsmanship? Naturally, it's the range where the blade swings. So, if you want to escape, it's standard to get out of the range of the blade. However, in Yates style, specialized in offense, there's no choice to escape outward. It's the opposite. You jump into the inside of the blade. Of course, it's dangerous. However, inside the blade is different. That's where the arm swings. Therefore, inside the blade is safe. Actually, I don't know if it's really safe, but that's how it's thought in Yates style. That's why you step forward courageously and penetrate the opponent's vital points with a kick laden with your entire weight. This technique, likening humans to bullets, is called Titan. Even though I'm not using a sword at all, since the blade didn't hit, this recovery technique seems like swordsmanship too. Can this be true? Titan is a convenient technique. You can use it to shoot magic at opponents who have distanced themselves, or to deliver a finishing blow. Listening to my father's advice from afar, I resolve to use magic if such a situation arises in real combat. As I adjust my stance with the practice sword, scattered applause comes from the veranda. When I look over, Hina and my mother are there. Huh? Wasn't Hina watching TV just now? Itsuki. Hina wants to watch her Nichan's practice. Nichan, you're so cool. Huh, really? Going out of her way to watch my practice? Embarrassing. I'm preparing to show off a cool move to Hina, but right beside me, my father addresses her. Hina, what do you think? Is Papa cool? Papa's scary. My father visibly takes a shock from Hina's brutal words, and I can't help but laugh at how amusing it is. I can see that my father showers Hina with as much affection as he does with me, but seriously, appearance-wise, as I'm pondering this, the dummy lying next to me starts to get up, and again, it kicks off the ground. I shift my focus from Hina back to my training and adjust my stance with the sword. The dummy changes the direction of its blade after seeing my stance. It aims for my legs, lifting them from the ground in a sweeping motion. In an instant, I align my practice sword with the dummy's wooden sword and, using the principles of judo zip and soinage, I rotate, treating the sword as an arm. Slipping inside the opponent's guard, I use the rotation to slash the dummy away, not confining the sword to just swordplay. It's about treating the sword flexibly and swinging it like a dance. Hence, this technique is called Byukan. Good job, Itsuki. The dummy staggers, its posture wavering. It feels almost as if it's truly alive. The more I look, the more I can't help but feel the gap in skill between my father and me. I still have a long way to go. However, even while thinking about that, I never miss the opportunity when the opponent's posture is broken. Stepping forcefully, I strengthen my practice sword, both arms, and both legs. And then, with all my might, I bring it down. Thud. The sword pressure created by my downward swing shakes and hums the air. As the practice sword strikes the dummy, the moment it splits vertically into two halves. This is the very basics. Fumekomi. As I watch the dummy split in half by my Fumekomi, I exhale deeply. For now, this battle is over. Thinking that, as I start to relax and exhale, the dummy that had been split in half suddenly moves with just one arm and launches a sword at me. Thinking I had completely defeated it, I'm slow to react. The thrown wooden sword grazes my raised practice sword, altering its trajectory, and then smashes into my forehead. Ouch. Whoa. Nichan, does it hurt? And as I'm still reeling from the impact, my father approaches. You let your guard down, Itsuki. Papa, that's not fair. I thought I had you. Don't be naive. Some demons won't die even if you cut off their heads. Thinking you can defeat them just by cutting them in half is too hasty. Whether you've exorcised the demon or not can only be determined by whether its body turns into black mist. While still pressing my throbbing forehead, I try to argue with my father, but when he puts it that way, I can't argue back, so all I can do is groan. Feeling sore, I start to stand up when, Itsuki, come here. Huh? What's up, Mum? When called by my mother, I go to the veranda, and she gently strokes my forehead. As her warm hand touches my forehead, I feel the pain dissipate. Wait, could this be? Is this healing magic? Huh? You knew? I was trying to surprise you, Itsuki. I've seen it before. After saying that, it suddenly occurs to me. Wait, could this be an opportunity to learn healing magic? Hey, Mum. What's up? By the way, I've been calling my mother Mom for a while now. As for my father, I want to start calling him Dad, but whenever I try, he strongly opposes it, so he remains Papa for now. Putting that aside, can you teach me healing magic? Not yet. I'm afraid. Why not? Because it's dangerous. I'm astonished by the unexpected no from my mother. I never expected to be denied the opportunity to study magic. However, despite my reluctance to give up, my mother continues with a smile. Healing magic requires understanding of physical traits, so you need to study your body. That's why I said once you enter elementary school. I really wanted to use it though. Is it really impossible? Yeah. Wait until you're in elementary school. I tried pushing a bit more, but my mother immediately shakes her head. No matter how much I insist, it's futile. Since there's nothing I can do when my mother is like this, I decide to grit my teeth and endure it. Only 5 more months until I enter elementary school. I really wanted to learn healing magic though. After that, I still had some lingering regrets about healing magic, but I managed to shake them off. My routine for the past 2 weeks had been physical training and learning swordsmanship with my father in the morning, a nap at noon, and magic training in the afternoon. Where's Dad? It was unusual not to find my father at home. When I woke up in the morning, I realized it was rare because it had become normal for my father to be at home lately. I asked my mother, who was carrying a load of laundry, about it. Dad's already gone out. He said it's for work. Work? Oh, that's right. He has a job. My father had been off work for 2 whole weeks. Come to think of it, even in my previous life, as a regular office worker, I never took such a long vacation. It must be even harder for an exorcist. I felt nothing but gratitude. But do exorcists even get vacations? Dad went to work crying, saying he would be breaking his promise to Itsuki. Was my mother exaggerating about the crying part? Or was it true? I hoped it was the former. I didn't want to imagine him going to work in tears. Dad is busy, so you shouldn't get mad at him for breaking a promise, Itsuki. I'm not mad. After all, the Kisaragi family relies solely on my father's income. It's his earnings that feed the 4 of us. Knowing the struggles of work and earning money, I couldn't possibly blame him. So, I took my training sword and went out to the yard. Training continues even without my father. In fact, thinking about it, training alone is probably my specialty. Starting from the magic power enhancement training I did secretly as a baby, to practicing techniques and thread techniques, and even the attribute change training I did in secret at night. Well, I did learn the thread technique from Renji-san, and I was able to change attributes after learning from the man in black. Thinking about this, I looked at the wooden dummies in the yard. All of these were prepared by my father for physical training. It's good to practice sword techniques on these immobile dummies, but it leaves me worried about my actual combat skills. My father often said that training only makes sense when it's in a realistic combat format. If that's the case, I need to make these dummies in front of me move somehow. All right, let's give it a try. I mimicked my father and extended the control thread towards the dummy, wrapping it around it. I knew the basics of how to move it because I had watched my father. With the control thread attached to its legs, I made the dummy take a step forward. It moved awkwardly, enough to almost need sound effects like ga ga ga, but it did move forward. Oh, if I could make the legs move, I could at least replicate an action where it lunges towards me. Excited by my first success in controlling the dummy, I proceeded to move its arms. The wooden sword it held was brought straight down. It was still awkward, but the movement itself was reproducible. It was more intuitive to control than a puppet, so I could make it move. All right. If I could move the legs and the arms, that was quite a success. I mentally made a fist pump and murmured to myself. With this, I can train alone. Of course, there was no one watching, so there was no response. Hina was asleep at this time, but training is not something you do to be praised by others. It's something you do to avoid dying. Feeling down because you don't get praised is missing the point. To shake off the morning chill, I manipulated the dummy to attack me. I made it kick off with its right foot, shift its weight forward, and swing its sword down. I intercepted the dull sword while keeping the dummy's movements in my peripheral vision. It's weak. It's obvious without even thinking about it. But the dummy in front of me is being controlled by me. So I know its next move and the strength of its sword because I can predict it. It doesn't feel like real combat. I thought it was a good idea because I could train with the sword alone. Also, I had seen in manga that amazing swordsmen create imaginary opponents in their minds and fight them. So I thought it was a really good idea, but it turned out to be a wooden dummy that could only make such simple movements. Ugh. I stared at the dummy with dissatisfaction and thought, if I refine this properly, it could turn into a solid training method. What's wrong? Is it because I'm not used to it? I extended the control thread to the dummy again and made it stand up. I decided to focus on imagining the movements clearly. However, my mind wasn't good enough to perfectly replicate imaginary movements without any practice. So, I need a model who would be good. My father? My father is the only option. I imagined the wooden dummy in front of me as my father and thought, if it were my father, he would move like this, and took a step forward. It was a clumsy movement that even an amateur could recognize. The actual movement of the body is totally different from the one I imagine in my head, but that's how it was with my swordsmanship too. I was often told that my form wasn't right, yet, each time, I made small adjustments. And even someone like me could move a little better after just 2 weeks. Surely, moving the dummy must be the same. One more time. I moved the dummy's legs again. I made it step forward, then accelerate, followed by an upward diagonal slash from below! Exclamation mark. The precision of the dummy's movement was so high that I gasped. I hurriedly matched the dummy's wooden sword with my training sword. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed as the dummy and I collided, but the dummy used its large build to pin me down, then suddenly released its force. No, it was me who made the dummy release its force, but because I focused only on defense, I lost my balance and stumbled forward. Whoa, my body lost its balance. There was a clear opening. Just as my father wouldn't miss such an opening, it didn't miss my own opening. Pivoting on the dummy's left leg, it delivered a roundhouse kick to my own chest. Ugh, I was blown backward, bouncing off the ground, but just before that, I used the control thread as a cushion on my back to reduce the damage. Then, I lay spread eagle on the ground. Overdid it. My close combat skills were weaker than I thought, and my merciless magic had struck. I'm not even sure what I'm saying, but my image training was successful. In any case, this training makes it clear what my weaknesses are. You might think it's impossible to recognize my own weaknesses since I'm attacking myself, but that's not the case. Because of the vast difference between my proficiency in magic and my proficiency in close combat, the magic using me can spot an infinite number of weaknesses in the close combat me. One more time. That means if I eliminate these weaknesses one by one, I can become stronger. And the foundation to achieve that was all taught to me by my father. All that's left is to repeat it until I master it. I got up, faced the dummy, and repeated the process, again and again, countless times. From an outsider's perspective, it might look like harsh training where I'm bullying myself. But repeating it showed immediate effects. I started to understand how to move my feet to confuse the enemy. Understanding that changed my movements. If I could fool myself with a move, then an opponent seeing it for the first time would be even more deceived. Next, I figured out what kind of attacks are unpleasant for the opponent. Was it a streamer or a pro gamer who said that competitive games are about imposing what the opponent dislikes? Through training with myself, I learned which attacks I hated the most. Enduring such annoying attacks naturally taught me how to counter them. Just when I was starting to laugh at how much better I was getting at close combat, my mother suddenly called out to me from the veranda, "Itsuki, there's a call from Aya-chan." Aya-chan? I wiped my sweat with the towel on the veranda and took my mother's phone. "Hello? Itsuki-kun. It's Aya. What's up, Aya-chan?" Well, you see, it was rare to hear such a hesitant reply from her. As I patiently waited, I heard Aya take a deep breath over the phone. Would you like to have a Christmas party together tomorrow? A party? A completely unexpected word popped up, making me think, what day is it today? Oh, right. It's December 23rd. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Yeah, I thought it would be fun to do it together. I want to. Can I come to your house tomorrow? I nodded enthusiastically. But if we're going to have a party at my house, I'd need my mom's approval. I looked at my mom, and she nodded with a smile. It's fine. Invite Aya-chan. It seemed she overheard Aya-chan's voice over the phone. I hadn't said anything, but my mom had already given her approval. Aya-chan. It's okay. Really? Then I'll come over. Then, Aya-chan handed the phone to her mom, Momoka-san, so I passed the phone to my mom. A Christmas party? Huh. Seriously? Is the time finally here for me to participate in something like that? Is it really okay for me to join? Thinking back, I had no connection to Christmas in my previous life. But wow, being invited to a party by a girl. This might be the happiest moment since I was reincarnated. Well, Aya-chan is a girl in every sense of the word. Regardless of whether Aya-chan is a girl or a boy, being invited to a party by a friend is a first for me in both my past and present lives. I'm very happy. So, despite my progress in close combat, my excitement was at its peak. Meanwhile, my mom thanked Momoka-san over the phone and then hung up, standing up. All right, Itsuki. We need to go shopping. So can you help me? Shopping? Yes. We need to go shopping if we're going to prepare for the party. That makes sense. We need to prepare. I had no clue since this was my first time experiencing something like this, but it was obvious when I thought about it. I've been feeling more and more that I'm fundamentally lacking in life experiences since I was reborn. I calmed my excitement, took a shower, and changed clothes with the same level of enthusiasm. Then, my mum, a fully awake Hina, and I headed out for shopping. Our destination was the shopping district. Our mode of transportation was the bus. We only have one car at home, which belongs to my dad, and it's strictly for work. So, when we need to go somewhere, we usually take the municipal bus or the train. But seeing my mom carrying Hina and holding my hand, I couldn't believe we were from a family of exorcists. We seemed like any ordinary family. Itsuki, Hina. We're getting off at the next stop. Hina will press it. As soon as my mom mentioned getting off, Hina eagerly pressed the bus's stop button. With a pong sound, the announcement began playing. Come to think of it, I remember wanting to press that button when I was a kid in my previous life. Why do kids always want to press it? Itsuki. This way. Okay. Since Hina was being carried by mom, naturally, I was guided by her as we got off the bus. Wow, Santa Claus. He's there. Santa Claus is here. Hina pointed straight ahead and exclaimed. What lay ahead was a street decorated entirely for Christmas. There was a Christmas tree towering in the middle of the road, and Santa Claus stood in front of the shops. Wow, there really is Santa Claus. I wonder if the reindeer are here too? Nope, the reindeer are near the sleigh. As I explained this to Hina, my mum, meanwhile, spoke while scanning the shops. Let's start by buying decorations. Why? Because it'll be more fun if our house sparkles like the stores, don't you think? That's why my mom headed for a chain store selling miscellaneous goods. According to her, you can find all the decorations you need at a place like this. Sure enough, the store was decked out for Christmas. It'd be nice if they have balloons. Balloons? Yeah, like these. Mom picked up a balloon that would say Merry Christmas when inflated. I had no idea they made balloons like this. It was news to me. Mom put it in the shopping basket, along with crackers and a Christmas tree. They had everything at the miscellaneous store. While I was having such thoughts that anyone could come up with, we reserved a cake at the bakery. I thought it might be tough to get one at such short notice, but surprisingly, the reservation was successful. Maybe it's because it's a local bakery, not a department store. We also bought chicken at a nearby butcher's, and with that, our shopping was complete. I thought we'd head home now that the preparations were done, but my mom suddenly suggested something to me and Hina. Hey, Itsuki, Hina. Since it's Christmas, why don't we give Aya-chan a present? A present? It wasn't me who asked, but Hina. Yeah, we could do a gift exchange. What do you want to give Aya-chan, Hina? Hina's clothes. Clothes? but Ai-chan might be too big for Hina's clothes. That's true. What about you, Itsuki? Well, I was caught off guard and couldn't think straight. What was it again? I heard that heart-shaped accessories were too childish for presents. No, wait. Was it because giving heart-shaped things was too childish for adults? Uh-oh. I've never given a girl a present before, so I have no idea what would make her happy. Since I didn't know, I asked my mum, what do you think Ai-chan would like? Well, if it's something Itsuki picked out with care, I'm sure she'll be happy with anything. That's easier said than done. As I pondered what would make her happiest, a brilliant idea suddenly came to mind. What about those things to tie up hair? Hair ties? Cute ones would be nice. Want to take a look? Yeah, hair ties. That's what they're called. Those wouldn't be too out there, and Ai-chan probably already has a bunch, so one more wouldn't be too much trouble. Plus, since they're for girls, there should be plenty of cute ones available. I have to say, that's a pretty good idea. So, we bought Ai-chan's present on the way home that day. After getting home, I put aside practicing magic and focused on cleaning up the house. That's because the yard was littered with wooden dolls and their pieces scattered from practicing magic and swordsmanship. I tidied up and cleaned the rooms, and before I knew it, the 23rd passed quietly. And then the day arrived. Since the party would start in the evening, Hina and I decorated in preparation. Incidentally, Dad had been away on business since yesterday and hadn't come back. While Mom had gone out alone to pick up the Christmas cake she had reserved, she also went to buy various other things that we still needed. Hey, Nichan, put this up high. Sure, I got it. Hina pumped up a balloon with the air pump, and I used a magic thread to stick it high up on the wall. Magic really is convenient. I don't need Mom's help to reach high places. After finishing the balloon decorations, we moved on to unboxing the Christmas tree. The tree we had just bought yesterday could light up in 7 colors when plugged in. When we tried it, it sparkled and shone brightly. A gaming tree? No. I guess this is what a Christmas tree should look like. Shaking off such silly thoughts, we decorated the Christmas tree with cotton, stars, and shiny tinsel. Just then, Mom returned from her shopping trip. You both did a great job decorating. It looks beautiful. You know, Nichan went by Yoon and stuck everything up. Itsuki did. You're becoming such a big brother. Mom's going to start cooking now, so could you continue with the other decorations? Only the Christmas tree's decorations were left, and there weren't many ornaments remaining. Once we finished it together, everything was ready. All that was left was to welcome Ai-chan and her family. At that moment, the intercom rang. Itsuki, it looks like Ai-chan and her family have arrived. Could you go and welcome them? Sure. Heading to the gate with Hina, we saw Ai-chan and a woman who looked just like her getting out of a taxi. It was Ai-chan's mother, Momoka-san, whom we hadn't seen since Ai-chan's Shichi-Go-San celebration a few years ago. Itsuki-kun, Hina-chan, we're here. Welcome. We've got everything ready for you. Following Ai-chan's lead, my voice unintentionally grew louder. You know, Itsuki-kun and Hina-chan, we have presents for you. Maybe we should wait a bit before giving out presents, her mother suggested. Ai-chan, in her eagerness to hand out the presents, was stopped by Momoka-san. Watching them, I couldn't help but laugh as I led the two of them into the house. Dinner will be ready soon, so Itsuki and Hina, please help with the preparations, said Mum. Okay, we replied. We headed to the kitchen as instructed. I was so excited about my first Christmas party that I couldn't help but fidget. After all the preparations we had done, I wanted Ai-chan and Momoka-san to have a great time. I regretted that Renji-san and Dad couldn't be here, but I held on to hope for next year. With these thoughts in mind, the Christmas party began. But with a single clap of thunder, it abruptly came to an end. A thunderous roar so loud it felt like my eardrums might burst. It was as if lightning had struck the house directly. The ceiling collapsed from the shock, and among the debris, there was a lone figure. Itsuki. Hina, our mother, who was nearby, tried to shield Hina and me, but before she could, I was scooped up by someone. You have ripened well. A voice that resonated directly in my head, like bone conduction headphones. It felt as though my skull was vibrating. The sensation of sound or vibrations being hammered directly into my mind. The voice cut through the ringing in my ears from the thunder, embedding itself in my brain, filling me with a visceral sense of disgust. Then, with the momentum of being picked up, I was slammed against the wall. The arm that had picked me up was black, like the shell of an insect. It wasn't human. It was an enemy, a monster. I shall take it. The moment I tried to release my thread towards the voice, my chest pocket grew hot. What? In an instant, light burst forth from my chest pocket. With a roar, the substantial light blasted the monster that had grabbed me away. With a sizzle, the monster's right arm, which touched the light, disintegrated, but the monster reacted with astonishing speed, distancing itself from me and crashing through the shoji doors into the garden. It was a talisman of purification. In my right pocket was a protective talisman I received from the Kanzatsuki family, something I was told to never be without. It saved me, but this wasn't a situation where I could feel relieved. The monster escaped before the talisman could completely obliterate it, and to top it off, the ceiling was half collapsed, ready to crumble at any moment. I shot my thread towards the collapsing ceiling. It spread out like a net, ready to support it if it fell. "Is everyone okay? Any injuries?" It was Momoko-san who spoke. As the dust began to settle and my vision cleared, I saw the room in shambles, but everyone was uninjured. Thank goodness. Everyone is safe. Follow me. We need to escape this way. Standing next to the relieved Momoko-san was my mother, holding Hina. Why are they so calm? Given the situation, it wouldn't be strange to panic or scream. As I admired the two of them and tried to escape, a roaring voice came from the garden. "It's fine for the weak to flee." A mad voice reverberated in my head. However, the child is ripe for consumption now. Child. Even I knew who that referred to. It referred to a boy, and I was the only boy here. "You have grown well nurtured." The monster's booming voice. I had no idea who it was talking to or what it meant, but the overwhelming pressure from the monster in the garden was palpable. I could feel it dominating the atmosphere. Momoko-san and my mother, who had been about to flee, were frozen in fear. This is bad. With beings like this, the best course of action is to escape without getting involved. If we get involved, we could end up dead like I did in my past life. "Mum, we need to run." I grabbed my mother's hand to bring her and Momoko-san back to their senses. At my words, my mother snapped out of it and nodded. "Yes, Itsuki is right. Let's run." In an instant, there was the sound of a crackling thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, a figure stood before me. A man. That was the first thing I could discern. About 2 meters tall. His muscles were unbelievably massive, covered in what seemed like armor or perhaps an exoskeleton. It was hard to tell. His entire body was clad in black armor, with 4 fangs protruding from his mouth. The right arm, which the protective talisman had obliterated, was fully restored. He stood there with a daunting presence, making it clear that no one would escape. But more than that, what caught my attention was his head. There was something there that no human could ever have. Horns. 2 horns extended from the monster's forehead. There was no mistaking what this creature was. Having grown up in Japan in both my past and present lives, there was no way I could misidentify it. No, it wasn't just me. Anyone who saw it would say the same thing. They would know the name of this monster. Oni. Indeed. "I am called Raiku Doji. ? The monster introduced itself. It was so unprecedented that I was at a loss for words. I wasn't the only one speechless from the strangeness and abnormality of the situation. Aya-chan, who should have been crying, and even Hina, who looked stunned, simply stared at the Oni in front of them. Raiku Doji. Meanwhile, Raiku Doji scanned each human present as if appraising them and then spoke while looking at Aya-chan. Potential. Strive to improve. Did it just praise her? A monster praising a human? I felt my sense of normalcy shattering with an almost audible crack. Swallowing down my shock, I began to weave my guiding thread. The moment I did, Momoko-san grabbed hold of me. "Run. Itsuki-kun." "Huh? Why?" Then, without waiting for an answer, Momoko-san dragged me towards the garden. I noticed threads of guiding silk wrapped around her feet, Body enhancement magic. A named demon is always of the 6th rank. We're no match for it. 6th rank. The monster I fought in the forest was 5th rank. So, it's 30 times stronger? But why now? Of all times. But Mom, Hina, and Ai-chan are still inside. They'll be fine. It won't target any of us. It won't eat us yet. Raikudoji is that kind of demon. Won't eat us? Raikudoji is a hunter that waits until talented children mature before devouring them. Hundreds of young exorcists have been eaten by it. Why is such a monster at our house? I don't know. The last time it appeared was over 30 years ago. Back then, a 15-year-old boy was eaten. Or so I've heard. Momoka-san and I had barely reached the garden when a shadow slid under her feet. The shadow grabbed hold of Momoka-san's shadow. In the next moment, it was as if Momoka-san's body was pinned in place. The inertia threw me from her arms, and I rolled across the garden. If I hadn't been used to taking falls, I would have been in trouble. What's going on? Oh dear. Haven't you dealt with shadow demons before? Dripping shadows, the Oni reappears beneath Momoka-san. However, this Oni is different from Raikudoji. It's a female figure. If your shadow is captured, you can't move. That's common knowledge, even for children. Windblade. I cast a spell at the Oni, a composite magic mixing attribute alteration. Wind and form change. Blade. The invisible blade aims to cut the female Oni's shadow in half. But just as it strikes, she melts back into the shadow. Don't be so hasty. Your opponent isn't me. It's Raikudoji-sama. In that instant, lightning rises from the mansion and strikes the ground in front of me. The lightning takes on a human shape, standing before me with its arms crossed. What are these things? Yes indeed. Perfectly ripe. Like inspecting a piece of fruit. Raikudoji looks down at me and laughs. The pressure is nothing like the monster I fought in the forest. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Just calm down. I need to breathe. I need to inhale. How do I breathe again? I should know. I do it unconsciously all the time. But I can't breathe. My breaths are shallow, endlessly shallow. A monster is right in front of me. So I need to use magic. I need to use martial arts. But my body won't move. Overcome by fear, my body doesn't budge. One must eat food at its most delicious. Otherwise, it is a disgrace to both the ingredient and the cultivator. Such is the hunter's way. Do you not agree, child? The clinging madness seeps into my entire body. My hands tremble. My legs shake, pierced by murderous intent. Facing this abnormality brings back memories of my past life. I vividly recall being stabbed in the chest with a knife. No matter how many times I breathe, I can't get any oxygen, drowning on land. That suffering, death, the absolute certainty grips my legs. Stop right there. But suddenly, a voice breaks through it all. It's Mum. She's there, holding an Agenata, looking like I've never seen her before, running towards us. Get away from Mitsuki. Stop. The rabbit cannot defeat the lion. That is the way of the world. But despite the warning, Mom swings down her Naginata. I said run. She grips the blade easily. Without even using body enhancement, her attack wouldn't stand a chance against a level 6. No, that's not it. Mom is only level 1, so she can't use enhancement magic. But if you're still going to stand and fight, the Oni extends its thread, straight towards Mom's heart. She'll die if I don't move. Move. My heart pounds. Chills run down my spine like cold iron inserted into my spinal cord. Fear wraps around me like sludge. Move. Damn it. In an instant, I release all the thread I can from my body. The Oni's lightning crackles through the world just a hair too late. Bzzzzzzzzzt. It tears through the air, but doesn't reach Mum. Before that, the earth wall I created with attribute alteration. Earth stops it. Raikudoji, was it? I call out his name, trembling from head to toe. The Oni turns around. You were about to kill Mom just now, weren't you? It's not just my legs trembling, my voice is too. I've always tried to become stronger to avoid death. I thought that killing before being killed was the best choice to stay alive. That means I haven't overcome the fear of death. So, Let me be honest. I'm scared. I'm so scared that I want to abandon everything and run away right now. The fear of possibly dying makes my breath shallow. But even if that's the case, even if I might die, then, that means you're prepared to be killed by me. This guy who tried to kill Mom will never be forgiven. There's no hunter who gets killed by their prey. Then I'll be the first. The hunter killed by their prey. That's why I'll exorcise here. Flame sting. What I created by weaving threads is a spear of flames. A close-range flame sting exceeds the speed of sound. If you can dodge it, try to dodge. At the same time, Raikudoji steps back while electrifying his body surface with lightning. BZZT. In an instant, as if the sound of static electricity flowing in winter were multiplied by hundreds, I witnessed something unbelievable. My flame sting flowed over Raikudoji's body. It's a good curse. However, it's the way of the world that flames cannot defeat lightning. Therefore, it's only natural that flames cannot overcome lightning. Huh? Is there really such a reason? I swallow the retort that almost escaped my throat. It's a nonsensical argument that doesn't make any sense, but the fact remains that my magic was blocked. If flames won't work, I'll just use a different tactic. Thorn. With a snap of my fingers, my thread, thinner than a millimeter, grabs Raikudoji's head. It may look like a thin thread. It may seem unreliable. However, the former is correct, and the latter is decisively incorrect. The printing company I worked for in my past life was a very small, locally rooted company. Because it was a small company, I had strong connections with local small and medium-sized enterprises, and I learned a lot there. For example, there are devices for metal processing that cut flawlessly by forcefully ejecting water from a hole less than a millimeter in diameter under high pressure. I've never actually seen it, but once you understand the mechanism, it's not a problem. What I produce is water. What I push out is wind. Sky piercer. In an instant, rushing through the threads is a high-pressure water flow. Its initial velocity easily surpasses that of flame sting. Raikudoji slightly widens his eyes and reflexively raises his right arm. A wall of lightning is generated, but Sky Piercer is faster. Piercing through the wall, it penetrates Raikudoji's forehead. Thunk. With a satisfying sound, a hole opens in Raikudoji's head, but he doesn't fall. I've seen curses that shoot water quickly many times before, Raikudoji says as his purple lightning explodes. It's still not enough. I grit my teeth. But if it's not enough, I'll just increase the firepower. Boast. The one of us who's the fastest and the strongest is the child. In an instant, Raikudoji steps forward, intending to bring it to close combat. In that case, I have a plan too. Oh, is that so? As I reply, I kick a stone rolling in the garden, a common action that even children around here would do. Perhaps that's why Raikudoji's reaction was delayed. However, naturally, my threads are entwined there. Mew. Realizing belatedly what I intend to do, Raikudoji kicks the ground, but I'm faster. Thud. As the stone touches Raikudoji, it explodes. Although it didn't leave a mark on his black armor, it still sent Raikudoji flying. It's an application of the acorn bombs the monsters used in the forest battle. It went well for a first attempt. Using it, I realized it's not such a difficult magic. All I have to do is wrap nearby objects with a change in traits. It's simple, but that's why things around me can turn into weapons. It's a threat. Raikudoji's armor. The moment I send Raikudoji flying, a shadow demon emerges from Momoka's shadow. You're in the way. Unlike Raikudoji, this demon didn't intercept my magic. That means it sees my magic as a threat. So, I unleash Sky Piercer towards the demon's legs coming towards me. A hole opens in its thigh, and the demon tumbles to the ground. Then, I release Flame Sting towards it. Direct hit, explosion. Along with a blaze, black mist scatters. Exorcised. As soon as I confirm that, I shout to my mother, who's sitting on the ground, still gripping her Naginata. Mum, run while you can. But, go get Dad. I'll hold him off here. Leaving Itsuki behind. Hurry, before he comes back. My mother clearly seemed to be pondering, is it okay to leave Itsuki and go get Dad? That hesitation was clearly written on her face. Why isn't she going faster? The moment I thought that, My mother's words from when I first reincarnated into this world flashed through my mind. May you grow up safely. That's right. Mom has trauma from losing a child. That's why she's probably worried that I might die here. What she needs isn't panic. It's reassurance. It's okay, Mum. But I'm exorcising a 5th rank. Even if I can't exorcise Rikudoji, I'll find a chance to escape. Silence. Then, one more push. Mum, it's not just me. Hina and Ai-chan are here too. You're the only one who can take them to safety. I understand. My mother swallowed all her emotions and showed a determined expression as she stood up. I'll definitely get you out of here. With that, she ran towards Hina. Momoka-san, please take Ai-chan to safety quickly. And ask Renji-san to come here. Yeah, I got it. Momoka-san, who was already able to move after exorcising the shadow demon, moved faster than my mother to help Ai-chan. As I watched them, Rikudoji, who had been blown away, returned with lightning, letting the weaklings escape. Huh? Well, fine. They're not ready to be eaten yet. You've got some nerve. You ignored them before. He was unfazed even after taking Sky Piercer. There's no way such a small explosion would be effective. So, Rikudoji could have come back here at any time, but the fact that he waited for my mother and Momoka to escape meant something. No help is coming. Letting them go won't solve anything. Question mark. That forest brat must have done it. Creating subordinates to attract Exorcist's attention. That's a technique I taught him. I see. Monsters above the 5th rank can create monsters. No wonder Renji-san and Ed are so busy. By the way, was it okay to exorcise that shadow demon? Yeah. I told you not to interfere. But you did it anyway, which means you were prepared to die. And if we need more, we can just create them again. Come to think of it, did this guy create the 5th rank monster we fought in the forest? That's a possibility too. We couldn't care less about the weaklings. I've been hearing your words, boy. Are you planning to escape from me? Nope. I have no intention of running away. That's already off the table. I'll exorcise you. Ha ha. You'll exorcise me? How? Why do you think I let my mom and the others escape? Boom. The air trembles. No. I made it tremble. I let them escape from my magic. In an instant, the sky falls. I tie the thread to Rikudoji, and the other end is tangled with the meteor created by our tribute change. Earth. Fall. Meteor shower. Shooting stars? Rikudoji kicks the ground upon seeing the falling stars from the sky. Trying to escape, but meteor shower follows my thread. As long as I don't cut the thread, he can't escape. And there's no way to cut the thread. I see. A curse that binds me with threads and summons stars. At your age, with that intent, it was wise to come hunting me earlier. However, without showing any signs of surprise, Rikudoji looks up at the falling meteors and runs lightning through his arms. But if it's just this level of curse, I'll just take it head on. BZZZZT. Shockwaves rush through. The deep, tremendous sound echoes in the depths of the stomach, blowing everything away. Houses, barely holding up against the destruction, begin to crumble. Without anchoring myself with threads to the ground, I'd be blown away by the shock. I drop the stars. There's no way to stop them. There's no way to stop them. But excellent. Rikudoji catches the meteors. Of course, he's not unscathed. The right side that caught the meteors is burned, exposing black bones from within. The head is barely visible, about 30% visible. The horn, the only thing left, is broken halfway. Black steam, smoke that seems like magic, rises from his body. And he doesn't look safe by any means. However, Rikudoji is still standing at the center of the meteor shower on both legs. And the moment the purple lightning bursts, it's as if the wounds are being healed in reverse, like in a reverse playback of a video. Let me introduce myself again, boy. I am the lone demon of the 6th rank, mastering the curse of lightning. I am the demon who hunts exorcists. Ah, I see. So, this is it. My name is Rikudoji, a monstrous being who has killed and devoured hundreds of exorcists, gaining strength. A formidable opponent who has cunningly ended the lives of numerous exorcists. A named monster. This is the 6th rank. This is what it means to have a name. In essence, the highest tier of monsters. What you just showed me might be your maximum firepower, but it doesn't faze me. But what does that mean? What does it mean to be the highest tier of monsters? Instead of giving up, instead of running away, what am I fighting for? I never said that. I overflow with magical power. To this creature who ruined the party we prepared together. To this creature who tried to kill my precious mother. And above all, to this creature who thinks it can devour my arrogance and pride. That meteor shower is the strongest. I'll show the results of my efforts. Oh? You claim to have a curse more powerful than a shooting star? That's right. How can you have a curse more powerful than a shooting star, boy? Raikudoji's question is valid. If I didn't know about magic, I would have thought the same when I only knew about basic attribute changes. But there's more to attribute changes. Combining basic attribute changes creates compound attribute changes. If I didn't know that, I wouldn't have thought I could create a magic stronger than meteor shower. The compound attribute I first used was compound attribute change, explosion, which mixes wind and fire. By simply weaving two threads of conductors, the magical firepower jumps to about 30 times the basic attribute. Of course, the magical energy consumption also jumps up by the same amount. To be honest, I don't want to use it. I've never actually used this magic properly. I got scared and stopped halfway through. That was a realization. It was magic born from a single question. Do you dare to challenge me with incomplete magic, boy? No, it's not incomplete. It's complete. But this magic is too powerful. And even I don't know how far it will break. While practicing compound attributes, I, as a magician and someone involved in the printing industry, came to a natural question. What would happen if I combined a third attribute? The inevitability of me reaching that point comes from the primary colors of light, strictly speaking, including white, the four colors, from which any color can be reproduced by combining just three colors. And when you overlap all three of these colors, you get black, which swallows everything. So, if that's the case, then, it's only natural to wonder what would happen if I combined not just three basic attributes but even more. Haha. Have you gone mad in the presence of me, boy? A curse you cannot control on your own is nothing but useless nonsense. It's just a party trick. Do you really think you can kill me with that? The moment he shouted, Raikudoji kicked the ground and dashed forward with purple lightning. While watching that, I extend my threads. I created 7 threads. 2 of them are allocated to body enhancement. That's enough. That's all I need. Raikudoji, are you prepared to die? As Raikudoji approaches, I step forward. Fear still grips me, but there's more than fear. There's anger. Preparation for death. Life and death are two sides of the same coin. Simply being alive is already preparation for death. Oh, is that so? He seems to have a unique view on life. The remaining 5 threads extend simultaneously. Raikudoji should not be able to avoid the threads, even though he cannot see them. Only one thread entangles Raikudoji's right leg. It is imbued with the attribute change of fire. The remaining 4. There's no regret in my way of life. I'll just keep moving forward, while engaging in a subtly synchronized, yet unsynchronized exchange. I step forward. The 2 weeks of training with my father weren't just about swordsmanship. I also trained in martial arts. Are you going to jump at me here? I evade Raikudoji's grasp by a hair's breadth and the move behind him. But Raikudoji charges lightning into his right leg to prevent me from escaping and kicks the ground. As Raikudoji, charged with lightning, rushes towards me at the speed of lightning, I misjudge the trajectory of my threads. 2 slice through the air, while the other 2 entangle Raikudoji. They are imbued with water and earth. The remaining 2. You let your guard down, boy. Raikudoji grabs me and lifts me up. So, I ask, hey, Raikudoji, are you begging for your life now? Could you have taken me? But being in such close proximity, it's impossible for me to release the threads. Therefore, Raikudoji releases me in response to the victorious smile that involuntarily crosses my face. TCH. And he kicks the ground to create distance. However, it's futile. All of his actions are in vain. My threads already have Raikudoji in their grasp. Now, the countdown has reached 0. In an instant, the world distorts around Raikudoji. The light twists and starts to absorb as if a powerful gravitational field has been generated around him. We want you to die regretting your actions against us. What is this? There are a total of 5 basic attributes. What happens when all of them are combined? Swallow it, Obarazuki. A swirling gust of wind roars. No. It's the air being swallowed. The answer is now manifesting right before my eyes. What is this? What kind of curse is this? GZZZZT. Relentlessly. A jet black sphere forms in Raikudoji's abdomen. Raikudoji is being sucked into it in an instant. I can't escape. I can't use magic either. Why? Of course. It's not just being swallowed up. His body is disintegrating into smoke-like particles so finely that it's mistaken for smoke, then being sucked in. The compound attribute change. Night, created by combining all 5 attributes. It's an attribute of void that unilaterally swallows everything and turns it nothingness. It consumes 81 million times the magical power of basic attribute magic to use it. But, well, it's no problem for me. A 7th rank. I told you, didn't I? The magic covers the target being swallowed by the created jet black sphere with dust. Persistently, the dust glimmers faintly as it's being swallowed, and the jet black sphere shines like a moon in thin clouds. Hence, its name Obarazuki. I named it. I will definitely purify. When I first used this, I was so shocked by its power that I accidentally dispelled the magic. So, I didn't know that the target being engulfed would be unable to use magic. Glad I found out. This is impossible. Impossible. I won't accept this. Raikudoji no longer has even a 10th of his body left. There's absolutely no way he can escape from there. To be defeated by humans, by a child. Impossible. Nope. That's not it. Raikudoji, you lost to me. With my words as the last, Raikudoji completely disappears from this world, existence. It was the end of the 6th rank monster who had buried hundreds of exorcists. That was a tough opponent. Undoubtedly, the strongest opponent I've ever faced. I threw everything I had at them, and they were purged. So, it's my win. But that doesn't change anything. I exhale a sigh and look up at the sky. The Christmas Eve sky has turned into a clear dusk, almost clear enough to see Santa flying, and my breath fades away into pure white. I need to call Mom and the others, but before that, should I do something about Obarazuki? Oh, but it's getting smaller. Looking closer, the jet black sphere seems to be evaporating, shrinking. It seems like leaving it alone won't cause any problems. I avert my gaze from my magic and look at the completely collapsed house. A chill runs down my spine involuntarily. What should I do about this? Because Raikudoji crashed through the roof, the mansion I've lived in for 5 years is half destroyed, and to make matters worse, it collapsed completely due to meteor shower. In addition, the barrier my father had put up is no longer functioning. There's no way we can have a Christmas party now. Heck, we can't even live a normal life. Anyway, I need to call Mom and the others. Father and Renji-san should have gone to call them. But where did they go? As I exhale deeply, exhaustion washes over me. I thought about sitting down right there, but without the barrier in place, it would be risky if other monsters showed up late. That would be really bad. So, even though I felt like collapsing, I stood there absent-mindedly. The sun had completely set, and moonlight was streaming into the garden. At that moment, something faintly glowed in the hole in the garden where Raikudoji had been swallowed. Curious, I approached, and what lay on the ground was a golden gem. It was about the size of a marble, but it shimmered as if it were emitting light, absorbing the moonlight. I didn't dare touch it with my bare hands, so I extended my threads and brought it closer to me. Of course, just to get a closer look. What is this? As I thought that and leaned in closer, something happened. From behind the collapsed house, I heard my mother's voice. Oh, Mum, Itsuki. With her voice reaching me, I didn't need to go searching. As I foolishly entertained such thoughts, my mother rushed over to me and tightly embraced me. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're alive. Yeah, I'm not going to die. I'm just glad you're safe, she murmured softly. her voice overflowing with emotions, and I hugged her back tightly. But when I tried to let go, she wouldn't release me. "Mom, it's hard to breathe," I said, but she continued to hold me. I was so worried. "Yeah, you said you were going to run away," but I could still hear the sound of magic from the house. I thought Itsuki might have died when I couldn't hear any sound. "I'm sorry." I couldn't say anything more, but I managed to force out those words. I didn't know what else to say to my mother. "No, I'm just glad you're safe." She exhaled deeply and said that, finally releasing her grip on me. "Hey, Mum." "Where's Hina?" "What about Aya-chan?" "They're with Momoko-san. They've been taken to a safe place." "Oh, that's good then." "Hey, Itsuki." "Where did Rikudoji go? Did he escape?" Even though my mother had let go of me, her gaze remained fixed on me. "Oh, right." I haven't told her what happened to Rikudoji yet. "No, he didn't escape. I defeated him." "Eh?" With a bewildered expression, my mother asked me. "Itsuki defeated Rikudoji?" "Yeah, I exorcised him. And after that, this fell." "Do you know what this is, Mum?" "An heirloom." "An heirloom?" "No, not wrong. How do you write that in kanji?" "Did you really exorcise him, Itsuki?" "Rikudoji? Yeah, I did." But, as soon as my mother saw the golden jewel, her expression changed to one of confusion and astonishment. "This, Itsuki, is called an heirloom." "What's that?" "Normally, when a demon dies, it turns into black mist, right? But demons above the 6th rank leave behind crystallized magic. They call it an heirloom." "Wow, I didn't know that." "So, if I die, will I leave behind crystals too?" "I'll never find out for sure. This is Rikudoji's heirloom, right? We'll have to show it to Dad." But the fact that it fell means you really did exorcise him, Itsuki." As my mother said that, from the back, I heard the sound of tires rubbing against asphalt. "Oh, Dad's here," I thought, and then I heard a loud crash as if a car had collided. "Is everything okay, Itsuki? Are you okay? Are you alive?" I heard my father's familiar voice, and then, he leapt into the garden from the other side of the mansion. As he landed on the ground, he had strands of body enhancement wrapped around his legs, allowing him to make the jump. "Where's Rikudoji? Did he do anything to you?" My father, who seemed to be in a bit of a panic, was slightly amusing, so I pointed to Rikudoji's heirloom. "No, I'm okay. I exorcised him." "What?" My father's expression changed at my words. "Show me a little," he said, taking the heirloom that I had suspended with the threads. Then, he muttered in astonishment. "There's no mistake. This is Rikudoji's magic. Can one discern that just by touching it? However, since my father said so, it must be true." "I see. Itsuki, you defeated Rikudoji." My father muttered those words, and I couldn't put into words what I saw in his profile. It was the shock of exorcising Rikudoji, the certainty that came with seeing the heirloom, and perhaps pity for Rikudoji. No, it didn't fit any of those expressions. Maybe it was all of those combined. "Hey, Dad, does having this bring any benefits?" "Oh, of course. If you carry it with you, Itsuki's magic and Rikudoji's magic will resonate. In simple terms, you'll be able to use the magic Rikudoji used." "What? Even that lightning magic?" "However, you'll have to keep it with you at all times." "We'll think about that later," my father said as he lifted me up and hugged me. "I'm glad." No more, no less. That was enough for me. I felt like I was receiving more than enough love. Feeling embarrassed, I decided to change the subject. "Hey, Dad." "Mum, let's go pick up Hina and Aya-chan." "Where are Hina and Aya-chan?" My father looked around, scanning the area. My mother, who had just stood up, quickly responded to his question. "They're with Momoko-san in another place." "I see. All right then, we should go pick them up soon." With that, my father took my right hand, and my mother held my left hand. "Let's go, then." And so, the three of us decided to go pick up Hina and Aya-chan. Chapter 8 Fun Party Music. Is it okay? It's the end of the year, and we've been relying on them for everything. Renji-san said it's fine. He's busy, but he told us to come. As the twilight filled the car, my father replied and slowly turned the steering wheel. A child seat for Hina had been installed in the car at some point, and I sat together with her in the back seat. It had been a busy week since I exorcised Doji. Today was December 31st. It had been quite a hectic week. First, our house was completely destroyed, so we ended up living in a hotel until the new one was built. I never thought I'd experience something like this. I didn't oppose living in the hotel, but I did have one complaint. I couldn't practice my martial arts. I couldn't vigorously move my body in the hotel room, and there wasn't a nearby park where I could practice without drawing attention. So, I hadn't been able to practice martial arts for about a week. Instead, I practiced magic indoors, but it wasn't quite the same. Using large-scale magic could potentially damage the hotel's furnishings. You don't realize the value of something until you lose it. I never realized how significant it was to be able to practice magic every day without a care. We're almost there. Ayane's house? Is it big? Yeah, it's big. About the same size as our house. Big. Hina's eyes widened in surprise, but the truth was, I had never been to Ayat-chan's house before. After all, I couldn't even leave the house until my father gave me permission, and Ayat-chan usually came over to play, so I never had the chance to go. So, I wondered what kind of house it would be as the car slowed down. What came into view was a long, large earthen wall reminiscent of a samurai residence from the Edo period. The wall was painted pure white like snow, without a speck of dirt visible. Seeing such a beautiful wall, Ino exclaimed loudly, "It's a wall, a wall. Yeah, it's a house of exorcists. They surround their houses with walls to prevent magic practice from leaking outside, and it's easier to set up barriers when the house is surrounded by walls." My father answered Hina's question, but I had a question, so I asked him next. Why is it easier to set up a barrier when there's a wall? It serves as a reference point, just like how it's difficult for you to ride a bike without training wheels. Having support makes it easier to set up a barrier. I kind of get it, but at the same time, I don't. But since my father said so, it must be true. Or at least, that's what I was thinking when Renji-san emerged from the large gate. You're here. Suichiro, the parking lot is this way. Can I drop off the kids first? Yeah, that's fine. AI is looking forward to seeing them. Okay then. With the children's backpack in hand, I stepped out of the car with Hina. Today, we were going to stay overnight at Ayachan's house. This was because, after the Christmas party was ruined by Doji, it was decided that we would have a New Year's Eve party instead, and we would continue it at Ayachan's house. So, for the first time, me, Hina, and my mother were heading to the Shimatsuki residence, while Ayachan came out of the gate and greeted us enthusiastically. Wow, Itsuki-kun, Hina-chan. Welcome. Thank you for having us. After exchanging greetings, Ayat-chan took our hands and led us inside. Meanwhile, my mother began to chat with Momoka-san at the entrance. We walked past them and entered Ayat-chan's house. Seeing the large Japanese-style building similar in size to ours, I couldn't help but think, wow, there are such nice houses in modern Tokyo, almost as if it was someone else's business. Over here, however, instead of being taken to a room by Ayat-chan, we were led to the Engawa veranda. At the end of it were rows of evenly spaced doll models. Huh? Aren't those the same ones we had at home? Ayat-chan suddenly extended her thread towards the strangely familiar dolls. In an instant, she caught one of the doll models that was 10 meters away. Look, I can stretch it this far now. Amazing. Before, it could only stretch a few dozen centimeters, so stretching it this far was incredible. Ayat-chan, that's amazing. I praised Ayat-chan, but Hina, who couldn't see the thread, just tilted her head in confusion. So, I gently stroked Hina's head. As I marveled at Ayat-chan's growth, she continued further. I'm serious, you know. Serious? Thinking I'd heard something similar before, Ayat-chan went on. I want to become a mage who can fight alongside Itsuki-kun. I see. The setting sun illuminated Ayat-chan's profile as she answered straight, and I couldn't help but be captivated by it. Maybe I was overwhelmed by Ayat-chan's determination. You might be able to catch up to me soon, Ayat-chan. Really? Then, wait for me. I wonder if I can wait. That's something I can't promise. For the sake of not dying, and to protect the important people, I can't afford to stand still. So instead of saying I'll wait, I continued with a determined smile. If it's Aya-chan, she'll easily surpass me. That's not nice. Let's do it together. I meant it as a compliment, but she seemed angry. Girls are hard to understand. Did you show it to Itsuki-kun? Yeah. Suddenly, Renji-san's voice came from behind, and when I turned around, Father was standing there with him. Renji-san narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Take care of Aya from now on too. Itsuki-kun." "Yes, sir." I felt a bit embarrassed when he said that out of the blue. Perhaps noticing my reaction, Renji-san chuckled and said, "It might be a bit early, but how about we have dinner?" With that, he guided us to the living room. In the room we were led to, there was already a large kotatsu and a gas stove prepared, and Mother and Momoka-san were preparing dinner together. So, we also went to help. Wow. Crabs. Nichan. It's crabs. Really? They might still be alive. Yay. There were 2 big crabs placed on top, so I joked a bit with Hina, and she ran away with all her might. While doing that, I helped Aya-chan prepare dinner. As expected, tonight's dinner seemed to be crab hot pot, so we prepared the gas for the stove, prepared the plates, and so on. It was various preparations. It was my first experience helping with household chores at someone else's house, so it was a bit fun. By the time the preparations were done, the sun had completely set. "Thank you for coming today. I hope Hitsuki-kun and Hina-chan enjoy themselves too." "Yeah. Then, let's eat. Let's eat." Following Renji-san's lead, we all put our hands together. "Nichan, how do you eat crabs?" "Indeed, how do you eat them?" Hina and I were puzzled as we received crab legs from Mother. It had been several years since I last ate crab, more like a dozen years. As we pondered what to do, Mother showed us how to crack them open. "I'll use the scissors to crack open the shells for you. It's dangerous, so let Mom do it for Itsuki and Hina." "Wait a moment," I interrupted as Mother was about to crack open my crab. I thought, couldn't I just use my threads to grab and break open the shell without getting my hands dirty? So, I decided to give it a try. I threaded my threads through the crab legs and activated rate change. With a snap, the shell broke open, revealing the white meat inside. "You can eat it using threads." Seeing this, Renji-san and Father followed suit, using threads to crack open their crabs. "This is convenient. It's something you wouldn't expect." As they said this, both of them continued to effortlessly crack open the shells. Since Hina couldn't use threads, I decided to crack open the shells for her. After eating our fill of crab hot pot, I wiped my hands when I felt satisfied. Looking around, Father and Renji-san were quite drunk on sake, while Hina seemed to have had her fill as she slept on Mother's lap. Just as Mom said, "Shall we start cleaning up the pot?" Aya-chan, who had been staring out the window, suddenly exclaimed, "It's snowing." "Oh, really?" When Aya-chan mentioned it, I looked out the window and saw the faint snowfall. "Want to go see it? Is it okay?" "Just to the garden." Despite having drunk a fair amount of sake, Renji-san said so nonchalantly. On the other hand, Aya-chan, upon being told, brightened up and looked at me. So, I nodded and said, "Let's go see," and thus, the two of us headed to the veranda. Stepping out from the hallway to the veranda, it seemed like the snow had just begun to fall, lightly dusting the wooden figurines with a thin layer. "It's beautiful. Itsuki-kun, do you think it'll accumulate? If it does, let's have a snowball fight," Aya-chan said energetically, and I laughed and nodded in agreement. As we watched the snow for a while, I suddenly remembered that there was something I needed to give Aya-chan. "Hey, Aya-chan, there's something I want to give you." "Something you want to give me?" Aya-chan asked curiously, and I nodded, taking out the present from my pocket. "A Christmas present. It's a bit late, but can I open it?" "Yeah." Aya-chan accepted the present and opened it quietly. Inside was a red hair tie that I had chosen. "Did you pick this out for me, Itsuki-kun?" "I thought it would suit you, Aya-chan." As soon as I said that, Aya-chan jumped at me. "Thank you, Itsuki-kun." Surprised by Aya-chan's sudden embrace, I couldn't help but feel touched as she continued without giving me a chance to think. I'll treasure it. It's Suki-kun's present. Really? I'd be happy if you used it. Yeah, I'll use it properly. I'll definitely wear it when I play with it, Suki-kun. You can wear it whenever you want, Aya-chan. Though I couldn't see her face because she was hugging me, I could tell from her voice that Aya-chan was happy, which made me happy too. I never thought giving someone a present could make me feel so happy. Thinking back, since being reborn in this world, everything has been a series of firsts for me. Magic, friends, family, and parties. I never imagined I could have so many different experiences, or meet so many different people. Meeting Aya-chan, Hina, Renji-san, and my parents has brought me immense happiness. So, I find myself wishing I hope this everyday life will continue forever. However, that thought was interrupted by the ringing phone echoing from the veranda. When Aya-chan and I returned to the room together, Father was on the phone by the messy table with Crab and Sake, discussing something about starting now and how far. Then, as soon as Father hung up the phone, he looked up. Sorry, we've got work with Renji-san. Kanzatsuki's coming to pick us up. Despite it being just before New Year's Eve, there was a sudden exorcism job. I thought we could spend time together at least today. Gritting my teeth at my father's words, I replied, okay, leave it to me. But, we're exorcists. Yes, we're exorcists. I know, it's difficult for exorcists to have an ordinary daily life. So, I have to become stronger to live an ordinary daily life, to not be killed by monsters, and to not let anyone die. I want to become stronger. End of Volume 1, Childhood. Interlude, Ruined Amusement Park. It was noon on January 1st, Japan time. The two of them had already arrived at their destination after a layover at an airport hub. They got into the waiting car and headed towards their destination. Working during New Year's. I thought I could spend it with my family this year. Akane-san must think that since the number of demon occurrences decreases and Tokyo is relatively safe for a few months after a major disaster, the city will be alright. Right after the 6th rank is exorcised, the number of demon appearances drastically reduces. Though the reason is unknown, exorcists have traditionally called this mysterious phenomenon post-disaster tranquility. I had planned to buy a school bag for Itsuki during this lull, but those plans are now ruined. What? He starts elementary school in April, right? You haven't bought it yet? I wanted to go together. They were in London, England, heading to an amusement park there. An amusement park where the Hyakki had occurred about a week ago. Having finished reading the documents that the local exorcists had translated and handed over, they knew what had happened there. The 6th rank had suddenly appeared. It committed atrocities and massacres using its power. Summoned demon killed people, and the killed humans turned into demon, killing more people. The hellish scene ended with only one survivor. No, it ended because the 6th rank got bored and stopped. Around the new year, when London is crowded with people, the number of demon occurrences skyrockets. In such a situation, there weren't enough personnel in England to deal with the aftermath of the Hyakki. Exorcists are always short-handed, regardless of country or era. Hence, the two of them were dispatched. The car stopped. They passed through a checkpoint set up by the police and exorcists to prevent civilians from entering, and the car accelerated again. Ahead, they could see a Ferris wheel melted completely and collapsed. From outside the window came an unbearably sweet caramel smell. The car stopped again before reaching the amusement park, and the two got out. The car could not go any further. It was impossible to proceed because the remnants of the 6th rank's magic power were still generating demon. The two of them walked into the amusement park to assess the situation. When suddenly, a demon descended from the sky. A giant eyeball fell from the sky, its surface oozing with a liquid-like viscosity. As it drooped down, it split open, and countless arms emerged from within. The moment the arms simultaneously reached out to grab them, it burst into a black mist. The moment they entered the amusement park, both of them exhaled deeply. Some sort of high-temperature magic must have been used. The horses of the carousel had melted into white lumps. The roller coaster rails had dripped like water, creating pools of molten metal on the ground. The bricks they stepped on were blackened from splattered blood. Given the situation, it seemed they hadn't been able to adequately remove the bodies scattered throughout the amusement park. The decaying bodies were leaking blackened, liquid intestines, becoming playthings for the demon. This is terrible. Just thinking about this happening in Tokyo, it's chilling. We have Itsuki-kun to thank. Before them spread a molten hell. Wherever the sixth rank appeared, it was thought that things ended up like this. At least, that's what ordinary exorcists believed. Except for one, Itsuki Kisaragi. Suichiru. Did you read about the surviving child? Apparently, she kept laughing in front of her dead father. The only survivor? Poor thing, she's the same age as Itsuki and the others. It's understandable. She's probably still laughing. Demon can easily break the human mind. They create hellish conditions that shatter people's sanity, just by their presence. They say the vanished sixth rank headed east. Yes. That's what they say. Do you think it will come to Japan? You know the saying, the sixth rank doesn't leave the land of its birth, right? Yes. All demon consume human magical power to acquire more power and extend their lifespan. Knowing this, the answer is clear. Let's hope it doesn't come. Afterward. Hello. This is Cyclamen. Thank you for picking up the reincarnation of an ordinary person with unparalleled effort. If you work hard from the time you are a baby, before you know it, you will be carrying the future of Japan on your shoulders. If you found it enjoyable, it would make me very happy if you could recommend it to your friends or promote it on social media whether it's great. Actually, this work is a contest-winning piece and has been turned into a book. However, those who have been following the web version might have thought, isn't this coming out a bit late? The truth is, there was a great drama that could be told with tears. To get this book published, I braved the rain and wind with a sturdy computer. When I lost data in the West, I retrieved backups from the web in the East. When a new game came out, I finished it in a day. I ran here and there, played too many games, read too many manga, forgot how to draft, and ended up missing deadlines and getting scolded. Of course, all of this is a lie. Now, putting aside these not-so-funny jokes, here is the truth. Ordinary Reincarnation will be published in 2 consecutive volumes. The second volume will be out next month. Yay! Naturally, it has been powered up compared to the web version, so I hope you will also pick up the second volume. A new heroine will appear. Now, let me express my gratitude to Unagi-sensei. Thank you for the wonderful illustrations. The cover illustration is so powerful that I forgot to breathe for a while when I first saw it. To my editor Genro, thank you for discovering Ordinary Reincarnation in the vast sea of the internet. I made a lot of unreasonable demands during the manuscript process. Please accept my apologies beyond just gratitude. To all the readers who picked up this book, I believe a novel is not complete just by the creator but by being read by the readers. I would be delighted if you enjoyed it. And to everyone involved in this work, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again in the next story. See you. End of Volume 1.